disappear, honey. When will you give me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, no, we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. I'm gonna take your place and all you never know. 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 About it. Disappear, honey. When will you give me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, no, we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. I'm gonna take your place and all you never know. 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 About it.
Thinking back to the days I fell in love, beginnings hard and end, and I know this much. Just needed the time and place to see it through. Kept me holding on. It was always you. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, love. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on Can you hear me? SOS. Help me put my mind to rest. 2 times clicking, I'm acting normal. How are we to beg a fool? This is part-time lovers. This is part-time lovers. I can feel your love pulling me up from the underground. I don't need my drug. We could be more than just part-time lovers. I can feel your love picking me up from the underground. I don't need my drug. We could be more than just part-time lovers. Part-time lovers. Part-time lovers. Part-time lovers. I can feel your love. Feel your love. Feel your love. We could be more than just part-time lovers. I can feel your love. Feel your love. Feel your love. We could be more than just part-time lovers. I can feel your touch. Feel your touch. Feel your touch. We could be more than just part-time lovers. Just part-time lovers. Just part-time lovers. I can feel your love pulling me up from the underground. I don't need my drug. We could be more than just part-time lovers. I can feel your love picking me up from the underground. I don't need my drug. We could be more than just part-time lovers. I can rob you for my sleep. As my thoughts begin to bleed. I let go, but I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how, but I need you now. Help me put my mind to rest. 2 times clicking, I'm acting normal.
Hi, welcome everybody. It's good to see people in the room. It's good to know that there's people online watching LAS 2022. I'm Adrian. I'm happy to see all of you. I'd like to start by thanking our sponsors, the people that make this event possible. Canonical and Ubuntu, openSUSE, Ambition, CodeThink, and our hosts, NOI Tech Park. I'd like to thank Fedora for being here. It's great to have such a return to physical conferences. And because it's a physical conference, we also have some logistical stuff. As long as you're here in the room, online, you can do whatever you like. But here in the room, please wear your COVID masks unless you are talking like I am, or you're drinking. There's this main auditorium. There's rooms upstairs for the other track, and the quiet room if you need to get some work done or just need to chill. For the walking tour, which is on Sunday, see the information desk. T-shirts will go on sale around noon, and there will be coffee breaks. During the coffee breaks, you can get coffee at the bar. There's some croissants sponsored for us, so you can have a good time then. I'd especially like to thank the people that are right now doing the infrastructure here. So that's Smart Lab itself, which is the room, and the EDT people who are doing AV and sound. They make it possible for this to be a hybrid conference with streaming online. That's sort of the general conference things. I'd like to invite our co-organizers, or our host organizations, GNOME and KDE, on stage to say something about how wonderful this conference is.
Hello, everyone. What wonderful thing it is to be back in person and actually be able to see you all again. It's been a long 2 years, shall we say. And certainly when I remember the last conference I went to was in Scale in San Francisco, about 2 weeks before everything shut down. And it's just so good to see everyone back in one place again. Really excited that we're able to come and present LAS again, and really drive forward that mission we had, which we started 4 years ago or so now, into really drive adoption of Linux on the desktop. And a key part of that is ensuring that we have the diverse set of applications that we need and being able to provide that platform for people so people can actually use that thing we've all talked about, being able to have people who are in control of their own computing and empowered by their devices, rather than having that put upon them or having to make that decision of, do I give all my data to a large organization who does anything with it? And so it's fantastic to be back here. Hopefully everyone has a really good conference, and I guess just enjoy. I'll hand over to Aleix now from KDE.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, not to reiterate on what Adrian and Neil already said, we're very glad to be meeting again. It's a very good opportunity to be all at last, where we can not only like listen to each other's presentations, but actually like be around the halls and discuss all of the interesting things you've been working on. Use this opportunity. We haven't been able to do this kind of thing for a while, and then we get to finally do it again. So let's do that. Apps are very important, and for us, Plasma and KDE, it's very important to see all of you also joining and working there together with us and among yourselves to make this a thing. So let's make a great LAS 2022, and very nice to meet all of us again. Thanks.
Thanks, Aleix. Thanks, Neil. Next, I'd like to invite Canonical Ubuntu up to say something nice as well.
Yeah. Hi, folks. I'm Heather. I'm Canonical. Man, it's so great to be in person again. As they said, I'm going to reiterate it because I mean it. And it's also great to be part of a conference that, you know, is put on by KDE and GNOME, where we can all share ideas and learn from one another, where we can foster healthy competition and push open source to new boundaries, and where we can welcome newcomers to help them find their areas of interest. So please come to our release party. We have a virtual release party right after lunch. So we'll be on stage kind of talking about the recent Ubuntu release, Jammy Jellyfish, and then we'll have a physical party tomorrow from 1900 to 21:30, so that's 7 to 9:30. In this room, there's cake, there's food, there's drinks. Come help us celebrate the release of Jammy Jellyfish. You don't have to use Ubuntu, just, you know, come say hi. And yeah, let's have a great Linux App Summit, guys.
All right, that pretty much concludes the opening. I'm happy to have such wonderful sponsors, such wonderful hosts, such wonderful infrastructure. We'll be carrying on into the 2 tracks of the conference. In this room, we will have Ruth, Dr. Ruth Ikegah, and upstairs in the other track room has Anita Ihuman. So please figure out where you want to be. For the streaming watchers, do your thing. All right, thanks.
If I get the big blue button room up, oh, wait, this might not. I realise there'll be some confusion. So the team downstairs can manage all this one. So the team downstairs know about the presenter's room. All they need to do is get up on the screen. So we need to just speak to them. That's what we'll do. So. Big blue button, not live stream.
Hi there, everyone. We're trying to contact the first speaker for this track. We've lost track of her. So that means that we're experiencing social technical difficulties, and we'll be with you as soon as we can. In the meantime, there's also the other track, which is going on. Please be patient. Hello, everyone, again. I realize that you're burning with questions for our lovely hosts because they made similar statements, but there's lots more that you want to know. While we're trying to sort out our social technical issues, we're going to do a little Q&A so you can grill Neil and Aleix on any topic you like. Raise your hand and I will rush out with a mic and then they will answer. Oh, there's Heather.
Hello. Can you hear me? Is this on? Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, great. As a GNOME user, Aleix, can you tell me some of the latest and greatest things about Plasma in the recent release?
Well, I guess that latest depends on when did you last try it?
No, I mean in the latest release.
Latest release. Yeah. We've been working a lot on Wayland integration. This has been an ongoing topic, I guess, also for GNOME as well. But well, for us too. It has been very important, like, to get this going, and actually, like, at the moment, I think that we are more or less on par feature-wise with X11. There are some things that you can do with Wayland that you cannot do with X11 and otherwise. But I think that this has been one of the places that we've been putting the most effort. As well, there's been some theming integration things that we've been working on, accent colors, which I think that it has also been a thing in GNOME as well recently. Yeah, we've been having things along this way. And yeah, a lot of polishing here and there. I mean, we could look at the feature list that I don't really have it in my head right now. But yeah, this stability has been a big topic for us. It's important that, yeah, people can use it. Yeah.
All right. We got another question.
So I want to talk with KDE guys and yes, and girls for all. I want to talk generally with the KDE developers and about a subject which not everyone likes very much. It's printing, and I want to know what are the KDE people doing to make their printing work correctly and to keep pace with changes on it.
Is printing changing that much?
Yes, yes. If not, tomorrow I will tell it to you.
I'm looking forward to your talk. I think that mostly our printing infrastructure has been around for a while. I don't have the feeling that it has been changing that much. I am not the most knowledgeable part of this part of the code, but I can point you at people who are more knowledgeable about this later on. And yeah.
Is that, I'd like to circle back to Heather's question. I'm going to invert it. For every KDE or LXD, XFCE, any other DE user out there, Neil, what did GNOME do in the last 6 months to a year?
So we had a couple of releases that are coming up, and some more things happening. Probably the biggest change, which people might remember, is a shocking thing where we changed the orientation of workspaces from horizontal to, vertical to horizontal. Interestingly, this caused a lot of consternation in the community. Interestingly, in GNOME 2, they were all horizontal and people were outraged that we moved them to vertical. So then when we moved them from vertical to horizontal, people were outraged that we moved them back to how they always thought it was the perfect thing. But I think the interesting thing that we try to do always at GNOME is to use actual data to guide our decisions on how we create things. So this was as a result of probably the largest user testing system that we've used in over 10 years or so. So what we actually do is put desktops in front of people and see how they use it, and then put mock-ups and various other things in front of people and see what they want to do. And so using that data-driven philosophy, then that's how we decided that actually people don't understand the vertical things, because I think on average we had a look and 65% of people were just using one workspace because they didn't know there was more than one workspace. So by moving to horizontal layout, people actually used things. So apart from that, there's been a lot of effort on polishing things, making sure things are easy to use. Very little things like the new screenshot tool, for example, of just being something that people really got excited about, which we thought was a fairly minor feature at the time, but everyone seems to get really enthused about. And then the other focus that we're actually having, which is part of why we're here at LAS, is around apps on the desktop. We think it's important that people are able to run the apps that they want to run and that they need to run to do their work. Because it's all very good in saying, hey, we've got these free software desktops, you can go and use them. It's like, yeah, but I need to talk to my friends or do stuff like talk to my colleagues, and I can't do that because there's no support there. So there's been a lot of effort we're putting into actually like trying to grow the ecosystem more and make sure we have something that's available for everyone.
All right, thanks, Neil and Aleix. I hear that our other speaker is good to go. Excellent. So I'm going to chase you guys away. And I'm happy to introduce Dr. Ruth Ikegah. Any moment now.
Hi everyone. Am I audible? It's really nice to see everyone, and even though I can't make it there in person, it's really nice to present at last this year. I think I presented last year, and it's really nice I'm presenting again this year. So nice to meet everyone virtually from Nigeria. And today I'm going to be talking about, quality, how you can prioritize quality over quantity when contributing to open source. And my name is Ruth. I'm an open source advocate. I'm also a technical writer, and I am also one of the GitHub stars from Nigeria here. So I'm going to be taking you through this topic because I feel it's very important, because especially for like new contributors, because when new contributors come into open source, it's very easy to want to think about green squares. It's very easy to want to make so many pull requests and, want to give so many contributions, and they do not prioritize quality. So I feel like this topic is very important, and I'm going to be talking about this in a couple of minutes. Let's move my slides. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to move my slides. Okay, cool. Sorry. So I usually like to start with what an open source project is, because in the sense that it's an open source conference, there might be some folks who do not understand what an open source project is or what open source is. There are some folks that have come into the conference to understand or learn what open source is. So let's go into what an open source project is before we dive into like best practices for, making quality contributions. So an open source project, it's, a project that the design pattern or the code pattern is, freely available. The source code is open, right? The source code is open, and you have the liberty, you have the freedom to, make contributions to this code. You have you can share this code, you can, make alterations, and you can also make enhancements. So that code, that open source project has that the design pattern or the code base pattern, or its project open and available to the public to, make edits and, make bug fixes, enhance it, share the code as well. So if you do not understand what an open source project is, I hope I've been able to give you a little bit of, intro on what an open source project is. So usually, for new contributors, you get, when they come into open source, there are a whole lot of misconceptions about open source for new contributors, and we're going to take, I'm going to take you through a few of them. So most times, if you make a tweet out there, I think when I started contributing to open source, right, I made a tweet out there and asked some folks if, beginners, right? I think it was a poll at that time, that was in 2020. So I kind of like asked beginners if they feel they can contribute to open source, and a whole lot, that poll ended up with a whole lot of persons, saying that they feel that, as beginners, as people that coding are newbies, they cannot contribute to open source. So that was a chunk of the poll, right? And if it's still to today, sometimes because I run like office hours, most times I have calendar link that I run office hours, and most times when I meet new beginners, like beginners that are into code, not just open source, that just their code, they feel they can contribute to open source. So that's one thing I have over the years I've also been trying to work on and tell beginners that they can contribute to open source. Now, this is another part of it, right? Many folks think that especially beginners, think that you need to know how to code. It's all about code, right? Open source, you just come in. If you don't know how to code, you're not welcome. Yeah, but that's a myth. That's not true. Like, that's a misconception, right? It's not just code contributions that are in open source. They are different. For me personally, I came in through documentation, right? I think I can count how many code pull requests I've given in the organizations I am in, right? So I came in through contributing via documentation, and I started getting into organizing events as well, and other contributions. So the misconception that you need to know how to code to become a contributor is not true, and that non-code contributions are welcome in open source. So another thing which centers on this conversation about prioritizing like quality contributions is some persons feel, okay, I've come in, I've broken, I'm into open source, yeah, and what I just need to do is keep sending in those pull requests, just keep pushing it through. Anything that even does not seem like a bug, right, I fix it, right? But the important part of things is focusing on quality and not just how many pull requests, because sometimes some folks get bothered about like green squares a lot, right? The GitHub contribution graph. So some folks get bothered about that, but the main thing is focusing on the quality you're giving to that organization and not just how many pull requests that you can throw in. Another thing is, for beginners, they feel like they can accept like anything, and I think that's one thing that also leads to burnout, which is another important conversation, not for today. But some beginners feel that you just contribute to everything that comes along your way, but then it's good to align projects that you contribute to with your passion, your values, and your interests. This is something I've also talked about. You do not need a lot of green squares to become an open source contributor. So even though you're not contributing via GitHub, your contributions are also valid. So let's rush through why you have to contribute to open source, right? There are so many reasons, right? And these are some of the reasons I have outlined here about how it improves your technical skill. Because personally, I started contributing to open source when I was a beginner, and over time, that was in 2020 when I was learning how to code. And over time, I've gotten better experiences because I've had senior developers that review my code. You get to turn your idea into reality, right? Something that's just a small idea, you get to see it as a big project, just the way Linux started, and and other interesting open source projects. You get to teamwork, you get to collaborate. I think for me that's important, but that's why I contribute to open source, because of collaboration and the teamwork that it comes with. There's also the part of transparency, because everything is open and people can spot mistakes. You can also help others learn. You can also teach others, even at your beginner phase, even when you do not have things figured out. You can also help others learn as well. So now, how do you make these quality contributions? How do you start? How do you prioritize quality over so many pull requests? How do you make this quality contribution? What are these best practices to make these quality contributions? First, you have to we talked about one of the mates earlier, that you just contributing to anything you see. But first, you have to select projects that align with your interest or your passion or your values, right? You have to select projects that you can relate to, right? For some people, I've met some folks when they want to, like, because I run office hours, I talk to a lot of beginners as well. When they want to start contributing to a project, they do not necessarily read through this project and understand what this project is about, and attach their interest to the project. They just start contributing, and along the way they get tired, and that's it. They move to the next project. So the important thing when you want to pick an open source project, you have to select a project that is in alignment with your interests, your values, your passion, what you love doing. Say, for example, you're a Python developer. You know that you love coding in Python. So something the Python community will be, very, very, very interesting to you. Or something, if you're a documentation person, there's Write the Docs. There are so many other projects that's relating documentation. And that thing is joining the community. For some persons, and disclaimer here, you must not join the community to contribute, right? You can be a solo contributor, and that's fine. But one way, when you join the community, you get to understand what they do and how they do it, how things work there. So joining the community is one way to get interest, drag in your interest and understand the community better. Another thing is choosing an area to focus on. Now, for example, let me use myself. Yeah. So when I started contributing to open source, I saw the gap about beginners finding it difficult to break it. So I said, okay, this is what I want to do, right? This is how I want to begin to advocate for people that are trying to get their way in. And over the past 2 years, I have been doing that through speaking, through workshops, through office hours. So I chose that area for beginners to advocate for. So that's my niche, right? For you, it can be that you have had frustrations with open source documentation and you want to focus on improving open source docs. So any community you find yourself, you're always on the documentation side, or it could be about code, right? It could be about, okay, you've seen really very crappy code in some projects and you want to focus on making open source projects that you are part of, writing clean code and adding comments and all that stuff. So focusing on a niche will help you pitch in quality, will help you give more to the project, right? And also being vocal on asking questions. When you are vocal in the community and when you ask questions, where how to help the community, what the community needs, what spots they are lacking, you know a lot of things. So being vocal and asking questions is another way to prioritize quality and getting quality contributions as well. Now, helping others contribute, helping others learn, because then so many persons come into an open source project every single day. You have a newcomer coming and they want to contribute. You have somebody that is lost in the project. You have somebody that do not know their way around. So when you're those people, for sometimes some newcomers that come in, they get frustrated and some leave because they can't contribute. So you say, for example, you're a senior contributor, or you're not even a senior contributor, but you've made your own contribution before you sent in a pull request. Helping those folks that come in, these newcomers that come in, it's a quality contribution, because then you get to retain them. You get to retain these newcomers. So another way to like prioritize quality, to getting quality contributions to an open source project, is helping others learn. And it could be through mentoring. It could be through helping them find what they can contribute to, because I think that's a major issue for newcomers that want to contribute to a project. Finding something to attach to, it can help them find their focus or their niche. And also accepting feedback, right? And another thing is, not being violent, or accepting feedback gracefully and trying to implement them. Because if for example you sent in a pull request and there are some issues with the code, right? If you're not able to accept that feedback and implement them, and even ask questions while if it's not working the way you wanted it to work, if you're not able to do that, you don't send in a quality contribution, right? So asking for feedback, accepting feedback rather, and implementing them also helps you send in a quality contribution. So now, what's the balance here? Quality versus quantity. Okay, yeah, I'm sending in quality contributions. I'm doing a whole lot of this. What's the balance? Now, when you start prioritizing quality over quantity, you see that it boosts your number of contributions, right? So it's not that quantity is not important, but as you start prioritizing quality, you get to boost the number of contributions. You get to contribute seamlessly, and then you see that your contributions are coming up and all that stuff. So that's like, it's not that while I talk about quality, it's not that quantity is out of the place, but when you prioritize quality, you get to see your contributions increase. So that's all I have for you today, and my time is almost up. But in case you have any questions, you can reach out to me at Ikegah Ruth. My LinkedIn also Ruth Ikegah, and this is my email as well. It was really nice talking to everyone, and I hope I get to see you all next year. Since I couldn't make it in person this year, I hope I get to see you all next year. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you. Yeah, regrettably, we have no time to do questions and answers. That'll be for next time when we actually see you.
Sure.
Next up is Rob and George. And George is remote, and Rob is right here. So this is our true hybrid talk.
So
yeah, we need. There's George.
Hello. George, can you hear me, or can we hear you?
Can you hear me? I don't know.
Yes, we can hear you. And
I'm a big head, aren't I?
You are extremely large head. Yeah. I was kind of joking that George is a cloud guy, so he's actually joining us from the cloud right now. I guess like the middle of the night for you, so yeah, thank you for joining. I think you have the controls for the slides, so I think you might be able to get that up, and then may reduce the size of your head.
Okay, I'm just trying to find the slides here. I see the previous presenter slides. How do I switch to? Please upload the presentation. Uh-oh.
Hidden button in BBB. Is it? I think there's probably a change presentation, and they should all be uploaded. Oh, okay, right. I think you have to upload the PDF. Sorry.
You're talking to me? I have to upload them?
Yeah, so I think they're not uploaded.
Oh, I thought they were going to. Okay, hold on one sec. trying really hard not to make a GTK file chooser joke. Here it is. Found it.
It's a thing of beauty.
Promised everyone I would be on my best behavior.
I'm sorry, you broke up a bit there. I'm sure it was very complimentary. Excellent.
All right, how's that?
Head size has been reduced. Presentation is here. Cool. Well, it seems like we can talk in mostly real time, so maybe we can be a little bit more. Yeah. So yeah, let's go. That was.
Oh, I have to drive.
You do.
Got you.
Next slide, please, George. Hey everyone, I'm Rob McQueen. So I'm the current president at the GNOME Foundation. I'm the CEO at the NSOS Foundation, and I'm one of the people who kind of kicked off this thing that we call Flathub.
And I'm George Castro. I'm a community manager at an open source project called Cloud Custodian, and happy to see all of your faces here, even though I can't see them. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I mean, by day, George is a cloud guy, but at night, he's actually a Linux gamer and Linux desktop enthusiast, and so he's really rooting for this. I managed to kind of collar him into coming to help build out some of our community and governance stuff in Flathub, so it's good to have you with us. The next slide.
All right.
So I think everyone here knows what Flathub is, in a show of hands, but yeah, no. Some people do. Matthias does. So Flathub is this idea that we want to get applications in front of users. So it's a service for developers to reach users more quickly, and it's a service for users to get the latest and greatest applications from the developers, and to do that across any Linux-based OS, and to do that for end-user applications in a way that is currently very much intermediated and managed by distributions. Next slide. We just wanted to kick off with like a little bit of a yay. It's actually pretty cool at the moment. So 2022 has been well, an amazing year for Flathub, and we've seen a lot of graphs going up and to the right and things which are very satisfying and very exciting to see. So the first one, which is cool, obviously, is how many apps are there? We're currently at around 1,600, and this graph has been, reliably kind of linear. I think it might be picking up a little bit, which is always good to see. There's kind of the early adopter curve, and then it goes up, like this. So maybe we're kind of shifting gear a little bit. So that's quite exciting to see. The next one that I find cool because I helped set it up is we're shipping a lot of traffic. 1.2 petabytes of downloads each month. We estimated a little bit. This is somewhere in the region of 4.5 million apps downloaded. 10.5 million updates, which are downloaded each month. And it looks like we have in the region of 800,000 monthly active users. So there are lots of people going to Flathub, getting applications from the developers, and this is exactly what we set out to do. So this is extremely exciting for us. So on developers, George.
Thanks, Rob. And it's not just downloads and the metrics that have been successful this year. We've also seen a lot of engagement from some pretty awesome application developers and from users who are out there reporting bugs and contributing to the applications that we're using today. So I'd like to go over a few of them here. Rob, I think this is your section, actually.
Okay, I'll crack on. All right. So we've just a few metrics. I mean, we don't have amazing metrics in place for community kind of growth and in Flathub, but one of them, which is cool because of the way that Flathub works, is that essentially almost every app developer or contributor that's taking part in shipping their application becomes a collaborator on our GitHub org. And so we're now at 1,200 people who are working on applications across Flathub. So that's cool to see. The next one is just a little look at our discourse, where we've got about 500 users a month coming in and 440,000 page views. So that's going up and to the right as well. That's cool. and there's 2,200 bits of software actually being kind of maintained in Flathub. You know, apps is 1,600. We've also got extensions, plugins, runtimes, things like the website, the backends, the infrastructure pieces, and build tools and things. And so there's a lot of stuff going on here, and there's a huge community of different skills actually going into bringing Flathub to you. Next up. Yeah, George and I were talking about planning the talk, and I think we kind of came up with this desktop DevOps, and yeah, ask a cloud guy. But we we kind of had this realization that a lot of what we're doing in Flathub, of things like using GitHub Actions, CI and CD flows, doing built-in containers, using these kind of continuous delivery techniques, bots that come in and update your dependencies, these kind of things. This is all completely normal in the cloud space. This is how most stuff gets from GitHub into Docker Hub and then onto millions of servers across the world. We're now seeing basically these same tools, these same flows and approaches working and scaling and delivering extremely well in the desktop and end user space. Next slide.
There you go. I'd like to take over here, Rob, if you don't mind. So hello everyone. I've used to do a lot of GNOME, and I worked at Ubuntu for like a really long time. And then I went off and did cloud for like over 5 years. So I'm kind of coming back to the Linux desktop, even though I kind of have always been using a Linux desktop. And I started to kind of understand the mentality of like operators that maintain large systems and things like that. And it's kind of changed my perspective on how I use my computer and my Linux desktop and things like that. And when I came back to, being more involved in the desktop, like following the news, reading OMG Ubuntu again, all that kind of stuff, is I noticed the difference between the relationships between users and developers in the cloud and on desktop. And I thought I'd talk about that a little bit. I feel like there's a myth that app developers do stuff. Y'all do things and you push things to Git, and then it's handed off to a packager who then packages it, right? And then the users go to the packagers first. Then the packagers filter out the noise. They do the triage, hopefully, helping out with bugs and things like that. And ideally, that feedback gets back to the developer, who then integrates it, and then the loop continues. The last time I was involved with this, that took 6 months. It took at least 6 months for someone to fix something in version control, for it to eventually go through whatever distribution process it was, and eventually finally get to my desktop. So I think that's good, and at the risk of sounding controversial, because why else would I stay up until 2 a.m. unless I have something to say? One thing I've learned is that users don't want this. That what they want is a direct access to that developer, and the developer wants a direct pipeline to the user without a gatekeeper, right? So sometimes we feel that having a distribution there, like as a safety valve to make sure that like your really important packages are maintained and well up to date, is obviously a good thing. But we also know that there's friction there in getting the cool bling that users want to their desktops. So I start to think about it, instead of there being this like kind of role where you have the developers on one end and then the app developers on the other side. And then usually the cynical way to read this is like when you're Reddit or something, it's like, hey, it's a good thing that we have all these distribution maintainers checking all of these 40,000 source packages in Debian to make sure nothing bad is happening, right? And I no longer believe that, even though I used to. And I think instead of having packagers and app developers as these kind of arbitrary lines, we're all kind of pipeline engineers, right? There's a source, and that's usually in version control of upstream. And then downstream, there's the user. And the hard line of who's supposed to be responsible for what can be kind of blurred. But what I do know is that usually we need to move the model to more of a least trust system for the applications, so that we can speed up their delivery to the end user without giving them the traditional package access rights like root and stuff to like get your browser working. So I've been thinking about this a lot because I worked at a distribution. I know a lot of distribution people, but then I also see how modern Linuxes are kind of succeeding in the space where like the traditional Linux application model is not succeeding in this space. I don't think it matters. I think the users have spoken, and mobile Linux and clouds models have already proven that this can work. So we're all pipeline builders now, as far as I'm concerned. And we're moving from dev versus ops, developers versus op. It was these like two opposing forces to DevOps, right? And app authors versus packager is like a new model where all our responsibility to get the latest bits from source to the destination quickly, reliably, and safely.
Yeah, I think this.
So in a way, this is you. This is your brilliant.
I think the other thing that kind of makes this possible now is with investment in sandboxing technologies, Flatpak, Snaps, the kind of collaboration on desktop portals. We have something that's been missing for a long time in the desktop space. We've had standards like Free Desktop, this is how you launch an app or whatever, debus, so you can poke your demons. But now we've actually got the ways that an application can talk to the user, get access to the desktop, and do that safely with permission at the time of access. So we actually have a safe way to confine applications and sandbox them. This least trust model that George was talking about. And then we've got the ability to actually let those applications access the desktop when they need to. So this is kind of, I think, the long overdue desktop API. You can access this from Qt, from GTK, from any widget set you want. If you talk to dbus, it works properly on GNOME, it works properly on KDE. Any other desktop can hook it up as well. So if it's files, printing, sound, whatever, then all of those things are actually being described in an API. This is kind of revolutionary. It used to be like, oh, I'm going to go through all this framework stuff, and this is abstracted, and how do I actually play a sound on this system? Well, on GNOME, you had like multiple answers to that question. Now we can actually start to point people to one place. Like, this is all of the APIs you need to interact with the desktop. This is how you write your application, and this is how you get it to the user. So it's all about kind of removing barriers and removing friction that have, from my perspective, as someone working in the Linux desktop space for like 20 years, this has slowed us down. This has stopped us from being able to offer a compelling experience to users. It stopped us being able to offer a compelling experience to developers. So all of these pieces are kind of slotting into place that, the model shifts, the interfaces and the way that we kind of connect the pieces together shift. And we're reducing friction. We're actually making it possible for developers to get out and succeed, and for users to get what they want. And yeah, it's working, right? The graph up and to the right may be going a little bit faster now, but we have always had a policy, from day one at Flathub. We're not trying to create a distro. There are a lot of things that are packaged on Flathub where community members have come in and they've started to kind of polish the rough edges about how do I get this bit of software into a Flatpak format and get it out to users. And obviously there's a bootstrapping question here of how do we start basically a website with apps if there are no apps. So we went out and a whole bunch of community members came in and they are essentially packaging stuff. That has never been the goal for Flathub. We want to kind of broker supply and demand. The goal for Flathub has always been to allow the developers to control the publishing of their applications and get it in the form that they want to users when they want it. And so there's a policy that you can basically, if you're the developer, you can prove that you're the developer, you can take over your app on Flathub. So essentially, like an open source application that's been packaged by the community, we now actually see those kind of community packages becoming part of upstream. They become the Flathub or Flatpak expert within that upstream development team. And this has happened in a few cases, and it's just really amazing to see. So we helped the Firefox, actually I went there to the Firefox office in London with a couple of other Flathub folks, and we helped them to set the Flatpak up. But this year we've seen some really cool open source applications, which target multiple platforms. They have a macOS version, they have a Windows version, and now they have a Flathub version, which allows them with one build to reach all of desktop Linux. So I'm not sure quite how to say this, but I would say KeyPass XC. But this is a cool application. It's a completely free and open source password manager, integrates with your browsers, encrypts your breakfast. It's great. It's now available on the day they release it, on all of those other platforms, it's also available on Linux through Flathub. They've taken it over, they've hooked it up to their CI system, they've got the GitHub Actions, it's a well-polished flow. This is Flathub doing exactly what we set out to do. The next one is also a great success story. So George Stavrakis, who's in my team in Endless, has, in nights and weekends also been working with the OBS upstream. So he does these great live streams. He's hacking on the GNOME desktop, and he's kind of helping people learn our tools and technologies. He does all of that using OBS, and he's worked with the OBS team to make OBS work really, really well as a Flatpak. So that's integrating with screen sharing portals and helping their Wayland port, and hooking directly up into Flathub. So same, they target multiple platforms on the release day. It's available on Flathub with the latest version. So that's been really exciting to see.
This next one's really exciting. So the Microsoft Edge team wanted to enable their browser to work on this. This is called the Steamdeck, ships with Flatpak. It's pretty awesome. Like, if you don't have one there, someone should have one. It's fantastic. Does someone have it in there? I hope they're excited and showing it off to everyone, because it's comes with all the
Doesn't look like it. I know Aleix has one, but maybe didn't bring it. He does have it. It's in the bag.
All right.
Wave it around the jump.
Yeah. I just got mine, and I've been bringing it on my trip. And yeah, great job, all of you who have code on this. I'll talk about that a little bit later. So Microsoft Edge wanted to enable this. They make a browser. It's Chromium based, and they put out some instructions on the internet, and it had some incorrect things that were kind of a bummer, like turning off the read-only file system on the device, which is probably not a good idea. So thankfully, the helpful Linux community went and helped them out. No, just kidding. I had to rush to contact them before they got flamed too hard on Reddit. But they responded right away. And we looked at their instructions and said, hey, we can make this way easier. We'd love to work with you on this. And within 2 days, we were in touch with one of their lead engineers, reviewing some of the patches that we had kind of had laying around and haven't had much success integrating upstream. And it turns out Microsoft is the #2 contributor to Chromium upstream. So watch the Blink Dev. That's the name for the list, the Blink Dev. It's no longer whatever it used to be called, for their work. And we're really looking forward to working with them, and how that will hopefully sort out the browser situation there on Flathub. So very exciting. I was really happy to learn that the guy that contacted us uses Arch as his main Linux desktop. He made sure that we knew and wanted to make sure that you all knew. So yeah, it is pretty cool. It would be, since I have the mic, it would be nice if we were a little kinder to some of the, everyone out there as a whole. I'm mostly talking to people probably not in that room. We have allies at these companies that have Linux ports of these programs, and we can really help them be more successful by reaching out and being more positive about it, regardless of what affiliation or what their employer is. I think it's great. The next one I picked for a specific reason. This is called Bottles. I don't know if anyone's heard of this. I found this was really interesting because I've been talking to the author a lot. What this bottle is this is a wine prefix manager. It basically gives you a nice little GUI, and then you point a Windows exe at it, and you click next, and then you get a Windows app. It's not like the old days of using wine. So this has been really useful for people to get games running that aren't kind of in the Steam ecosystem with Proton. And the project it's amazing. It moves really fast. So I started to ask the author a bunch of questions, and then I started to ask about his development environment. It's really interesting. Because in my brain, they're kind of this new breed of developer that kind of is starting off in a more cloud native mindset than you would have think. So the entire application is written on Fedora Silverblue. They're heavy consumers of toolboxes where they use Fedora containers to build all their stuff using the JetBrains suite, Visual Studio, and all the SDKs installed as Flatpaks, as well as using PyCharm. And then he gives me pages and pages of all the automation they have set up to do all the builds and containers and VMs connecting to GitHub and all that sort of thing. So what that has done for them is it really enables them to rev fast. And it is amazing to me, after taking such a break from Linux, to come back and know that people are publishing, and it's just almost directly coming to me at the speed at which they intend for me to consume that application. And I think it's amazing. And one of the last things I asked them, I was like, well, could you go back to the old way of doing things? And the answer was absolutely not, right? I think as app developers start to leverage these cloud technologies, because you can get them on Mac, you can get them on Windows, but there's a VM layer there, right? It's it's not as fast as it is on Linux, right? I consider it a competitive advantage of the Linux desktop to be able to consume all of these OCI images and be able to whip up toolboxes, distro boxes, and all that kind of stuff. So I consider Bottles like a really great example of someone who's just taken it and is able to really accelerate their app development. And that makes me really excited as a consumer of desktop Linux app. However, we did want to talk economics for a little bit. Rob, did you want me to do this? We should have rehearsed. Do you want me to do this section, or?
Yeah, I can start, and I'll hand over to you at a good point.
Yeah.
Do that?
Okay.
Yeah, let's jump in. So the Flathub is not just an app store. I mean, I think I've made it kind of pretty clear earlier in the talk that our goal is really about actually helping to bring around a paradigm shift, disintermediating between users and developers, setting up that pipeline that George was talking about. It may look a lot like we're building an app store this year. Spoiler alert, we are. But it's because we need that to exist, because we need this to work for all of the different players. So next slide. Something that I've been thinking about is, what has stopped the Linux desktop from reaching the users and reaching the market share and the potential that I think everyone in the room sees. We have amazing technology, we have amazing community, we have amazing values behind what it is that we're building. So why aren't there more people using it? There's a lot of kind of incumbency and channel difficulties, but also just in terms of being able to match that supply and demand of applications and making sure that to Neil's point this morning, people can get their work done. They can talk to the right people. They can edit the right files. They can actually do what it is that they need to do with Kamppeter. And that comes down to applications. Can people be productive within our environment? And those applications, if they've taken 6 months to make it through, if someone's bothered to stick through that process, then there are some open source applications that you find in distros. But you know what? There are a lot more in Flathub that I have never heard of before. And we have actually opened up the field to people who are just, bringing out something for the first time. So why hasn't that been happening? What's been the problem? Barriers. Yeah, next slide. I mean, I think I've mentioned users, right? I mean, you can't get a number. Neil and I have tried. No one will tell us. But that's commercially confident. But I mean, there must easily be tens of millions of Linux desktop users. So okay, there must be hundreds of millions of Windows and Mac users. But this is not like nothing, right? There are a lot of people here that we can reach if we get a compelling offering out to people. So it's not a user's problem, right? Next one. Compatibility, is it Deb or RPM? Should I be using PolicyKit, or is there a new API for that? Or, how do I actually, which init system are you using? And, blah, 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 blah. I think that, the Portals API, for example, this is something that, we've actually got the technology now. We've got container technology, we've got build technology, stuff that works on the cloud and actually allows us to deliver applications and get them working and give them all of the APIs they need to be successful. And that's kind of the next point as well, actually, compatibility APIs. Like what's outside the box, what's inside the box. You can actually get what you need done. We can use the principle of least privilege, so we can sandbox and we can confine the applications, give them the right permissions and the right consent from the user to access what they're supposed to access, and then we can let it flow. So what's missing from the picture? Okay, over to George.
I think, Rob,
Okay.
Does the audience know anything out? Is anyone gonna?
Say again? You cut for a second.
No, does anyone in the audience have an idea? What are two?
Yeah, we got one.
Ideas? What do they think?
Money.
Okay, what do they say?
Yep. Give a hat to Sam Thursfield. Money is the answer.
It's all about money. So it's been decades of client Linux, and the conversation when I used to do it was like so awkward, you know? We'd like, oh no, what if Symbian makes money? What are we gonna do? Like, I think it's time we have a serious conversation. So we're gonna speak in some plain language here. We wanna build a system that ensures sustainable growth, allowing people to earn a living, maybe make some side cash, or have an opportunity to get their code into people. There's App Store drama, right? So what do we know? We know that you don't have to, there's different extremes, right? On one end, you have a duopoly, where obviously a large portion of developers feel that the equity is not going in a direction that, you know, benefits them, right? It's a little bit too gatekeepy, too walled garden-y, as they say, right? But on the other hand, you kind of have the anarchy of everybody setting up a repo or whatever, and then like stuff is everywhere. But I don't think it has to be so binary. You know, we're not here to build an app store that looks like proprietary app stores where there's a gatekeeper 30%, taking 30% or whatever it is, right? What we want to build is an equitable place that allows free software developers and commercial software developers to participate in a free market. And we think it's about time that that gets enabled, but enabled to have people who consume Flathub be able to filter that store however they want in order to give their users the experience that they want, right? So in a way, Flathub is like a platform. It's not trying to be an app store. The app store is kind of the implementation detail, which just so happens to be the really important thing that we're building right now. But supporting application developers with a framework of common APIs. You should be able to have a great idea on Friday, come to a conference like this, hack on it over the weekend, and be able to take donations or whatever you feel is a fair amount, right? It's been too long where other proprietary application platforms are leveraging all those app developers, and we can't really attract them unless there's financial reason for them to do so. But that doesn't mean we have to give up all the free software values that we hold dear, but we can find a common ground where we can make something that people will want to use. That's literally what I just said. Sorry. Wow. I got so preachy about it. You know what I'm saying? So I do want to tell a quick story about my GNOME desktop and KDE handheld. So I've always historically used GNOME since like 1.2 something. I'm old, dude. But recently when I got and I could never use KDE because usually if I wanted to install a KDE app, I would have to install a bunch of stuff. And then like I would end up with this like Franken-Debian, y'all know what that is, of a bunch of stuff. However, now that I've moved everything over to Flatpaks and I have nice clean separation between my core operating system and my applications, I discovered this entire new world of applications that I would never use. Like I knew Krita was good. Everybody knows Krita is good. But like KSnip is my jam. And it's just a little screenshot tool that I would have never used before because I would have been afraid to bring in, half an OS with a traditional package managed system. And what I love about this kind of new model is my Steamdeck has KDE mode. You hit a button and you switch to desktop mode, and it has KDE, and you click discover and it shows you your Flatpak apps, right? On my desktop, my work desktop, I prefer to use GNOME. And what am I using? I'm using the same exact Flatpaks, which is really amazing to me because we can all kind of get what we want. We want GNOME to be GNOME. We want KDE to be KDE, right? Whatever thing you work on, whatever desktop it is, you want to keep that identity. That's like why you make the thing, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't leverage common infrastructure and things like that. And I wanted to mention this specifically because in cloud, there is one container format. That's the OC. Well, there's the de facto one is basically the OCI container. That means you can take that same container. You can use Docker. You can use Podman. You could use Kubernetes. You can use Nomad. AWS has 19 ways to run an OCI container. That's real. I did not make up that number. 19. So in many ways, that has unlocked a lot of ecosystem things in cloud, right? There's multiple vendors, multiple implementations of the thing, but the thing that they share is that common package format. That's why it's called a container. I think we all know that. So to see that kind of technology and that kind of mindset coming to both my portable and my desktop, and allowing people to kind of keep the things that they like about Linux, but not having to compete over who delivered the freshest version of LibreOffice this week. I think there's more important things that we can do. So that's kind of why I got involved, and I'm so excited about this.
Awesome. Okay, let's bring this home. Let's start the 5 minutes warning. So what are we actually doing at the moment? There's actually a BOF later talking about this in more detail, but at the moment, the kind of Flathub working with the GNOME Foundation and CodeThink and some other folks to actually put together the App Store bit. How do we actually give people a financial stake in what they're building, remove the barrier of basically being able to afford to spend your time writing software and contributing into our ecosystem. So we've got user developer accounts, so you can sign in, you can test it out on beta.flathub.org. There's a verification system, so check your GitHub account or put a file on a DNS well-known path to prove that you are the developer. Then you get the blue check, maybe that's trademarked, you get a green check, whatever. You can actually set some parameters. So you can say, I want a payment to be necessary, or I would like to encourage a donation at this level. I'm a GNOME application, I want to share 10% with the GNOME Foundation. And so there's a couple of sliders. You can basically choose your adventure. If you don't need the money, but you would like to get donations in to KDE, you can slice up that way. If you want to go 50-50, you can do that. If you want to sell a plugin or part of the application, you can check the box and make a payment required. So we are making this extremely flexible so that we're the pipeline, right? We're just giving the controls to the developers and we're seeing how it shakes out. Next slide. There's a little bit behind the scenes stuff to make this work. So I think people have asked how is Flathub governed? Of like, well, we had an IRC channel, now we moved it to Matrix. Who's on the channel? Well, some folks like Bart, me, Alex, who set it up, but he's doing something else now. But we want to make that much, much clearer. So when there's money changing hands, when transactions come in and out of bank accounts and things, we want it to be extremely transparent, extremely accountable to the community of developers and users that we exist to serve. So we're working on that governance process. We're working on, how do we set up, regular public meetings? How do we make it clear who are the people and how are they selected? We've been working as a kind of joint group together with KDEV, GNOME Foundation, and some of the Flathub people to make sure that all of the kind of desktop platforms are represented. All, there are many, but to make sure that we have something that sits well with the major players in the space. We're looking at maybe setting up a Flathub LLC so that we can actually contain the liability and the money and things, and that will be a not-for-profit. Any proceeds from store fees and things would go back into building and running the Flathub service. There is a lot to do, so we need your help. I think George has a list of stuff, but yeah.
Hang in there. We all hate all this stuff. Please hang in there or help out.
Flatseal is amazing. It shouldn't need to exist. Actually, in terms of file system host or home versus properly confined applications, it's kind of 50-50, which is better than I thought. Websites, web apps running native host thingies. Some of the Canonicals work on a portal for that, so that's cool. I've recently packaged a Python application, and I mean, it's a little less bad than it was, but it's still much harder than it should be. We're trying to just clean that up. File choosers, do the portals get used in all the right places? If we can get patches into Electron, then that'll take about half of the apps on Flathub. We'll then be able to use that properly. Actually, printing started working in Firefox. I have no idea why, but it started working again, so I'll take it. And yeah, screen sharing, work in progress. Folks like George and the GNOME Shell team and Wayland portals and things, that's getting there. But yeah, there's lots to do around the governance, transparency, community design, web development, back-end development, you name it. Yeah. A little shout out.
Yeah, I just want to take a second to thank all the Linux content creators out there who are doing a great job, especially Nick at the Linux Experiment, who kind of did like a really long, detailed video about how Flatpaks work. Really awesome. 9 to 5 Linux was one of the first sites to start running like Flathub app of the week style stuff. And a big shout out to Liam at Gaming on Linux. I don't have my notes, so that guy on that bottom left, sorry. And then Gardner Bryant has been doing a lot of work. Actually, I should find that guy's name. That should be important. His name is Jay at Learn Linux TV, has been doing some in-depth details on Flat Hat stuff. And always a shout out to Joey out there at OMG Ubuntu. I love you.
All right, and there we are. There's a whole bunch of different events. Oh, wait. You have minus 30 seconds.
I have like, okay, look, transitions don't have to take a long time. We know that this app stuff is only halfway there. The other half is going ahead and locking down that read-only file system or immutable image base, whatever you want to call it. So big shout out to Fedora Silverblue, openSUSE Micro OS, Nix OS, and Endless OS. Y'all are trailblazing the new way that we, in my opinion, should be modeling the Linux desktop. So thank you, and thank you to the Toolbox and DistroBox authors for bringing all that cloud goodness to the Linux desktop. It's worth it. It'll be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob and George. We have a couple of minutes for questions, if there's questions from the audience, or maybe someone's relaying.
Do you want to stick next slide up, George? It's our link.
Oh, yeah.
And shout outs for other sessions. So we got Flathub, Flatpak, Portals, Boffs today and tomorrow. And yeah, get involved.
As a small question, so with the move from GNOME moving to GitLab, KDE's moved to GitLab, everyone seemed to move to GitLab, and then we spin up Flatpak or Flathub onto GitHub. What exactly was the rationale for using GitHub instead of something like GitLab, which we were using for all the other things?
I think the first choice was just to be somewhere that wasn't on. It was before Free Desktop had their own GitLab, so it was just to not be on KDE's GitLab or GNOME's GitLab. One of the changes that's happening, as a result of the payment stuff is that once you're a verified kind of app author, you'll be able to get a token that allows you to upload directly. So that means you don't have to go through the GitHub and the Flathub build system. You can go through like a CI pipeline that's running on KDE's GitLab or a CI pipeline running on GNOME's GitLab. They can have the token, it can go straight in. That's how the runtimes currently work, but we're going to open that up to all app developers as well.
Other questions from the room?
Hi, so you mentioned briefly why it's important that people are able to take payments and be able to monetize essentially their apps. And I think we've seen for many years how it's basically white Western males who are able to do things because they have the time and the ability to contribute in this way. Could you talk a little bit more about why it's important that people are able to earn money rather than just doing it purely voluntary basis?
Is this a question about privilege, Neil? Yeah, I mean, the GNOME Foundation is a non-profit. It's a public charity in the US, and actually my day job is at the NSOS Foundation, which is also a non-profit working on closing the digital divide and working on digital inclusion. And there's kind of an overlap between these two things because there's a lot of privilege that's built into being able to speak English, have a computer, have enough time to spend on the computer and have an internet connection and not have to work to support your family or look after your kids. Or be able to travel to a conference like this. And there's a whole list of things, and then you can build in gender and race and sexuality and all of these different things which are potential barriers to your ability to join our movement, to join our ecosystem. And one of those things is, can you even afford to spend the time? Can you pay your broadband bill if there's no way for you to make money? Stop wasting your time doing this stupid thing. Go to the Windows certification and get a proper job. That's a conversation that happens, right? And if people can't get paid for joining our ecosystem, joining our movement, then those people can't join, and that's it. And so we have this barrier of privilege and ability for people to actually join in with what we feel is a very important thing in terms of technology and values. We want that to be open to everyone. So having an ability for people to get compensated fairly in joining in is just about having an efficient marketplace that works for people. So if they agree on values, then we make it possible economically as well. So this is really important to me, kind of personally, as a way of kind of squaring the circle for the Linux desktop. Like it shouldn't be a thing that we do in our spare time, or that it should be something that anyone can do, and it's their real computer and it's their real job and source of income. So yeah.
Real quick.
I just want to add.
Okay, I was gonna ask, how does this work with like taxes? If this is someone's like major income, do you have to report this? How does that work?
Yes, we're using Stripe. Stripe is very good at this, so that's one of the reasons why we're looking at an LLC, because then all of the transactions will go in and out, and we can get the accounts done basically by Stripe. So if you're in the US, they'll generate your 1099s, they'll do the sales tax deductions for wherever the buyer and the seller is, and so as long as we set up all the tax codes correctly, then Stripe is really good at this.
All right, thank you, Rob. Thank you, George, remotely.
Thanks for listening. Thanks, everyone.
So for the people in the room, we've heard 2 excellent talks. We've had some impromptu stuff. We've had questions and answers. And now is time for coffee and cake. CodeThink is helping us out with coffee and cake. You can head back into the bar. And we will reconvene in 15 minutes for the next set. Britt, you want are you gonna? If you do the laptop, I will get you. Do you mind leaving?
Hi, can you get the podium laptop on the screen, please?
It has HDMI.
It has HDMI. Do you need audio or just video?
Britt, so I should have 40 minutes of talk. Something.
Welcome back from coffee, everybody. I see the brioches are large, so people will be trickling in. But I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Jean-Micha Celerier, who's going to explain that Linux is a viable platform for media art. Jean-Micha?
Or so we hope. Thanks. Cool. So thanks everyone, and hi. So I'm Jean-Micha. My first experience with Linux was a Red Hat 5.2 box set a few years ago, and it didn't work with my GPU at the time, but still, I've been in the club for quite some time. And right now, I'm developing a media art software, and so this is kind of the topic of this talk, and I will explain what is this all about. So what's media art? So I think that this place, where this location is actually a media art place. I know if there are people here who are part of the buildings organization, but I guess there are sometimes concerts, live shows, which involve like various kind of media that is not only sound, but also video, smoke, all kind of stuff. So I have a small gallery of various things to show you, so I hope it's easy to see. So media art is stuff that you can find, for instance, in museum installations, in concerts, in art installation, exhibits, that kind of thing. And traditionally, this has been a very, very Mac-ish place. Recently, we're starting to have more and more things that make Linux available for it, so I'll talk a bit about all of this, but here are a couple of pieces. For instance, this one uses fake smoke clouds made with foam, I think. I don't think I know the word. Which are lighted by Macs and Raspberries. There are stuff like, for instance, theater performances where people get their body signals sensed and used as part of the performance. Various things with video effects, all kinds of stuff. Stuff that use 3D engines and game engines like Unity 3D, Unreal, and more recently on Linux Godot. Stuff with dancers, singers, and everything together. So it's a lot of really sometimes weird contraptions. For instance, this one is a kind of table where you lay on the table for the performance, and then you get some vibrations sent to you, and it uses Pure Data, which is another free software which runs on Linux. Video art, media art. This one is interesting. It uses Raspberry Pis to make a, I never remember the English word for that thing where kids jump, but if someone knows the word. Hopscotch, yes, thanks, exactly. So it's an augmented hopscotch where you jump and light effects and sound effects happen, and this one is entirely running on a Raspberry Pi. Stuff where you have smoke generators, stuff where you control robots with joysticks. It's really random stuff. Modular synthesizers, watching plants grow. So there's really a lot of varied artworks that people do. And yeah, they are starting to do them more and more on Linux. So from this gallery, 50%-ish run on Linux, and the rest are all the other older stuff, which sadly is still on Windows or Mac, but we are trying to get there. So a big question is, how do people use Linux in these conditions? And first, what are the conditions of production of a media artwork? So very often, it's in the dark. So recently, operating systems have started to offer dark modes. Well, Windows 95 also offered dark mode, and so did Enlightenment. But it's super important for people here to have, for instance, computers where you don't have light elements. And now it's good, but like even 2-3 years ago, it was still complicated. And for instance, these people, they really want software that will maybe not fit the theme of the computer, but will always be dark. Because if you have something super light or in your dark room like this, it's absolutely horrible. These people, they project stuff on big screens and with many loudspeakers, on many sound installations, that kind of thing. This is, for instance, in Lyon, in France, there is La Fête des Lumières, a light festival in every year. And media artists will project stuff everywhere in the city. It's really beautiful, and I really recommend if you want to go there one day. So yeah. So where can you find media art? You can find media art when teaching, for instance, kids and children making some education work, well, that kind of thing. You can also teach artists to use this kind of media-ish software, and you can also find media and more like developers. So this is at FOSDEM. This is the Open Media Dev Room, which has been there since times immemorial. And this is a picture I snatched from the Kodi website in 2015. So it's always a nice place to go if you are interested. So every year it's there. There is also the Linux Audio Conference if you like to come and present stuff related to this. So even if it has audio in the name, there is not only audio, there is all kind of artworks that are being presented, all kind of media technologies. So, and yeah, it's kind of, most developers are attending this conference. It's really where most things happen. So to give you some examples of our video, okay, secure connection failed. Okay, if SSL wants to let me show videos, I will. Otherwise, these are the these are some video recordings of art performance that were given at Linux Studio Conference 2020, which, well, occurred over the internet. We all know why. But hopefully the next editions will go back to real life, because seeing an art installation in real life is super cool. But for instance, there was some nice stuff with a German artist, Peggy Silop, who put a big ice block which will drip over the course of the conference, and you could listen to the sound of the art block dripping. I know it sounds weird like this, but it's actually quite nice to see and to listen. There is a lot of artistic work to make it nice. And this is what the artists I work with, do mostly. How's media art, and specifically how's media art on Linux? So sometimes there are a couple of issues, of course, with all the audio media server. So for instance, for the software I develop, this is some of the issues I encounter. So sometimes it will not work with FLT on Fedora, and sometimes it will not work on CentOS Stream, and sometimes blah, 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 blah. Well, there's always something that breaks, right? But it's okay. It's okay. We can still make something that works on Ubuntu, where 85% of the users are. So I think it's important to take a look at what other platforms do, because so they were here before mostly, and well, a lot of tools that artists use comes from these platforms. So very interestingly, on macOS, for instance, most of the tools are and have always been macOS specific, but some of them are really, really super used. For instance, VDMX allows to do video. Okay, I can show video like this, I guess. So VDMX allows to is a macOS software to do basically light art and video art. It's a very complex software, so I don't know why my link didn't load. Oh no, it loaded here. Okay, so for instance, VDMX is a Mac software which looks like this with all sorts of toggles. It doesn't fit at all in the macOS GUI framework, but I mean, it's quite used, and there's a lot of chance if you've seen some video clips of music that there was some VDMX in it. Another one is Quartz Composer, without the typo. Quartz Composer is an old macOS software which allows to very easily create visual systems and by patching objects together. So this is a very common UI metaphor in this media art domain. You patch objects together, so it's in a sense similar of some part of the Unix philosophy of having one thing program do one thing and do it well, but here it's like sub-programs inside one main host program, and most media artists are used to this. And for instance, in my country, France, if you go to a music conservatory, pretty much everywhere you can start learning Max MSP, which is sadly a proprietary software, which is very similar to this. So it's quite common. And on Windows, there are also some very famous software like Notch, which is super complicated, but well, those are like a Mac or Windows only software, and well, it's not very cool if you value free software. Also on macOS, so macOS has a nice thing where you can also patch your hardware together like this. So you can say, okay, I have this keyboard which will go through this output port of my machine and blah, 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 blah visually. On Windows, you have to go on sketchy websites. This is a screenshot I took this morning with the Windows XP logo and install, like, I don't know what LG PC shoot or lower risk Trojan horse is, but it doesn't sound safe at all. And thankfully, in Linux, we have it a bit better. And interestingly, so a big thing is, so you'll see a lot of graphs, and graphs are pretty fundamental. And even if you take someone who plays guitar, he'll have a guitar pedal board with pedals connected by jacks, and it's always the same because it's what works for media art. And interestingly, on Windows API, since Vista is also based on the graph theoretically, but it's so complicated. I haven't seen anyone able to make some kind of software which leverages it, unlike macOS. It's important to explore the relationship of artists to this software, because media software aren't exactly like, you know, Word or I don't know, no, LibreOffice or LaTeX. Like, these aren't productivity software. These are more akin to instruments. So there was some HCI, human-computer interaction research in the 90s, 20s, related to how artists interact with this software, and it was titled Instrumental Interaction. So if you wanna search on Google Scholar, there is a ton of scholarly article about how computer scientists model artists' interaction with this software for making art. But in short, they use them more like instruments, like really a musical instrument, rather than a classical productivity software like Kmail or Ayhens or... So that's important to keep in mind, because it's a whole framework in which directs how everything is done in this field. So I'll talk a bit about what works well in Linux. Linux is super tunable and it's incredible. So every time I have to do a project, I refer to the Red Hat Enterprise Linux for Real-Time Tuning Guide, which has a lot of information on how to tune music software systems for low latency, things like that. For instance, if you're a musician, you don't want your sound rendering to take more than a few milliseconds, and trained musicians, they can hear 8 milliseconds, for instance. It supports kinda real-time, and it supports embedded, and that's a super common request I have when working with artists. They want to put some stuff in a museum installation, and they don't want it to move, so we put it on a read-only Raspberry Pi, and we render it through GLFS, and it's great. And there are a ton of embedded platforms which are specifically built for this, so that our artists can just plug and play this, and they edit them through a web browser, something like that. So there's a Bella, there's Block something, I don't remember the name. There are some Linux distros which are really tailored for this. So if you're interested, I encourage you to go and check these links. But embedded is super important. So audio stacks, I'm running late, I think. Thanks to the people doing PipeWire, because it really solved a big hurdle, which is that we had free kind of 2 or 3 audio stack, but that was mostly Pulse Audio and Jack. Now we have PipeWire and it solves everything. Think that if you are on Windows, there is MME, there is WDMKS, there is Direct Sound, there is Wasapi, there is... So the situation is really not better elsewhere. There's all ASIO on Windows. So here we have one thing which handles video, audio, MIDI, all that. We have nice software like PW Graph made by Renew Capella, which allows to plug everything like macOS, but macOS only does it for some specific kind of hardware. On Linux, it's everything. It's great. It also works for video, and finally gives us APIs that are critical for making media software. So artists love sending, for instance, video frames from one software to another, hopefully with 0 copy, hopefully shared on the GPU. So two processes can share a single texture on the GPU on Mac and Windows. Thankfully, we can finally do this on Linux. And we have some great software available, free software, of course. So I'll talk a bit about mine, and proprietary software also. So for instance, Bitwig and Reaper are there, which are some of the main software used by proprietary-friendly artists. DaVinci Resolve for making videos is great, and we have Unity 3D and Unreal Engine, which are 2 famous video game engines. And if today you go inside your Unreal Engine and you hit create a new project, you can create games, but also film, video, live events, architecture, automotive, product design. So only 1/4 of the target market of Unreal is games, actually, even though it's a game engine. So that's pretty interesting to notice. I work at a computer science lab, and a few years ago we started work towards supporting it entirely to a Linux stack. So, and we dragged tooth and nails the artists who were used to their Macs to Linux, and they're starting to take a liking to it. And we even had some requests to then install them on their personal machines. So the screen looks like this. We have a lot of loudspeakers, and we do fun experiments. Hardware support is pretty nice in 2022. Mostly everything that artists need work. For instance, LibMotion, Kinect, these are sensing devices. For instance, oh, I didn't put my pictures. Okay, LibMotion allows to track the hand motion. Kinect allows to track the whole body motion, things like that. We are getting more and more up-to-date sound card drivers, so the situation is much better today than 10 years ago, really. There are a couple issues, of course. The biggest one is related to how DLOpen works. So on Windows, no, proprietary OS, it works. On Linux, so if someone wants to check that link to which addresses a very exhaustive list of issues, but the main problem is the symbol resolution order of things, and so we end up with that kind of thing because media software apps really rely a lot on plugins. Like for audio, there is a website, KVR, which references all the plugins for audio software. There's like 16,000. So it has to work. And right now it's more or less hard. For instance, you can pass this flag to DLOpen, but sometimes it will crash. There is DLMOpen, which puts plugins in their own shared library namespace, which looks a bit like how Windows does it. It's also broken, and it's been broken since, I don't know, I found bug reports dating back from 2008, so... So people build against very small UI libraries which only draw very simple pix maps, and it's really not good. Oh, my images of Kinect and LibMotion were here. So this is what people do with Kinect, for instance, and this is what people do with LibMotion. Some issues with GUI, for instance, how does it work when a plugin was built against X11 and then you're on Wayland and you have Wayland a host, and how does it mix and match? Personally, as a musician, I have some artworks that use plugins that were made in the early 2000s, like the developers are dead for 10 or 15 years. And imagine a violinist whose violin will stop working because the manufacturer would have died 200 years ago. Of course, that doesn't work. And remember, I said it's instruments, it's not software. So it creates, really, retrocompatibility is super important. Working with some users, also mostly on Mac. I haven't seen it yet on Linux, but for instance, there was a talk about portals earlier. On Mac, for instance, it throws people off all the time to have a pop-up to allow access to the microphone, allow to move the mouse, blah, blah, blah. And another big issue is on Wayland, I'm a bit scared about something like AutoHotkey or HyperScript. So you are going to be very scared if you are security conscious, but on Windows, you can make a script that will catch if you hit some key press on some specific process. It's super important to be able to do this for some setup steps for art installations. I've seen this all the time on Windows and Mac, and it really has to be doable in Wayland in some way. There's the issue where there is not really a standard main loop also for plugins. Like on Windows, any plugin can send a message back to the Windows main loop on the main thread. Same on macOS. On Linux, well, there is glib, but it isn't supported everywhere. Not every system uses glib, so it's still a pain point. But, I mean, we can still make things work. Distros, so I use IP images. So I have nothing against Flatpak or Snap, but for this, it's really what's necessary. So a big reason is, first, it's easy to explain to artists. Go to the website, click download, you double-click, and it works. And most importantly, you can easily ship multiple parallel versions. Like for artworks, you really want to keep the same version of the software that you used with the same data files. So if you made something with 3 years old versions, when you give the artwork in some museum, biennale, or whatever in 2 years, you really use the same version, and you have everything on a folder in Dropbox with all the software versions you used. You download this folder, you click, it runs, and really, it's super important. So please keep this in mind. And so in my case, for instance, I use fairly optimized and customized libraries, so lots of patches to Qt, whatever. The main software I develop, Score, I'll make a small demo. How much time I have left? Okay, cool, thanks. So I can slow down the rhythm a bit. It's 94 megabytes if you download the app image, and within there's entirety of Qt, there's LLVM and libclang because the software recompiles some C++ at runtime to optimize for the target user's PC. There's Boost, there's FMPEG, there's FreeType, Halfbuzz, and there's a lot of other libraries. So I know what you think if you are thinking about security, but I'll be honest, people in that field really don't care about security. Last time we made an assessment for some network protocol we were developing. People voted against using secure WebSockets because it was just too much work for users. They just prefer to have everything available all the time, all the ports open, and they just want things to work as easily as possible. Another thing which makes me a bit worried, so maybe the text is a bit small, but so this is one of the software I've developed. This is some of the distro packages that, so the packaging process for this distro, there is no name, but basically was setting out random lines until it compiled. Of course that compiles, but that doesn't run really well, so with the app image at least it works. So just to finish, so I've told a bit about the artworks in the beginning. So they were all made in Ossia, which is a software suite I've been developing for a few years, and so it's a kind of open sequencer which aims to be akin to the media sequencers available on other platforms. So it looks kinda like this. So basically it's about sequencing audio, video, network controls, sending message through serial port visually. So it has to be visual. And to give an example, when I was working on it, we had some people with HCI background. And when they tested the software, the first rule was you don't touch the keyboard. You put the keyboard away, everything must be doable by mouse. And that's kind of important in that field because a lot of the users are really, really non-technical. They are very good artists, but average computer users. So yeah. So I'll just make a small, very small demonstration of how it looks like. So I should have some time to build something. So how does making a media work looks like? So of course I forgot a bit of hardware to, I'm lost. So the idea is that you would say put some sound files in and say, okay, I want to play some sound, blah, blah, blah. Okay, there is sound, cool. It's a bit loud. Okay, and so traditionally you will have audio software or video software, things like that, but here the idea is that you can mix and match the two to render everything on like big video projectors. So let's say you want to show some data visualization of this sound on a screen, then you will say, okay, hey, I want to add some visuals. Blah, visuals, generator, blah, something like this. And here you would look at things as graphs and say, okay, I want things to render. Okay, so these are some pretty simple visuals. And then you may want to say, okay, I want to use my sound to control my visuals. Something like this, for instance, blah, blah, blah. Tuk, 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 tuk. And tuk, tuk, tuk. And yes, not like this, but like this. Okay, and now I have some very simple visual thing. And then I can start adding some effects afterwards, for instance. some glitch, for instance. Okay, so now it's starting to use some VHS-like thing, and well, then you can do pretty much whatever you want. If you want to use camera inputs, things like that, and well, it's all running on Linux, of course. It's also available on other platforms, and thanks to the nice hardware support we have nowadays, well, we can very easily connect to various protocols. We can use Wiimotes, we can use joysticks. I should have taken joysticks. I brought them with me from France, but forgot them at the hotel like an idiot. Send and receive messages from WebSocket, HTTP, send and receive textures from other software, so things like that. So this is only a very, very small overview of the field. Like there is so much more, and like I said, there's thousands of people doing that kind of stuff. So, well, thanks for listening, everyone. And so, even despite what I said, if you want to package software on your distro, on Flatpak, on Snap, I'll be super happy. And please get in touch. So, thanks. And if there is any question,
yeah, questions from the room? I see, Britt. You always have a question.
Cool.
So my background is in psychoacoustics.
Okay,
I come from a research laboratory. That's what I did my PhD in. When you were talking, I was having PTSD flashbacks when I was doing my PhD. So like we would readily have 18 channels of audio coming out of 18 separate speakers, and precision is so important. And we'd be collecting neural data and passing it through filters and various amplifiers, which is not too different than what you do with audio. When I was working in science, the scientific community was basically solving all of the same problems: packaging, distribution, library mismatches, and how to route audio, how to route data, how to route information. So it seems like the scientific community is solving in tandem all the same issues that the art community is solving in tandem, and they could work together, it would seem, because it's basically the same issues.
But actually, I think there is some good cross-pollination of ideas. So for instance, I know if some of you are using stuff with robots, there is robot operating system, which for communication, I think between modules for the robots, uses a protocol which comes from the art community, OSC, and we are trying to, well, for instance, we're part of some kind of consortium where we're trying to develop so there is a protocol for communication between apps, which is called OSC Query, which we implement, and a lot of media software implements. So it's basically UDP messages plus WebSockets, nothing very extraordinary. And regarding scientific software, I'm also working on another project regarding this, which is like a big problem is, for instance, the whole, glue code. Like there is so much glue code. For instance, if you want to develop an audio algorithm, then you have to wrap it for some audio analysis or retrieval system. So if you want to go check this library, Kinda solves this in C++, and you basically write your code. So it uses C++20, but we are able to do the entire reflection of a class without depending on any library. So this means that we can see, for instance, what are all the parameters of an audio algorithm, and then create plugins for Essentia or whatever audio system you may be used to. Cool. Okay.
Let me, yeah.
I have another question. Is the path into this to be a developer who gets into art, after they have already learned how to code and the Linux, or is it the other way around? Is it artists who then have to teach themselves to do it?
I've actually seen both. I've seen really artists, like 100% artists who did art degree, start to learn C++ because they wanted to do more than what the pre-existing blocks were able to do. So they really wanted to write their own stuff, and they manage it. Like really, honestly, like I've taught programming to classes of artists, and it was really, really super interesting to see what they were able to do. So, and I've also seen people who came from this arts background And then they saw the wages in programming, and they say, "Oh, actually," and I have a good friend of mine who was contributor to Osia now makes like more business apps, and so really everything is possible. And yeah.
All right,
Cool.
I don't
Thank
see
you.
any questions on the online channels, so let's wrap it up. Give the speaker a hand.
Thanks, everyone.
I will package your application later today.
Thanks.
We got a couple of minutes for the next.
I'm going to cut the sound if it's going to make a pop.
Okay, next up in a couple of minutes is Julian Sparber, who has finished his talk. I saw him finishing the talk.
No, it will be finished in 40 minutes. Sa.
Okay, we're working.
Blood up? Okay. No.
Yeah, there's still. There can never be too many Matrix clients. You can participate in this conference through your Matrix client, and we're happy to have one of the authors of a Matrix client with us today, Julian Sparber. Will talk to us about Fractal.
Hi, everybody. Let me just quickly start no, stopwatch, actually. Okay, so to keep track of the time. So my name is Julian. I have been writing a Fractal Matrix client. Not alone, but we will see about that fairly soon. So I titled my talk "The Journey of Writing a Native Matrix Client" because it's actually a journey to write software. It's a lot of fun. You meet a lot of people. It's involved. So to quickly say, what is Fractal? Fractal is an instant messenger. It's built on top of the Matrix protocol, which is a decentralized communication network, which is nowadays mostly used for instant messaging, but could be used for any type of real-time communication, actually. But you guys know that already because you're here. So Fractal is somewhat special because it's built for the GNOME desktop. It's a native application written with libraries and tools used by GNOME, created by GNOME to integrate itself well into the desktop, in the GNOME desktop and the GNOME platform. So we follow the user hug of GNOME. We follow the design patterns. We try to have a similar user experience as the rest of the GNOME desktop. Before we jump into what I want to talk, like the exciting thing I want to talk about today is, let's have a quick look about the history, what happened in the around last 5 years, since 2017 when the project was started. So if we talk about web applications, then that's, or web stuff in general, that's pretty old, like 2017 is 5 years ago. In desktop development, it's not that long ago, actually. But anyhow, it was started in 2017 as a fork by Daniel Garcia Moreno to build a Matrix client, a native Matrix client for the GNOME desktop. And back then, there were not that many clients. There was Element, back then called Vector, I think, was it? No, Riot, sorry. So there was not so much happening there yet. Over the last 5 years, we had many different contributors. We also had Hackfest. I met some people, other people I never met in person. How online communities work, basically. And I don't really want to mention too many specific persons because I will definitely forget somebody to mention. So I try not to mention too many people, just not to exclude other people's, which I can forget. So I got involved in the project because the designer of a GNOME designer, Tobias, asked me to fix some visual stuff, like some CSS. It was really easy stuff. I was not really involved in the GNOME community yet. Not as much as a software developer. I did some web developing back then, but I was also like first year of university. So I got into it, I liked it, then I did more stuff, I kept working on it, did a Google Summer, Google GSOC. At GSOC, we had also other students. I became a mentor for GSOC. I mentored other students also for Outreach. And the project basically exploded a little bit. We have like in the Matrix room, we have like more than 1,500 people. Casually, like not everybody's talking, but they're following the development, which is quite exciting to me. Maybe it's normal, I don't know. So after 5 years, this is what Fractal looks like. We have on the right, we have the content. On the left, we have a sidebar where you can switch between rooms, which are basically chats in the Matrix world, but you know that already. On the right, we have the room history or the message history, and that's it pretty much. Like, obviously you have settings and stuff, but that is more or less what Fractal is right now, the stable release. Now we come to the exciting part. A year ago, something happened. Also, COVID happened. It's kind of related, but not really. So a year ago, we decided to do a rewrite. Yes, a rewrite. But with stuff we really wanted from the very beginning, like encryption support. It's something really hard to do, especially in your free time, to write a Matrix client or just do encryption in general, like in your free time, if you have to constantly update your keys and have it secure. But we never managed to do that. So now we decided we want encryption support. That's our main priority. And we decided to do a rewrite. I'm gonna talk about the reasons now why we finally switched to the decided to do a rewrite. It's the Matrix REST SDK. This is one of the biggest reasons, which is essentially a library offering a lot of base functionality to build a client. So if you're writing a Matrix client, you want to write a Matrix client, have a look at this because it offers you a lot of stuff. It's not finished yet, it's alpha software, but everything that's there already works pretty well. And also, if something is missing, you can contribute it. It's obviously free software. So to get you moving a little bit, let's do a quick exercise. We're gonna build a Matrix client in Rust. Are you up to that? So first of all, we need a user ID. This one looks like a user ID. The thing with user ID with exclamation point is just a macro in Rust. I don't know how many people know Rust here. Anyhow, it's a macro that just checks on runtime and compile time if the user ID is valid. So we have here at Aleix, 2 points, example.org, which is the home server. The next thing we need to do is create a client. There is a builder, that's a thing generally used in Rust to have a builder to construct an object or a struct to set properties. In this case, we are setting the user ID, so the client can guess the home server from the user ID. In this case, the home server name would be example.org, but the server may be somewhere else. That's a feature of Matrix. And the client does that for us. We don't have to think about it. Build, obviously, then builds the object and takes the properties. Obviously, all of this is run in an asynchronous context, like Tokyo, for example. Could also run in the web browser with WebAssembly, which Element is actually doing. Like they're switching to that, like they're moving to that. But that's a different story. So the next step is we need to log in. So we take the username, we have the password, the two non-values are basically device ID and device name, but for now it's not important. And my secret password is actually my password, so don't copy it. So the next thing we need to do is register an event handler. So Matrix, essentially everything is an event. So you have a room where you put events. Like it's basically a message, but they call it event, and it's in a virtual room. And you use sync, an API called sync that synchronizes the client state with the home server state. And what register event handler does is basically it looks basically for a room message event, and every time a room message event happens, the function is called here in the async move block, which basically prints just a message. Okay, we are close to done. One thing we need to do is tell it to sync. That's it. This is the basic client. This actually could even support encryption already. Like the Matrix SDK handles by itself to decrypt the message and offers you the decrypted message if the keys are available, obviously. It's theoretically possible that this handles encryption, but in practice it's not true, because you still need to set up the crypto store and how these keys are stored for safety reasons, so that the keys are not stored locally without encryption, which yeah, wouldn't make a lot of sense, or it's not that nice. But that's it. Sounds fairly easy. The next reason why we decided to rewrite Fractal is GTK 4 got released. I think a year ago, maybe? Is it already 2 years? I'm not completely sure. But some time ago, GTK 4 was released, new version of GTK, which updated the API. It's so nicer to work with. It added new widgets, like list views, like infinite scrolling lists, which is pretty nice, and a lot of stuff. Additionally, also libvirt got released, which is the library that contains a lot of building blocks to build modern GNOME apps. So it's a set of widgets that allow you to quickly or easier to build an app that looks and feels like an app that is meant for the GNOME desktop. At this point, since nobody else, at least I think, is talking about libvirt and the GNOME, which is basically the GNOME library, the widget library. Since nobody is talking about it, I'm going to show it a little bit, but probably you all saw it. libvirt is actually the GTK 4 counterpart to libhandy, which makes apps adaptive. Like, you can resize them. One nice thing is like avatars. Like in Fractal, it was so nice to just have a widget. We use that, we give it a username, and that's it. And then we have fancy looking avatars that fit well into the desktop. Or like things like toasts, which you may know this is a toast. To show error messages or to allow undoing an operation. Obviously, there's like stuff like the clamp, which forces, like this is old stuff actually, forces the max width of a list, like this one in the middle, but this is old. Obviously, just for completeness, there's also the leaflet, which allows the folding of the thing. But that's it. You actually know that already. I just wanted to show it up. So, those are all good reasons, right? Like, additionally to the new libraries who got released and that got released and are now available, also the GTK RS bindings got like a complete remake. Like, it's so nice. Like, you should try to build a GTK app in Rust because it's well integrated. If you know, if you ever wrote a GTK app, then you know it uses underneath G-objects. So like every widget is actually an object and has properties and stuff. And it's so nice to use them in Rust, which back then when we started Fractal was not the case. It was like really painful to write GTK applications in Rust. Now it's the other way around. Thanks to the change of the bindings, like the shim between GTK written in C and the Rust code, it just didn't feel, felt like it makes sense to start over and bring along everything we learned, but not the code base itself. So the journey we call Fractal-next. So actually, the story is more about the journey to rewriting a native matrix client, not so much about writing a matrix client, because this is the second time that we are doing it. And this is how Fractal looks now. It doesn't look that different, right? Like we have the sidebar on the left, content on the right, but it got a facelift. And that's thanks to GTK4 and to the GNOME designers who did an overhaul of the Lippert Vita style sheet. So it looks newer, fancier, and stuff. I'm gonna do later a demo and go into details of some features we have now we didn't have before, or also unique to our client, which I think is only one. But before we go to the demo, we have to talk about NLNet, which is a foundation. It's based in, as you guessed, in the Netherlands. It's a foundation that was created from the money of it's quite complicated. So NLNet created the initial European internet, or helped create it, and then they sold it. And with that money, they created a foundation and started funding research and open-source projects. That money is long gone, and now, and now they are getting money from the European Commission quite directly through NGE. They call it funding cascade, but it's quite directly. So the initial funding we got for encryption, to work on encryption for a couple of months, like I think it was like 4 or 5 months, to get the Matrix SDK integrated in Fractal in their current code base, and just be able to have a basic end-to-end encryption in Fractal. But the plan changed. It didn't work out like that. We started looking into it, how to integrate Rust SDK. Alejandro, a GeoSoc student, did a lot of work on that. He tried to make it work on the old code base. But it was just difficult. So we talked to NLNet. We agreed that they increased the funding for the project, that we also can do a rewrite and then implement end-to-end encryption on top of the new code base. And this way I could, thanks to NLNet, I could basically spend an entire year to work on Fractal and on the Matrix SDK, because a year ago it was not that complete as it is right now. So we had to, mostly the biggest problem was the developer-facing API, which was not there. Like the encryption stuff, they did a really good job. The Matrix SDK is funded by Element, is owned by, like the copyright is owned by the Matrix Foundation. So we contributed to that, thanks to the NLNet funding. And if you want to do something, you should definitely try to apply for something then, because they're really nice people. I also want to kind of endorse them as a good way to fund your open source project, because I actually met them at last in Barcelona. I don't remember who did a lightning talk about NLNet, but basically he was saying he's working for NLNet, and you should come to us to get funding for your project. And that's why I stand here, because of last in 2018. So NLNet asked for not many things. Like they ask what you want to do and how much you want, how much you need funding for. But additionally, which I find really nice, is they also want a audit of accessibility. Like they want to check if your application is actually accessible for different able people, which is very nice. Unfortunately, we didn't do it yet, So I can't really talk about the journey. I started myself to improving some stuff because GTK has actually a nice framework which comes with GTK 4, which works pretty well. But you actually, as a developer, you need to try to think about it and to do it. It's kind of different interface than the general UI. You can imagine a screen reader needs some information to tell the user what a button does and stuff, and that information you have to provide. I worked on it for myself a little bit, but I really want to do the accessibility audit to see how well is GTK doing, how well is Fractal doing, because obviously it goes hand in hand. If GTK does it well, then Fractal does it well. If Fractal does it well, it does not necessarily mean that GTK does it well, but probably it's interconnected. Additionally, which we already started, is the security quick scan. We have a security researcher analyzing the code, not only fractals, because we actually tried hard to not have any security critical or complicated or matrix-specific related code into a Fractal code base. Everything we pushed into, we tried to push everything into the Matrix Rust SDK. So obviously, they also, even though most of the code written in the Matrix SDK was not funded by NLnet, they still fund the quick scan for the SDK. And they found some security issues, but nothing too terrible. Like that the database is world readable, which is not awesome, but it's not terrible and it's quite easy to fix, which we actually did already. Another one is that you can downgrade the TLS connection, for example, to a lower version, to an insecure version, which is also not that nice, a little bit more difficult to fix, because actually also the server should not accept lower versions. But we have to look into that. And also the quick scan is not finished yet. They're still looking into it. The researcher, I don't know his name, but he is actually based in Peru, which is quite interesting time-wise, like time zone-wise. So even though my talk has still a lot of time left, I'm apparently going way quicker than I assumed. I'm gonna do a really slow demo. Does that work for you? So, actually, no, maybe not. So this is Fractal. We actually have a really nice feature, as you can see. We have multi-client support. This was one of the first things we added, which is kind of weird because so much stuff was missing, but we added account support. That was actually done by one of the GStock students. And you can easily switch between accounts, which is pretty nice. Then obviously you can search for rooms. Quite recently we added the people category, which we didn't have before. Like in old Fractal we only had favorites and rooms, I think. And now we have favorites, people, low priority, like all the things you know from Element. Historical, you actually can also move them around. Like I can move Tobias to favorites, or actually not. But you also see the nice error message. And why actually can't I move it there? Okay, I don't know why I can't move that. Can I move this one? No, I can't move that one either. But I can move Libvital to favorite. Don't I have? I don't have internet. I turned off the internet, sorry. That explains it. Okay, that's something we really wanted in old Fractal is to have also offline support, which now we are close. Like this is right now offline. It may load messages, it does not in this case, because apparently it does not have the messages stored, but it has some messages stored, but not that many. you can see that the loading spinner disappears. I still don't have Wi-Fi. So what else can I show? We have already room details. Memory list obviously empty right now because I don't have internet connection. Oh, here it is. Like sometimes it needs to fetch stuff from the home server. Sometimes it has it locally. Like we try that. One of the things I really tried hard to implement in the Matrix SDK, like I myself, to have local cache of the entire room history in the SDK, which with Matrix is kind of painful because the event graph, like the sequence of events can change. Like you can't trust the timestamp, and thanks to federation, events that happen later can happen before. Like can be before in the timeline because just the servers were outdated. So you as a client, you can't be really sure about the real event graph, like the order of the events, which Matrix does not tell you. Like it tells you the new events, but it does not tell you where they belong, like in the order. Let's see if it works now. Okay. Let's read it. So, okay. Yeah, like explore. If you joined the room already, don't look at the rooms I joined. I joined just random rooms, so maybe there are stuff in there. I have no idea. You can directly view them from Explore, jump to the room, which we didn't have before, which is quite nice. One thing I completely forgot to mention is that the entire thing, like most widgets you see and most objects in Fractal, they are actually inspectable with GTK Inspector, which is a debugging tool to look at properties of an object, which I mentioned before. And so, for example, we have like the session. You see here, we have two sessions. One session is the active one, which is right now, and I can switch to the other one, which is my private account. Let's switch to this one and have a quick look at the session, which is really nice to inspect the object itself. Like we can see somewhere here which user is logged in. So we can go at the property user, then we see what avatar it's using. Oh, can you see it actually? Like, do you manage to see something? It's quite tiny. So, for example, you see the property display name. You have the avatar, like that's an object which crashed. No, not that one. I should file a bug about that. So we go into session. We go to the user, and we also can. I'm not going to click at the avatar anymore, which is also an object, but trust me, it's an object. It also has properties like the matrix URL, the MX, like the media URL for the avatar, which you can inspect. You can modify it because we decided not to allow you to modify because it doesn't make sense, but you can inspect it. And that's really nice, so you see why something goes wrong quite easily from the inspector. For example, you see also that the user is verified, which is the property. So we created basically for most of the Rust SDK a wrapper in GObject to have an object, so we can have the typical GTK development environment where we can bind a object to a widget. So we have a proper model there. Okay. Okay, gonna close that. So if you want to help, come talk to us on Matrix, on Fractal, on the GNOME server, or just look at the GNOME issues at GitLab. You're welcome, and you should definitely try it out. And this said, so many thanks for your attention, and I'm Julian. That was my talk. Oh, if there are questions, I think we still have some time.
Lots of time. Lots of time.
Okay, yeah, it was quick.
I didn't see any online questions either in Telegram or in Matrix, so we got to do it with the room.
A quick one, is there GI bindings on top of the Rust SDK? So let's say I want to integrate Matrix protocol into my app to do something very special, something different than just chat. Can I do this?
No, it's not introspectable.
Okay.
But it would be nice to do. Like, it was something we wanted to do, but you need to implement it. It's a lot of work. It's not like you have documentation. It's not object based where you can just generate bindings for different languages or something like that. But it would be something doable, and you could also take parts of Matrix of Fractal and just move them over to an external library and have a complete set of GI bindings. Oops. Other questions?
I see one back there.
Could you talk a bit about how making a GTK app in Rust has got better in the intervening time?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, you said that making a GTK Rust app was horrible, and now it's great. Like, why? What's improved?
Like, you can subclass. Like in GTK, to have certain functionality in a widget, you need to create a subclass, and you can't do that. You couldn't do that. Or in GTK, it's really nice to use composite templates, which are XML files that create your UI. You couldn't use them. It was also painful to, like, you could use the templates, but if you wanted really to interact them, you had to write a lot of Python code, and it was not like nice how it was in C. And you couldn't still not create subclasses, so you had a composite template that was loaded at runtime to create your widget, but still dynamically, not like with a subclass. Does that answer your question? Sorry? Today you want to do it?
Someday.
Someday. Yeah, you should do that.
Eventually.
Let's do it today. Today is someday.
There's no better day to start than today. And
yeah.
Britt always has a question.
Yeah, thanks.
So the connection, in the Venn diagram of Libidoida GTK developers and Fractal developers, I'm sure there's lots of overlap. What's the process of, you find that there's a need for a specific widget type in Fractal, so you develop it for Fractal. Is there a process for that to eventually make its way into Libidoida itself?
There is actually a process. Because I'm close friend with Tobias, which is the GNOME designer, so we often integrated into Fractal prototypes of widgets just to test them out and see if that works. And then they were upstreamed. Like, the avatar was initially built for Fractal and then upstreamed to a little bit wider. But there are also, like in Fractal, we try to isolate certain components so that they can be reusable. And if we identify something that we could upstream, we will. But obviously, we need to port it to C, which is an additional hurdle, which is an annoyance. But it's definitely doable, and it will probably happen.
There's another question from a Matrix client developer.
Yeah, like Ad said, I'm also a Matrix developer for an Argo client, and I'm interested in how you handle new features for Matrix, because there's always new features in the Matrix protocol. And how do you handle that as a project?
As a project, you're NeoClient, right?
NeoChat, yes.
Yeah, NeoChat. So we generally decide what features we actually want, and are they actually stable in the ecosystem, and then we will implement them. Like spaces, for example. We don't have support for spaces. We have... do you have space?
No, I don't have this space.
Like, me personally, I'm not really into spaces because I kind of feel uncertain about the feature, but that's a different story. But it's also not completely final in Element, for example. So now to implement or reinvent also the user experience for Fractal, for the GNOME desktop, it's a lot of work. And there's so much other things to do that we are not gonna do it soon. But we have some special code for it already. So the policy is just, if we like a feature, then we are gonna add it. Or if somebody wants the feature and comes to us and adds it, that's fine. Like, we would accept it.
Okay. Thanks.
Anything else?
No. Actually, it would be interesting how you handle that. We should chat some more later.
So you mentioned how it was hard to keep the local cache because of the federation and whatnot. And I've seen him also complain about that. Is that something the Matrix developers don't care, or is it like I mean, you can answer for them, obviously, but what's your feeling? Like,
not sure how to answer that. I think that there's some priority on Element side, like to have Matrix work well for Element, because they're doing a lot of work, so it makes sense that it works well for them. And Element is a web client, and in the web it's not that problematic to fetch a lot of stuff. Everybody has a good internet connection, here in Europe at least. And I guess that works well. And now with a new iteration of sync, like sliding sync or sync version 3, the version number is kind of weird. I did not understand it because there's already API version 3, but sync has a different version number. So it completely works differently, and apparently it should make it harder to have full offline support. So there's no real focus from the Matrix side, other from the people working for Element to get better offline support, I think, to fix that issue about the local store. Which was one of the biggest issues, because I really wanted to have a persistent store, not just a cache. So I wasted a lot of time to make it perfect. And then I just run into random problems and said, no, it's not possible. It's just not doable. And now we just do a cache and drop the cache if we see some inconsistencies. That's it. It's not perfect, but it's way better than not having anything.
All right, I'm going to relay one online question out of the Matrix room from Diverts. What's the state of audio-video calls in Fractal? Is it something you want to support at all?
Yes, get me funding for it.
Getting funding is always important. That's what an LNet is for.
No, I'm joking. Yes, it's definitely something we want to do. We were thinking about it but right now we don't have the manpower to do it. If somebody from the community wants to step in and help out, Fractal would be ready to start working on it. Like for a long time, I was pushing away contributors because, or I was trying not to push them away, but somehow we had to push them away because Fractal was just up in the air. There was nothing there. That was the first 2 months of the rewrite, or the first 3 months. And we have a lot of community contributors.
Okay, thanks. I see that there's another question in the Matrix room from Mustafa Hangarha, but we're out of time. It's we got time. Okay, Mustafa asks, I want to know if their app supports bidirectional text support. Show RTL and LTR messages in correct direction automatically.
Honestly, I don't know.
Honestly, we don't know. Okay.
Like,
we need
like
more RTL participants.
I honestly think it should support it because GTK does. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
But didn't try it. It's the same issue with accessibility. Like if you don't use it, then it's hard. I try to think about other people using it with different abilities or different languages. We just recently merged the translation support. Like a month ago, it was not possible to translate it, so we're moving forward to it. Like we will fix it.
Okay, that wraps it up. And that brings us to lunchtime. It is lunchtime. If you ordered the lunch packs from the venue, please pay at the bar and you can pick it up. And it's 1 hour for lunch. So everyone else, find something to eat and be back in 1 hour. Great, thanks. All right, welcome everybody back from lunch. That's great. And welcome to the Canonical virtual release party. It may be virtual, but we've got 6 warm bodies right here, and number 7 will come up on screen. Yeah, we're gonna have Canonical people telling us canonical things. So I'm gonna hand the mic over. Okay, Aleix denies it. I'm gonna hand the mic over to Heather, to Monica, who is the boss.
Tell that to my bosses so I can get a raise. Okay, thanks. Hi. So anyway, this is actually only for those of you who are watching this on our YouTube stream now, or you are watching it on the LAS channel. Thank you. This is April 29th, the first day of LAS 2022. We are very happy to all be here, and we're also very happy for all of you who are joining us, either watching this the day of or watching this afterwards. So yeah, about a week ago, a week and a half, we just came out with a new LTS 2204. And the first person is, I think we have a lot of people here we'd like to talk to, but as you can see on the screen, we have our desktop project manager, Ollie Smith. Hi, Ollie.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yay! Technology is amazing. So we thought we would talk to you first. What are some of the awesome new things in 2204 that people should be excited about?
Cool. Well, there's so many. Obviously, I think I'll have to have a think about what to call out. But it's great to be here, and I'm very jealous that I am on my own in Cambridge and not with you folks over there. So maybe next time I'll be able to join. For 2204, yes. So I think this is maybe I'm a little biased. I think it's our best release yet. I think the big juicy things for me are GNOME 42. Obviously, I think having all the fantastic new interface, our lovely horizontal workspaces, all those that fantastic screenshot tool that I use every day for various different purposes is getting lots of heavy use. But I think really the real standout one for me is performance. I think there's a really strong performance story here for 2204. We've done this great work on triple buffering with the GNOME team. I think that makes the desktop super snappy. And I think one of the really exciting things is how that affects low-end devices in particular. The Raspberry Pi, we've done loads of work on some optimizations to make the Raspberry Pi experience snappier and smoother. So not just the GNOME work, but also some special work that we've done in terms of swap and Z-swap to make navigating your desktop on even the 2 gig Raspberry Pi a really solid experience. So I really recommend checking out 2204 on the Raspberry Pi. And the Raspberry Pi story is really great as well, because we've also got support for Ubuntu Server and Ubuntu Core for the Raspberry Pi 02W. So you've got this great sort of IoT development workflow there, which I think is super exciting for hobbyists and some more production-heavy use cases as well. So that's another really exciting thing. I love the new customization options. It's great that we got so many community wallpapers in this time. That's fantastic. It's great to have the accent color picker that I think means that we give our LTS users some more tools to tweak and customize their desktop. Yeah, I think I've hit most of the things, right? We've got all the usual up-to-date apps, and yeah, that's about it. I think Ubuntu on WSL is also looking really cool if you're a desktop developer who's still using Windows. We've got a fantastic new out-of-the-box sort of installation experience that's more in line with the Ubuntu desktop installation experience. So you really feel like you're joining the Ubuntu world whenever you boot it up on WSL as well. So I'm also excited about that. Again, I'm a little biased, but yeah, I think those are my big highlights. Back to you, Monica. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I just have one question. You were talking about all the awesome things on the Raspberry Pi, and this is the first LTS made for the Pi. Could you and since we know, well, those of us who work with you, know that you live near the Raspberry Pi store in Cambridge, think you could get over there and get us some pies? Because those would be nice to have to test all this stuff on.
When the Raspberry Pi 02W came out, I literally got on my bike, as everyone in Cambridge has to do, and cycled right down on the day of release and got myself a cheeky 2 or maybe even 3 Raspberry Pi 02W. So that was good. But yes, well, so we had LTS support for Ubuntu Server previously with 2004, but we didn't introduce the desktop support until 2010. So it's great now that you've got that sort of long-term stable release for desktop as well. So it's really the first time we've had all the versions of Ubuntu supporting the Raspberry Pi in that LTS form with that 5+ years of support.
Well, Ollie, thank you so much. We wish you could be here. I know a couple of us will see you next week in Denmark. And anyway, but thank you for hopping in, and thank you for telling us about what's new and what's exciting. And I'm excited to start the cycle, and especially with the next interim one, to start seeing some kind of like leading edge things.
Yeah, so the interim one is going to be really exciting. I think Heather might talk about it a bit more, but we're going to be investing a lot more in the gaming experience. I think gaming is really important to having that well-rounded desktop, and we want to make it easier for people to not have to choose between sort of using Ubuntu and dual booting and having another device. So I think how do we improve the experience for gamers is something that's really important on our roadmap going forward, and we're actually growing the desktop team to focus specifically on that aspect as well. So I think 2210 is going to have some juicy items as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, kinetic kudu.
Kinetic kudu. What's a kudu?
A kudu is a large antelope. There's a greater kudu and a lesser kudu. Oh, jammy jellyfish. Sorry. Sorry. Heather and Britt have only also been helping to plan and run all of this too. So, as usual, we're a little bit overextended. So, but yes, so 2204 jammy jellyfish, and then the upcoming interim 2210 kinetic kudu. Gonna have to start trying to find an origami for that. Just saying. Well, I think the next person to talk to either would be Heather about gaming or Britt about how do you work with us.
How do I work with you?
How do people watching this come to join this fun here and be paid for it?
Sure.
Okay. So everyone, this is Britt, my counterpart on the community team.
Before you start, Britt, I'm just going to turn my webcam off because I'm a little bit self-conscious being on the big screen. But I am going to hang around if anyone has any questions and or wants to chat about anything a bit more.
All right. So, over the last number of months, maybe a year, we've had a mandate from up on high, which is Mark Shuttleworth, to grow the desktop team. We want to start investing more into the ecosystems. We want to start taking leadership positions. We want to start, really spearheading a lot of initiatives. Gaming's one of them. Desktop support, performance, you name it. And we're hiring. So if you're an engineer, if you're an aspiring engineer, if you want to do community stuff like Monica and I do, if you want to get involved with translations, if you want to get involved in really any aspect of the open source ecosystem, we have a lot of job openings. Just in the last, year, we've doubled the size of the company?
No.
No?
We've grown, but like maybe 20%.
20%?
Yeah.
Okay.
After like,
growth is still good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're up to like what? Okay, fine. It was like double. 800 or so-ish people now. Strike that from the record.
It's on the interwebs.
Yeah, it'll live forever. It'll live forever. But yeah, so we are growing. So if anything that I've said, if any interest, if you piqued your interest in applying for a position at Canonical, please check out our job postings on the Ubuntu website. There's lots of them. So have at it. All right.
And I think the next person we're going to talk to is Heather. You ready to? Yeah, and Heather, speaking of gaming, can talk to you about, she's going to give you a little sneak peek of her talk later this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk this afternoon. Just finished my talk right before lunch, so excited to give it. Yeah, so as Britt mentioned, we're trying to grow the team. We're actually building a dedicated engineering team to the gaming experience on Ubuntu desktop, so that's kind of a big deal. And there's a couple of QR codes at the end of my talk you can go to find some job descriptions there. But he's right. I mean, we're trying to grow the company by like some hundreds, so it's like not insubstantial. So we're getting a lot of applications. If you are really interested, also not just apply, but make a human connection with one of us, and we can chat like on a personal, informal level. I think it's always nice to have that ability when you're looking for a new role in such a climate. So yeah, I think there's a lot of exciting things, especially around gaming. And I have a bit of an announcement to give with my talk, so be sure to catch that. I think it's at 4 o'clock. Ooh, I don't remember the schedule. It's after the break. It's right after the afternoon break. Anyways, it's called Getting Good Gaming on Linux, and so yeah, really exciting. Kind of show you the work that we have done, the work that we want to do, and like what that plan looks like, and how you, as an engineer, could come and help us achieve those goals. I think that's about all I can say without spoiling it. Yeah. I personally would like to hear about some of maybe the KDE flavors.
Sure. I feel a little bit like an imposter here because I am not the one in Canonical in this panel.
Totally sus.
Well, facts. Yes, we're friends, but yeah, disclosure. So yeah, they asked me if I could talk a little bit about the new things coming from KDE that are gonna be in the next Ubuntu release. So I'm gonna do my best. I am not really part of the actual Kubuntu or Ubuntu Studio teams actively. I'm of course part of the KDE community, and we talk very often, and they seem to distribute our software, which is quite the influence already, right? So let's talk about this a little bit. On 2204, I looked earlier, you're shipping 524, which is our latest release from January, I think, that we announced it first. I see that it was already available in 2110 on some extra repos that you can already get it. Well, now you can get it on the like on the LTS release of yours, because 2204 is LTS, right? So what do you get in 524? There's a whole lot of work. Well, underneath KDE, we've been working, for example, a lot on Orwellian integration and Orwellian story to get it up to speed with what we have in X11, which is very important, because that's where we see that there is an opportunity for actually making well, the seamless experience that we always wanted to have graphically and in terms of hardware integration. And I think that this is very important. This is not very user-facing. What you will see when you start trying it is, well, a lot of polishment in theming, for example. There's been a lot of work there from our visual design group. You have the different themes as well. Now you have accent colors, which makes it easy to just adapt it to your needs. Like right now, they're doing this weird thing where you can get an accent color from your wallpaper, and then like as soon as your wallpaper changes, everything changes color. It's kind of fancy and it looks very cool. There's also more practical changes. There's the fingerprint support, right? So you can unlock your computer. It's handy. We've had it on other devices. It was about time you could get to have it on your desktop as well. That's pretty cool. That's for Kubuntu and Ubuntu Studio as well, which is, they're both shipping Plasma, which is really nice. And I guess that the latter, maybe you can talk about Ubuntu Studio a little bit more. It's more for art creation. Beyond, well, every app will have their own feature sets. I encourage you to look at what we've been working on. Every application will have their features, and they're all very exciting. And if you miss something, or you would like to see something happening in any KDE project, including Plasma or otherwise, feel free to reach out to me or the other KDE people in the attendance, and well, tell them with a smile and please and thank you.
If I ask a question? Sure. So I'm not super involved in KDE development, but I do know that one of the things I was really interested in was you started an initiative, what was it called, like 10-minute bugs or something like 15, that? 15-minute bugs? Can you talk about that and how that maybe has improved the experience? What's the whole idea behind 15-minute bugs?
Yeah, it's a good question. So in a community, you need to have different roles, right? What we assume that you do as a developer is that you do everything sometimes, and this doesn't scale, obviously. It's useful to have a group of people who can, for example, be attending the Bugzilla and bug triaging, and then putting together the different problems so that people can take them, be it the actual maintainers of the applications or whatever project it is, or new people coming, right? For maintainers like myself, for example, it's useful to know that there's these problems that they're important and then they've been tried and cleaned up so that I can just parachute into the bug report, fix it, and solve the problems of number of people, and then get back to whatever I was doing. Whereas if I had to like go through the list and of everything, then I would have already spent these 15 minutes with looking at bug reports, which could have been looked at by someone else. There's also a chance of you're a newcomer, you want to fix something. You can also dive through the list of problems and see which one you care about, or you can go into the list of the curated list of 15-minute problems or bugs and then maybe if you're a newcomer, it's not going to be 15 minutes, it's going to be 25, but doesn't matter, right? Like you get your contribution out, and it's something, again, that has been already curated, and we know that it's a problem, right? Like if you see that your bug, for example, is tried as a 15-minute bug instead of just fixed right away, it doesn't mean that people don't care. It's just more reachable for everyone to work on.
And what's the best way for people they're interested in KDE, they're interested in Plasma, they want to get involved, maybe Kubuntu is their outlet for getting involved. What's the best way for them to start contributing?
I mean, it depends, because so there's this assumption of when you contribute to free software, you're going to be doing code, which is something that we keep repeating that is not really the case. So like my easy answer would be to say, just find some problem that you find and then just do the code, right? But I mean, this is already a shortcut. If what you want to do is actual code, what I tell everyone is just find something you care about, be it a big, hard problem or simple, you just need to care about enough. If it's a very hard problem, you need to care about it just more. But, and then just get it solved, right? But if that's not your persona, your role, what you want to do, then you can also find ways of figuring out what you want to do in the communities. And like this is the case for KDE, but I'm sure that it applies to GNOME, it applies to Ubuntu, it applies to LibreOffice and whatever. So if you like to do translations, then obviously go to the translation team and say, hi, this is my name, and I want to play with you guys and girls. If you want to do art, well, more or less the same, show them what you know how to do and how you can work together. The different kind of areas, they will have their own different ways of doing, right? Like if you're code contributors, you will be using a lot of Git, a lot of text changes, which they feel awkward to use when you're doing drawings and things like that. And that's perfectly fine. People like artists will coordinate themselves in this, and well, that should be right.
Excellent.
I was thinking, speaking of community art and theming and things, we have you know, our special guest from KDE, but we also have a guest whose work is essential to Ubuntu, and he is the leader of one of our volunteer teams, who is so this is Friedrich from the Yaru team. And I think that I think I'd love for you to maybe chat about what's new on the Yaru front in 2204, and maybe a little bit about how kind of you can make this really cohesive, just organized, totally community-based team that kicks butt and makes things look gorgeous.
All right. Hi, I'm Frederick, and I'm part of the community team. Actually, I'm not a leader, but I'm just one of those guys. Yeah, and I've been invited by Canonical to attend here at the Linux App Summit to talk a bit about my work in the Flutter theming. And what was your question again?
What's new on the Yaru front?
Okay.
And how can people get involved with Yaru?
All right. Okay. What's new is actually that we have been slowly migrating away from let's say it aggressive theming of the GNOME desktop, and so we've been slowly taking out every part that could potentially ruin the nice work from the upstream developers. And but we also have a nice contributor. He's called Muk. He's from India, and he created those this color pickers for the settings app, and so you can select a color, and it's chosen for the whole desktop. Yeah, but it's actually a mix of work from the GNOME upstream developers plus the work from Muk and Marco. Yeah, that's a pretty big new thing, I think. So everything is looking like it's basically GNOME with a fresh touch of Ubuntu on it. Yeah. All right.
What can we look forward to the next release with Yaru?
I don't know. What's also nice is that the whole GitHub space has slowly been moving from like a SCSS thing to a like it's a really great building tooling. So we get every immediately in the moment GNOME developers change their applications, which target specific files. We get an automated pull request on GitHub, so we don't miss any new style sheet changes they make. And yeah, and tomorrow I'm gonna talk a little bit about something different. So it started with Ken introducing Flutter to the Ubuntu desktop, and the installer, the next installer will be is currently, it's almost done, and it's made by Canonical for the Ubuntu desktop. And I was working the past year a little bit more like on a Flutter theme, so you can have the Ubuntu visuals inside Flutter themes, inside Flutter applications on the Ubuntu desktop. And yeah, that will be tomorrow. All right, I think that was about all. Or did you ask anything else?
So how long have you been with the Yaru
I've been a little bit later than Mats and Carlo. They have been. I think it all started with some thread somewhere. I don't know, on Twitter or something like that. And then Didier initialized that team. So it's, I don't know, it's like 3, 4, 5 years or something like that. Yes, it's. Oh my God. I've been growing white hair in the meantime. It's yeah.
So what do you think makes this community team and project work really well?
Yeah, so first of all, we are all free contributors, so we have our own daily work, and so we are probably a little bit more chill than people which is their daily job to contribute to open source software. So it's a hobby. So we try to have as much fun as possible with it. So this is a good condition. So everyone is a little, yeah. It's like a really we got an internal Discord chat, and it's really nice guys. Most of them we've met already in person, and yeah, it's just. I don't know. There's no secret or something. It's like everyone is. Well, Carlo is actually the most chill guy of all, and he was also pulling everyone who got a little bit too emotional, a little bit back to earth. He's like really chill guy, which is great. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, hold on one second. Yeah, Aleix just pointed out to me. For those of you that might not be kind of in the broader Ubuntu community, maybe Ubuntu's not what you think about. Yaru, if you didn't know, it's the GTK theme. The branding colors. We use orange. We use some aubergines, browns. Are we still using aubergine? I thought we got rid of aubergine.
It's not anymore.
It's just orange now. Yeah.
In the color picker.
It's in the color picker, but it's what makes the Ubuntu GTK desktop unique amongst the other amazing sea of Ubuntu GTK desktops out there. So yeah. So if you weren't familiar, that is what we've been talking about. So.
Yeah. And did you have a question for Aleix, or?
I was going to ask maybe if Till wanted to talk about.
Yes.
He's got a microphone already.
Yes, I have already the microphone. Yes.
About printing?
Yes. I'm Till Kamppeter, and many of you perhaps know me. I'm the leader of the Open Printing project, and my baby will get 21 years old this year. So I'm longer with it. Yeah, I founded it before Ubuntu was founded. And so for a long time, I'm the benevolent dictator who makes printing just work. I'm closely together working with Michael Sweet, the author of Cups. And I have every year Google Summer of Code students, now contributors, who are contributing a lot to the project, and many stay, and so I'm getting my community and my team. And for example, some who have stayed, they have designed the website, the open printing website, how you see it currently, and written most of the content. Naturally, the monthly news posts are mine, but most of the rest of the text is from them. And for Ubuntu, I'm packaging. I'm responsible for also for Ubuntu their printing is just working. And so I'm packaging the cups and the printer drivers and so on. And I've recently snapped cups. And now it's completely integrated into Snap and Snapd, so that when you are creating snaps, one can securely print without any fear that the application can break cups, can delete queues, and so this is the newest. This new cups interface for Snapd I've launched Monday this week, and I'm currently also managing a project of a new printer setup tool for the GNOME Control Center. I'm not a GNOME, I'm not coding on it. I'm managing it, I'm mentoring students for it and coordinating with the Ubuntu desktop and Ubuntu design team that it all gets upstream, because we have to change it, because in printing we have a new architecture, and tomorrow at 15:35, I will give my talk and introduce the new architecture and tell what application developers have to know about it, and also a little bit about distribution-independent packaging, because this is also important, also for printer drivers. With a new format of printer applications, it is possible to do distribution-independent packaging of printer drivers. And so for the future of Ubuntu, I want to get the cap snap as soon as possible to be the default. When all works really, really, really well, our new kinetic kudu will have it already, otherwise it will be the next one, the 23.04, so that we have the new cap snap as the caps, as our default caps, and this will be also the dress rehearsal for the new architecture, which I will hope will be completely in the next LTS, in the 24.04. Yes, and one thing of the 22.04, I've only done maintenance and bug fixes. I've worked much more upstream this time. But to say something about it, I love the screenshot tool, the new screenshot tool. I frequently used it already.
I just wanted to say that there's... If you want to know more about printing, Till and I, a few months ago, did we did a live stream to YouTube, it's still up there, all about printing. So I worked with Till to be like, okay, tell it to me like I'm 5. How does printing protocol work? So we can identify this and we can draw some pictures to show folks the new architecture. So I would also recommend checking that out if you want to know kind of how printing works under the hood. Together we worked on that quite a bit, and I think it helps. I always thought of printing as like a dark art. So.
And Heather, she has drawn excellent slides about it. I have given her a really nice tutorial, a really nice lecture about printing. It was for her like her professor in math methods for physicists, and she loved it. And we made a great Indaba. It was, I think, the 4th Indaba of the whole series. I think it was the August last year. You find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Heather, for that.
I'd just like to shout out Till, Dr. Kamppeter. He started this before Ubuntu was even a blip in anyone's mind's eye, realistically. And he's a titan. And for those of you that watched the Linus Tech Tips Gaming Linux Challenge video series recently, could have gone better. Went pretty well. But the one thing that uniformly worked across the board in that challenge, and the one thing they pointed out as being it worked better than Mac, worked better than Windows, worked better than anything, was printing. And that is absolutely Till. He did it.
Yes, and I want to tell something for all of you of said Windows users. We in the desktop team have the sub-team Enterprise Desktop, and they are working on WSL. And what they do now is they make WSL systemd based, and this is the requirement that in systemd based distro you can install snapd, and once you have installed snapd, you can install printer applications, and finally you can print under Windows with all these old printers which Microsoft has given up on. And so we our enterprise desktop team makes Windows just work.
So one thing, Neil mentioned how like the workspaces changed, and I was one of those people that was just ready to riot. But a week later, I'd totally forgotten about it, and now I love it.
Yep. Yeah, a few questions.
I think we have time for maybe one question.
We get
maybe two.
Two questions?
Any questions?
Anyone out there?
Bueller? Throwing out.
We did such a good job that we asked questions.
Well, we wanted. Oh, we've got one.
Oh, yeah, Neil. And then I got to say one thing before we finish.
I hear on Saturday night there's a release party coming up. Would you like to talk a little bit about that, Britt?
Funny you should ask. So yeah, we are throwing a party tomorrow. It's gonna be great. We've been planning this for the last 2 weeks. We're so excited for it. It's gonna be here. It's gonna be out on the terrace. Everyone is invited. If you have family here, they're invited too. Bring your friends. Make some friends. Bring them too. We're gonna have some cake. We're gonna have an assortment of cakes actually. We're gonna have food, pizza, focaccia, snacks. Prosecco, we're getting a keg, so we'll have a full keg. And that will prepare you then for when the DJ shows up. And you can, we'll just make, it'll be great.
Would there be non-alcoholic drinks as well?
There will be non-alcoholic drinks as well. Yes, the lovely bar that we have on site, I think they're only do sparkling water, but Monica and I have plans to go out and make sure that we're providing adequate beverage for anyone who's not of the drinking type. So we have a question in the far back, if we can run that. Is there going to be any cake? Copious amounts of cake. Just so much cake.
Are you sure there's going to be cake?
Like 600 euros worth of cake.
Cake. Jellyfish cake.
Not a lie.
Okay, thanks to the panel. You were great. Do the dance. That was it. Take your chairs with you. Our next speaker is going to be virtual. The next speaker is going to be virtual, and we'll be switching to the next speaker in about 2 minutes. Give him 2 minutes. Give him 2 minutes.
Do you mind if I take back the headset?
everyone doing social media things on their phone, please remember to use the hashtag LAS22. LAS22 is the hashtag we're using this year to promote the conference. Four, three, two, one. We've talked about design recently. Now we get more design. Here is Rajdeep to talk about open source design.
Hello everyone, my name is Rajdeep Singha, and today we are going to be talking about designing for open source applications. So I am an open source enthusiast and currently I'm studying UX design. And on the Linux world, I maintain an app called Canonical, which is an RSS feed reader designed for elementary OS. And basically this is a fork of the now discontinued feed reader. And I just did some patches to make it follow the elementary theme, and now I maintain this app. And I also maintain a Figma community UI kit for elementary OS, so you can use this kit for designing mockups for elementary OS applications. I also maintain an app icon template, and my latest project is that I'm working with the OwnCast team, so we are planning on doing like a UI facelift. So currently we are building a design system and brand resources for the OwnCast UI. So let's start with the presentation. So why design? So why is design important, especially in the open source space? So design helps us identify what the users actually need. So for example, if we as developers, we only design an app by ourselves, we are designing the app according to our own methodologies, and we don't really communicate with our users. So we end up not having an idea about how other users think about our app. So design lets us identify what actual problems that other people are facing, and so that developers can actually work on solving those problems and helping people. So, and another thing is that design lets us generate original ideas. So, for example, if we communicate with our users and then we come across a problem that we want to solve, so by good design practices, we can basically come up with features that might solve the problem in a very innovative way, and that can end up helping the overall other platforms, such as the GNOME, elementary OS, KDE, Mac OS, Windows, etc. So design is important for properly understanding a problem and then coming up with solutions and with new solutions if they don't exist in the space yet. Okay, so design helps us come up with production pipelines, and this is important because if we design the production pipeline if we manage it before like jumping into development for our app, so if we plan everything in advance, then this really takes the load off developers, and this really makes the development process much smoother. And developers don't really need to worry about designing like each button, designing how a text field should look. So if all of these things are handled first, so if we follow a proper production plan, then this basically streamlines the development process. So for example, like in my own apps, sometimes I code a feature and then I push it to production, and then I receive feedback from users saying that, hey, this feature is not really working for me that way. So then I'm kind of lazy because I've already hard coded that feature and I need to go back and then redo it again. So that kind of messes up the process. So a good production should prevent that. Okay, so design in the open source space. So how many times have we heard this thing that I am an open source advocate, but I don't use open source app X because it is not usable enough for me? And thinking about this is actually a pretty valid statement, because let's say if someone is like 10 times more efficient on another app and his livelihood depends on it, why would he switch to a new app and then learn its workflow? And probably if it lacks features, why would that person adjust to that new app if he is already much faster, and more importantly, his earning depends on it? Okay, so Design lets us build easy-to-use interfaces, and especially if we are able to come up with innovative features that will of course attract new users. So if we manage to build programs that are easy to use as well as solve problems in innovative ways and ways which are helpful for the wider community in general, that is going to help us help more and more people adopt open source apps in their day-to-day lives. So now we are going to talk about the process. So I'll be demonstrating some patterns and guidelines and methodologies that we can follow for designing our applications. So yeah, and disclaimer that all of these patterns have been mentioned, and like a very low budget or even a zero budget has kept in mind. So if you don't have then if your budget is still very low, yeah, you can still apply these patterns, and hopefully these will help you to build more streamlined experiences for your users. Okay, so first up is the research phase. So what we can do is we can use software such as Google Forms, and we can also use other things like BuddyBase and OhmyForms, etc. BuddyBase is an open source platform which lets you self-host your own forms, and also you can use it in the cloud on BuddyBase servers. And the advantage of using BuddyBase is that it gives you a lot more customizability for your form. So we can use these tools to basically communicate with our users and have an idea of what problems they are facing, and if they think like us, or we can have an idea of their thinking. And this basically lets us create an empathy map of our users so that we properly understand their problems, and then we can list them so that we can work on them one by one. Okay, so what questions should we ask in forms? For example, forms let us verify our own problems. For example, let's say we have a problem and we are not really sure if other people feel that that is a problem. So we don't really know if other people think if it's a feature, or if other people think that if it's a bug. So we can ask questions related to that in our forms, and that will give us access to how the other people think about that problem. Another thing is that we can use these forms to gather up statistical data. For example, let's say we are doing some research on if users open an app using the dock, or if they use the applications menu for opening the app. So we can have statistical data on how many people use a particular feature, how many people don't use that particular feature, how many people think that that feature is a bug, how many think that is not a bug. So we can get some pretty useful statistical data through forms. And the other thing, and the most important thing, is that communicating with other users through the means of forms gives us like real insight into what problems are other people's facing, because that is the most important thing that an app should try to solve. For example, like as I mentioned before, that if we design an app as per our own thinking, then the app will only solve our problems, but it will not solve our users' problems. So communicating with users and understanding their problems, empathizing with them, and using proper design methodologies can really help us elevate the experience for our users. Okay, so these are some examples of the kind of statistical data that we can gather through use of form software. So on the left, you can see there is a personal medical app project that I'm working on. And on the right, that is an example of a recent elementary OS user study. So now it comes to user testing. So this is probably the most important part and the most helpful part of the design research process. So basically, it is like we should provide the experiences that we create to the users so that we can have a direct look at how the other people view those interfaces and how they interact with our interface. And we don't really need to hard code these features and like create a real app and then provide it to the user so that he can use it. We can just create low fidelity wireframes and mockups, etc. And then we can just show them to users so that they can basically look at it and they can tell us like how they feel about it, if they are understanding the goal of the interface, if their thoughts and views align with our own thoughts and views. So doing just basic pen and paper sketching is a very easy platform for it. It's a very easy way to do user testing. Another thing is paper prototypes. So paper prototypes basically is a amazing way for developers and designers to communicate how the interaction design of our app works. And so we can basically use paper and pen and paper sketches to show how our app is going to function, like how the animations are going to work, how if a button is going to hide that way, or if a button is going to hide towards the right, how is the slide to unlock animation going to look, etc. So all of this can be easily done very quickly and efficiently through paper prototypes, and this is a very low-cost method of prototyping to users. And this is very fast and efficient as well, and it doesn't require a lot of time, like in high-fidelity prototypes where we use complex software to create like almost real-life-like experiences. So rather than that, if we are on a low budget and we don't have much time, paper prototypes are a really great way to communicate how the interaction design of the app with our users. So if you want a good guide on how we can approach paper prototyping, you can follow this link. This is a pretty good guide by Google, which shows us how to do paper prototyping. As we talked before, for creating mockups, and we can use pen and paper sketches, both for internal testing as well as external testing for our users. And we can, of course, use them for testing within the development team as well. The next step is building up a design system. So a design system is basically a system that contains everything related to the user interface and the language of the UX copy of the app. For example, how a button should look, how a text field should look, what font is the app going to use, how is the typography going to look, how is the color palette going to behave. So everything comes under a design system. So yeah, so this is an example of a work in progress design system that we are building up for OwnCast. So on the left, you can see we are sort of planning to use gray as the general color. Then we have the primary color, which is the purple brand color for OwnCast. We have our own error color, a color for success. And then on the right, we are kind of experimenting with how is a button going to look, how is a message bubble going to look. So coming up with a design system really helps us test these designs in the real world with users. So we can create mockups using these components, and then we can show them to users. And if we get the desired feedback we want, we can work with changes on them, and then we can ship them out to production, and developers can start coding on these processes. And this is an example of the typography style for elementary OS. So yeah, and this is an example of the UI kit we made for elementary OS. So you can see we have toolbars and buttons and lists and menus and switches and everything. So a design system so this is part of the elementary OS design system, and we can use these components to build our own applications, and then developers can simply code these into their apps. So now coming up to the tools and resources that we can use for designing. First up, it's Figma. It's the most popular UI/UX prototyping tool, and Figma has a pretty generous free plan, which is usable for most use cases. But the problem is that Figma is proprietary, and we have other open source alternatives as well. This is PenPot. PenPot is a very, very promising project, and it can be used in production right now if your needs are pretty basic. But keep in mind that PenPot is still beta, and this is not really ready for stable versions yet, but you can do this but you can still use PenPot for some basic prototyping and mockups, etc. Another exciting app, and this is probably my favorite UX app, is Ikegah. This is a native GTK app, which is being led by Alessandro Castellani. And you can download this app right now from Flathub. It is available as a Flatpak, or if you're using elementary OS, you can just download it from the elementary app center. So now coming up to the principles and guidelines that we can use for designing our applications. These are the universal principles. Everybody knows about these, like the elements and principles of design, Gestalt laws, Theodor Rams's 10 principles for good design. Like, if you want, you can read these, and this will give you an idea of how to work with, how to build your experiences, how you can use these laws to design your own applications. But hey, there is the good news that you don't really need to use any of these, because the Korean GNOME human interface guidelines, the elementary human interface guidelines, and the KDE human interface guidelines are good enough that if you follow these guidelines, your app should basically be pretty good. It should be pretty well designed, like especially the GNOME interface guidelines. It is very high detailed, and if you regularly use these platforms, then you have an idea of how each app works. Then you can make some pretty well designed experiences for your users. Now coming up to the conclusion is that we shouldn't think of design as something that is added after a product is completed. We should approach designs as decisions. For example, why does the button look that way? Why is that button situated over there? Why is it not in the bottom right, but rather in the bottom left? Why is the text field this way wide and not this much wide? So all of these things should be considered as design, and these should be handled as we are building the product, but rather than making the product and then applying design to it. We shouldn't really think about it that way. Design should be incorporated into the development process. So this is it. This was a very short presentation. So you can, if you have any question, you can ask me. And these are my social media links. You can contact me over at susie97@mastodon.social, or you can email me at singharajdeep97@gmail.com. And there is my GitHub link, github.com/susie97. So if you want to contact me, you can use these links. Thank you.
Question time.
Yes, thanks for the talk. I was curious, how do you go about identifying the users you want to do the user survey, and then what kind of sample size are you looking at? Like, how many users do you get to get, feedback from?
So it really depends on the scale of your app. For example, if your app is already pushed to some app store, you can just publish. So you can basically build out a small wizard in your app saying that, hey, we are currently doing a user survey and you want to attend that. So you can just basically present that survey inside of your app so that you will know that whatever users are filling up your forms, they are direct users from your app. Or also you can just post them on your social media links, and that way you can have a much more wider audience, but it wouldn't be sure that they are necessarily users of your app or not.
Other questions? Let me check the channels. You may have online questions. We got some requests for debugging help, but that's not what you're looking for. And another question about debugging. Oh, is there Mustafa Ahangarha asks, is there anything particular to consider while designing a free software? That's pretty broad.
I would say the most important thing is to consider the user's problems. So if we know what the problems of the user is, then we can basically work on solving those problems.
All right, know your problems. Anyone else have a problem up there? There's a distinct lack of problems here in the room. Yeah, you can't see us, sorry. But I think we're happy. So we'd like to thank you for giving your talk. Yeah, we got a couple of minutes until the next talk, so we'll be doing some setup stuff here. At 3:30 is the next round. I would like to remind everyone that there's lovely LAS t-shirts. Heather is wearing one, Britt is wearing one, but how much do they cost? They're 25 euros out in the hall. So remember, buy an LAS t-shirt, support the cause, and you can be lovely and blue. And yeah, at 3:30, we have 20 minutes. Grab a cup of coffee, grab a t-shirt, and see you soon. Hey, boppery bop. You need to do the check.
I'll have them switch it over to your
Boom.
laptop.
Check. Projection of permissions into the file system. The name is Bond, James Bond.
Mr. Takagi, I will count at 3. There will not be a 4. Mr.
If we had a better HRT. There's your slides. Isn't it great? Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome back from a brief break. I hope everyone purchased a t-shirt and that there's a sea of blue out there. Our next speaker, Mr. Ljubuncic, will talk to us about Snapcraft Secrets, all those hidden things you never wanted or dared think about.
Hello everyone, welcome. My name is Igor Ljubuncic. I'm a developer advocate at Canonical. I think this is my first in-person conference since, well, last 2.5 years, I guess. Hopefully you'll enjoy today's session. Those of you who know me, I tend to use chocolate or candy as an incentive for people to ask questions, and then I used to toss them at pretty high velocity across the room. But because we're still a bit on a high level of sensitivity due to hygiene, I'm not going to do that today, so you will have to, no, I'm sorry, Aleix, you'll have to ask questions and get nothing in return except maybe an answer. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you about Snapcraft Secrets, the hidden power of desktop extensions. Okay, a little bit about myself. As I mentioned, I work at Canonical. I'm a developer advocate, and Linux is my hobby and passion. It's been for almost 20 years now. I also happen to be a physicist who writes books, and to de-stress, I go on a racetrack and drive really, really fast, if I can. Well, doesn't really matter. It's all about technique, precision, and accuracy. Speed comes with it naturally. Anyway, that was a question, what car, if you didn't hear it online. So let us talk then about Snapcraft and making snaps. Ideally, this would be a very easy, almost a trivial task. But we all know that in reality, it usually isn't like that. It takes a bit of effort, takes a bit of time, you have to understand the syntax, you have to understand the finer details of getting complicated applications created as snaps. And you have to take into account quite a few parameters and variables. You have to think about, okay, this is a standalone application that lives inside an isolated, well, it's not a container, but an isolated container-like entity, and it has to communicate with an outside world. So what do? How do we plug through the security layer and allow functionality that users expect? Then we have things like, is my application going to get outdated at some point? What about theming? What about consistency? How does it live and integrate with the desktop? There are quite a few questions here, and they're not trivial to solve. But my question is then, what if there was a magical way to make snaps easier to snap? If you have any questions, as I mentioned earlier, you don't have to wait for the end of this session. Just raise your hand throughout, and I'll be more than happy to pause and answer your question. In fact, you should. Just think of that chocolate you're not getting. And yeah. Any questions? Anyone wants to share a hard snapping experience that today will be resolved? Britt, yes? We need a mic, so we're going to wait a sec for the question to be asked. Yes?
This is part question, part just anecdote.
Okay.
When I was in grad school, I tried to snap all of MATLAB. But if you don't know anything about MATLAB, it can be 20, 30 gigabytes. So I tried to create a 30 gigabyte snap. And I was readily crashing the computer, maxing out memory. I couldn't really get it to work. It's probably unusual to have a snap that big. What advice would you give somebody like me who's trying to create just a snap version for portability's sake of such a large behemoth of an application?
Okay. So the answer to that question is twofold. One, there's no easy answer that I can answer today in this session, as we would digress too much from the topic. However, the second answer will come in about 40 minutes, and that's going to be to the presentation on gaming on Linux, which a colleague of mine will mention later, Heather. She will talk about mechanisms, how to create an experience where difficult package manager-like things can live happily as a snap. So there is an easier way to actually put snaps, to create snaps in an automagical way. And it's Snapcraft extensions. The concept is as follows. You have a lot of repeatable, reusable tasks and code snippets that you put into snaps. For those of you who have created snaps, you go through almost like a recipe. You have to declare what the application does, the security confinement, theming, plugins, and so forth. These steps differ from an application to an application. However, the basic logic is similar. So the idea behind extensions is to actually capture the repeatable elements, put them into a common component, then you can use and reuse in your snaps. And the idea here is then, okay, developers then don't need to really think about system integration because there is a reusable component that they can use. I mean, you have a GNOME desktop, you have a KDE desktop, you have other desktops. Those entities don't change. So if we create an interface that allows a snap to communicate in a nice and elegant way with these 3, 4, 5, 7 desktops, we've done the task, and then someone else can take this code and use it in their snap without having to be an expert in GNOME or KDE. Another thing is security confinement. So we want to have rules that allow our applications to talk to the outside world. So there's a desktop, there's network, home, and so forth. Again, those things won't change. There's not going to be some crazy new functionality out there suddenly. So we can have a repeatable set of instructions, security rules that we can implement, allow people to actually use their snaps in a quick way. What this does is simplify your work, reduce frustration, reduce errors that stem from inconsistency in how applications are being snapped, and offloads a great chunk of non-application specific work that is part of your passion and your work and your hobby to someone else. So basically, you enjoy the fruit of someone else's labor, winning. Any questions, by the way, so far? Objections? No? When I have chocolate, there are more questions. So, there are about, I think, 7 or 8 supported extensions at the moment. You can check them out, this URL here. There are per version GNOME extensions, like 328, 334, 338, and so forth. There's the KDE Neon extension. Those two are very desktop specific. There's an extension for robotics, and more recently for the Flutter framework. These extensions allow you to reuse common components that would be most suitable for the applications most suited for these kind of usages. So if you're creating KDE applications, you want the KDE extension. If you're using GTK/GNOME applications, you want the GNOME one. Or you just want something that integrates well into the desktop. Again, a choice, and so forth. And how this looks like is quite simple. Here's a piece of a code from a YAML, one of the KDE ones, kcalc to be more precise. And I hate saying this, but all you need to do is specify just one liner, well, 2-liner here, but it's extensions, and then specify the extension you want to use. Similarly, if you want to use a GNOME extension, then again, this is a 1-liner, extensions, GNOME 334. Job done. Session over, you're free to go. So, any questions so far? I mean, this looks too simple to be true, right?
There's a question over here.
Yes, please.
Quick question: can a given snap depend on more than one extension, or is it just a single?
Well, I can think of yeah, well, why not? I mean, maybe you wouldn't mix libraries of the same framework, different libraries from different versions, but I don't think there should be well, we can ask the expert. Aleix and Neil, if you're here, can you think of an application that would use KDE and Qt and GNOME GTK libraries at the same time? KDE and Live. So there's an example. You can use 2 extensions at the same time, double winning. Any other questions? Okay. So we know the magic, but then half of the magic, no, 3/4 of the magic is knowing what's behind the trick. And you can actually see exactly what an extension does by expanding it. And you do this through the command called expand extensions. So basically on the command line, you run Snapcraft, expand extensions in the project folder where your snapcraft.yaml file lives. What this will do is print on the command line output an expanded version of your YAML. So you can just pipe it into a file, and then you can do an actual side-by-side comparison between an extension Snapcraft YAML and expanded extension YAML. And I've taken a screenshot here of an example that shows what it looks like. And this is a Firefox YAML. I mean, you do need to have some understanding of the syntax to follow what's happening here. That can't be avoided. There are only so many shortcuts we can take on this journey. The other thing is you also have to be familiar with how to diff files and understand what happens on the left side and the right side. But you can see that there are declarations in the expanded YAML that don't exist in the non-expanded one, in the one that uses the extension. And all these declarations have been predefined by Canonical developers, community people, and others who have contributed to these extensions. So they've done a lot of work. For instance, at the bottom corner of the screen, we have the desktop integration, we have GTK themes, we have icon themes, we have sound themes. None of the stuff that are necessarily specific to your application, but are critical to a good user experience. Questions for now? I mean, do I really have to go and buy chocolate now? Okay, Aleix, just for you. Okay. The other benefit of using extensions is someone else is responsible for a big chunk of code that you're going to be using. So if there are changes required to these frameworks, you don't have to worry about it. If there's a new version of GTK, there's going to be a new version of the GNOME extension. Someone is going to do the hard work for you. If KDE folks want to add a bunch of stuff that is common or communal across their application set, they will do it. They will extend their extension. And again, you get transparently benefit from these changes without having to worry about them. A new library, maybe even a better way of doing things, a new environment variable, something. And the beauty of this is then you can focus on your passion, you can focus on your work, and I see a hand being raised for a question.
Question over here.
Yes.
So I'm looking particularly at the GNOME extensions, which are versioned.
Yes.
How does the automatic benefit for improvements in the extension translate to versioned extensions?
There were too many instances of version being used in that question for me to reliably answer it. Can you repeat it?
Does the GNOME 334 extension ever update?
Yes, if there are updates that are specific to the libraries and elements to that extension. However, you will not necessarily get libadwaita 4 in that extension because that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, thanks.
If I have some Canonical folks here who work on GNOME and they want to help, they can provide additional feedback on what they did. Heather.
Yeah, we do have a mechanism that identifies the libraries that are packaged, and if there's been like a CVE that's been updated and fixed, then we get let know that, hey, we need to rebuild that package to get the CVE fix. But we try really hard to not bump versions of like packages that we're building in parts in those individual extensions to keep it as consistent of an experience, And then that's what. Yeah, so if you need like a newer GTK4, then we say, okay, well then you're gonna have to go wait for the next extension.
So these extensions get packaged into a single snap, or are they separately installed? Like, can I update the extensions individually when there's a CVE, or do I need to rebuild all the snaps that use them?
They are part of. That's a good question. Do you need to rebuild your snap? Maybe. The answer is maybe. If you rely on assets that live in content snaps outside of your snap, then you don't. If however, there are changes that have to be applied to your application, then you have to rebuild it, right? But for instance, the themes and the icons and the sounds, once declared, they're what they are. And if there's an update in those elements, they will be updated to their own content snaps. And if your snap is connected to those assets, it will use the new ones. For everyone's sake, so they can hear the question, if you can repeat that with the mic.
So content snaps get distributed separately, and there's a
Yes.
dependency mechanism to...
Yes, so this is maybe an important concept to add a bit more information. So I'll actually use the KDE example, right? Lots of KDE apps use lots of similar libraries. So you could have something like 70, 80 Qt libraries, libqt something, being utilized by a single application, and then another, and another, and another. And when you have 150 of those, repetition can get a bit tedious. What you can do is bundle all these into a set, call it a content snap. You can version it to a specific Qt version, to a specific KDE version, however it's required. And then your snap can be both much smaller, much slimmer in declaration as well as physical size, and then it plugs into this common content and uses it. So basically you do the work once, and all the snaps that rely on that can benefit from it. Aleix, do you want to add anything? Chocolate less? No? You happy? Good. Any other questions?
Question over here.
Are these extensions, are they built from the debs that make up Ubuntu proper, or are they built from source?
The extensions themselves or the snaps?
The extensions themselves, are they built from deb packages or built from source upstream code?
We build Snapcraft from our own sources. So the code is implemented in Snapcraft itself. You can go online on GitHub, check the Snapcraft tree, and see all the magic there. Any other questions? Was that a hand, Aleix? Have you reconsidered your life choices? He did.
There are life choices being reconsidered.
I think you were asking about the code in the extensions. In the case for KDE Neon, at least it's coming from KDE Neon. So it's actually like the lib KDE framework core add-ons, for example, it's coming from their deb file. I don't think it's coming from, like, I don't think it's a separate build, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so the point of my question was, I think in Flatpak they're called is a runtime. I think is similar to what an extension would be in Snap. I could be wrong on that. I think the runtimes are built from source directly, and I was just wondering if the extensions follow the same runtime way where they built from source, or is it more like you assemble all of the debs that would otherwise take to build the GNOME stack, and then if they're all sourced from the debs?
I am being prevented from answering because someone else wants to say something. Heather,
Yeah,
yes.
the answer is really both. So the really important pieces, like the stuff that we need for GTK and all of those things, all of the GTK source view and all of those things, we build those from source. That way, when we build them and when we add them into the extension, we can grab the latest version that upstream has. But then we also have some just general, like, no, I think libc we do build from source, but there's some like larger libraries there, or like it tools and like, yeah, some of those, we just grab those. If that's good enough, what's in the archive, then we'll grab the debs from the archive and kind of stage those. But if we need something newer, then we certainly build it from source. So all the major key components are built from source.
I just want to clarify something that might be implied in your question. The extensions are a pretty unique concept if you compare it to the classical desktop counterpart applications, packages, debs, and RPMs. So I can't really think of a concept that would, well, be equivalent to the extensions functionality in that sense. So what you have here is a top-level commonality on top of packaging in multiple ways. So it is built from source, but that doesn't mean that you have to code every component. You can reuse components, but you still build it yourself. You don't source the extension from a deb and transform it into a Snapcraft. Okay. So let's see what the next slide hides. It hides more questions. No more questions. Is there anything online on the stream that...
I just checked, and there's no questions online. Sorry.
Forever alone. Okay. There is a question.
More of a comment than a question.
If someone was looking to use Snapcraft and they were new, where would they find out more information? Where would they get help?
First, here's my email.
You're going to solve all their problems?
No.
Personal support right here?
Okay, so being the one who gives this talk, if you have any questions that are related to what I just shared, feel free to email me. On top of that, there are many ways you can join our community, ask questions, get involved, and so forth. You can go onto the Snapcraft forum. You can join the discourse and participate. You can email help@snapcraft.io, which will go to a team of Snapcraft experts. I guess those are the main venues. Did I miss any? No? And of course, as previously alluded, I cannot solve all your life problems, maybe just some. Okay, I'd like to thank you for your time, patience, and understanding. Hopefully this was mildly entertaining. There was no chocolate, and I apologize for that. Next time, hopefully, I'll be able to toss a bit of candy at you. Thank you, and party on.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Oh, there's now general questions.
So are we still live, or how's it working? Always live. Okay.
Live. Okay. Anecdotally.
Yes.
When you look back on all the Snap work that you've done.
My work, or in general?
Or in general.
Okay.
What Snap do you think is either like the most technically awesome, or did you have the most fun working on, as far as like deploying Snap in the state that it is today?
Okay. So it's actually two questions, right? The most awesome thing? Technically awesome. Well, it's not a developer-focusing feature. It's a user-focusing feature, and it's parallel installs. For those of you who don't know, you can install snaps, the same version, or different versions of Snap in parallel. So you could install, I'll go with the VLC as example, the media player. You can install VLC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. However many you like. Each one of those can be a different version from a different channel. So you can have VLC 3 from the stable channel, and you can have VLC 4 from the edge channel using the new interface installed in parallel. And you can even run them in parallel, with some caveats, which I'll elaborate in a sec. So you can have LibreOffice 5, 6, and 7, how many different versions we have in the store, whatever exists. Maybe we don't have 5 anymore, yeah, sorry for false hopes. But you can have 6 and 7 side by side and see how those work. You can have different versions of NPM, different versions of Java, different versions of Python. You can then have multiple development environments living in isolation from one another, use them in parallel, see the differences. If you have backward compatibility needs, older versions may solve that for you. You may have a need to actually see the breakage in compatibility because you're developing a new application with a new database or some other asset, and you want to see how it works in version A versus version B, and so forth. So this, I think, for end users, and even developers themselves, is a pretty nifty feature. The caveat is that the namespace remains one. Like the movie Highlander from the 80s, there can only be one, or there can be only one, yes? If you have an application, most likely a server, that needs to bind to a port, has a socket, uses a shared memory element, then those may conflict with this different versions of that application running in parallel. So only one may be able to acquire the resource, or there might be locking problems, or there might be contention accessing the resource. But if you have standalone applications that don't necessarily have to modify anything outside of their private memory space, you're golden. So that's the coolest one. The coolest thing I've been involved with, I'll have to think about and come back to you.
All right, then we got another question over here.
Yes.
Yes, this is a really nice feature, but for now, please do not try it with the cup snap. I think for now, as the cup snap is now, I never knew before that there was this feature. it will make a mess, but I will look into the CupSnap perhaps later on, I succeed to make it also parallelizable as you mentioned.
Just for the sake of our online audience, that was Till, the benevolent dictator for printing, right? And he was talking about the CUPS interface for printing. Like I said, it's, if you have a service, if you have a daemon, problems can arise, binding to a socket or port. So, yeah, listen to his advice and don't run more than one CUPS at once. Haha. Anything else? Question on the left side?
You're really making me.
It's good for you. A bit of exercise. Yes.
With extensions, is there a deduplication process? So let's say you have 4 or 5 snaps that are all relying on the same extension.
Yes.
Will there just be one copy of that extension on the system, not one for each? Okay. And then my other question is, we've been hearing a lot about cold boots versus warm boots with things like the Firefox snap that is recently launched. And part of my understanding of that is that loading all of those extensions libraries into memory from basically from nil can take a little bit of time, hence a little bit of latency with the launching of Firefox. If you have an app already launched that makes use of an extension, and then you, let's say, launch Firefox, and it also uses that, will it boot up faster because it is using the extension that is already basically in memory from the other snap?
It is not a trivial question, because it really depends what we're talking about. Are we talking about content that it lives in a content snap, or are we talking about libraries that are part of the snap itself? It's not a trivial one. In general, memory management, and it's a dark art in Linux. No, seriously. But I actually wanna, well, mostly for the online audience, you should go onto Snapcraft.io. There's a range of about half a dozen different articles that discuss the startup performance, hot and cold, that discuss the improvements that went into this, problems that existed in previous versions, as well as, 1 second, I'm getting photographed, so I need to look serious. Just go on, yeah. And the use of compression algorithms for the Squash FS file system for the snaps, and how that affects the startup times. So there's quite a bit of journey and quite a bit of context that people should take into account when they look at this before assessing any more recent things, and then thinking about what's going to happen further down the road. I hope I gave a clear enough answer. It wasn't too political.
All right, I see a question way in the back.
Far end.
Can I consider the extensions as a collection of the packages?
Well, in a way, yes. It's a bit more than that. It's a packaging of common components, as well as a declaration of repeatable tasks. It doesn't necessarily have to be a package, but more as a logic of that package, in that sense, if you understand what I mean. For instance, right, plugging a hole to the security confinement to access the home and network interfaces. You're not really using a package per se, but you're doing a task. So it's like having a script that does a lot of good things for you, if you want to look at it if you need an analogy, right?
Thank you. Another question. Yes. What's the advantage of the snap comparing to the Flatpak?
Okay. So the question I will not be answering today because it's not fair. Debating your, let's call them competitors, while holding a microphone is not a noble thing to do. What I always like to say is, I think that you should use the best technology for the job. You analyze it in a cool, objective manner, and then you realize, okay, I need these features, and here's the technology that satisfies most, all, or none of it. And if it has a name that starts with S, use it. If it starts with F, use it. Or maybe you have a mix of needs, and in certain situations, Snap will do better and Flatpak will do better. So that's as best that I can answer here.
Thank you.
I think there's one more question.
There's one more question.
Yes. I have one suggestion. Perhaps perhaps one could, while the system is booted, already load some common extensions, for example, the GNOME extension, or even one could log what the user has used, and when he boots the next time, based on that, already load the extensions which he probably would need most, and so when he logs in, the extension is already there, and when he clicks on Firefox, then Firefox comes up quickly.
So I think the one problem with, it's not really a problem, but the moral question is, what can you do for the user without compromising their privacy, without overdumbing the system, and overcomplicating your own infrastructure? Because any scenario where you try to solve things in a deterministic machine way means you have two ways of going about it. Either you succeed or you have a bug. And if a path from application code to the usage has 5 steps or 29 steps, it's going to be a completely different journey. So yes, you can preload things, but what does that mean? Does it mean that if you have an application with a security problem, you preload it, and now you have a vulnerable application running before the user had a chance to update it? And that application then gets updated while the user is using it. What happens at that point? And so it's just a trivial example, but multiplied by 1,000 to understand how many different permutations there are. None of this can be solved quickly. If it could have been, it wouldn't be a problem, right? So, but an open invitation to everyone. If you have suggestions, ideas, or even pure objections to how things are being done, please join the forum, express yourselves. And this is not just an empty cliche sentence. We do actually read. My job is to listen to you and go back and talk to my peers about your problems, about the community issues, technological obstacles, anything that could make snaps, well, that could improve the ecosystem. Simple as that. Was there any other questions? I think I saw another hand. No? That was just me being hopeful.
Applause.
You can. Thank you.
See, because you may not have had chocolate, but you've got something else that we need, and that's an extra 5 minutes in the coffee break.
Plus some delectable jokes.
Delectable jokes, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's coffee break, which means that if you're not in blue yet, you can still buy a t-shirt out there. And we will be reconvening at 16:25, 5 minutes to half an hour before 5 o'clock, local time. That's the weirdest way of putting it. But it's built up of content snaps, all stacked on top of each other. Yeah, 16:25, go for coffee, come back wearing blue. Or wearing a t-shirt.
Let's go ahead and get this up.
thanks to CodeThink for feeding us and getting us some coffee. Tomorrow for lunch, if you want to use the venue's lunch, which is a good idea, it's vegan or vegetarian options. Sign up at the bar or find Anissa and put your name on the list. Then you get lunch served here. So much for logistics. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Heather Ellsworth. Ellsworth. Thank you. She's going to tell us how good things are going to get.
How do I turn this on?
You're good to go.
Sweet. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name's Heather. I work at Canonical. I love Ubuntu. I love Linux, really, and GNOME, and all the things. Anyways. Yes, so I'm here to talk to you about a thing that we did at Canonical called, well, let me just go on. Here we go. All right, so the point is, gaming on Linux is gaining popularity. Let's talk a little bit about the ecosystem here. So I have this picture of Atlas. Okay, you got some distros that are, you have all of these tools to kind of deal with. So there's Wine, Play It on Linux, Steam, Lutris, Heroic, kind of so many different little pieces that need to work together to make a gaming experience possible on Linux. And then depending on your operating system, you might have different challenges. So there's a really wide ecosystem of gaming here, and there's a lot of pieces, a lot of moving parts. Wine, I used to use Wine quite a bit back in the day, until one day something broke and I was like, well, I don't know, maybe I'm all done. So then I got into board games. But I think things have gotten a lot easier in the times. And so Wine's really cool. It translates Windows-specific inputs into Linux comprehensible instructions. And then Steam kind of has its own version called Proton that some of you may know about. And then they have this kind of Steam Play, but Proton, powers that. So Steam Play is kind of a general set of tools, but Proton is kind of the main piece there. So many of you might be familiar with debugging Wine problems from back in the day as well, and have your own sob stories. Okay, so there's a lot going on, and as technology has improved, we got OBS Studio and Discord, and so just as time has gone on, the number of tools has increased. So a little bit of history of gaming on Linux. So Steam was initially launched in 2003. I remember when it came out for Linux, 2013. And then Steam OS was a big deal, and Steam Machines was kind of, just a machine dedicated to Steam OS that dealt with peripherals and all kinds of things. And then I mentioned Steam Play, that came out in 2019 and really kind of started to level some of the playing field. And then as time goes on, there's more and more support that's being added. So support for NVIDIA DLSS was added to Proton recently, and the Easy Anti-Cheat, which is really solid. And then, of course, the Steamdeck, which I have pre-ordered, as many of you have, I'm sure. So, Steam was huge. It did all kinds of things. It provided social networking, your game streaming. It kind of was like a one-stop shop for your gaming needs. So, this is a great time to get into gaming on Linux. Oh, I didn't even talk about this graph. My apologies. So, number of Steam games playable on Linux. It was pretty slow, right? Like we talked about native games until Proton came out. And now we talk about number of games that are playable on like SteamOS and Linux. And I just checked this morning and it's a little over 21,000 games in Steam that's playable on SteamOS and Linux, and that's huge. It's huge. I'm sure if we did more resolution here, you would see more of a hockey stick, around when Proton DB was announced. So what is Proton DB? I think I just kind of here we go. ProtonDB is this wonderful like community project that does its best to take games and make them, Windows games historically, and make them playable on Linux, and at least document to what degree they're playable. It's great. You can look at the top 100 games. The top 10 games, fluctuates quite a bit. You can even add your own Steam account in there, so it can like pull your library. You can see the stats. Last I checked a couple days ago, that portion was just a little broken, but I'm sure it'll get fixed soon. So historically, it has been kind of a mess. I mean, setting up, if you wanted to sit down and play a game, you spent hours setting up dependencies. And then at the end of the day, you didn't have anti-cheat, and you still might have had some like compatibility layer problems, and then maybe your joystick wasn't supported at the end. So at the end, you're not playing your game, and you're just frustrated. And then you go to the board game store. I'm kidding. So, what can we do to solve this lady's tears? We can snap something. So, what is snap? What are snaps? I mean, those of you that were here right before the break heard Igor talk about kind of the structure of snaps and the use of extensions to kind of make that easier for you. But it's basically a sandbox app that's packaged with its dependencies in a secure environment. And then we use these different cores as a fundamental base. It can run on any Linux distro with snapd. And we already have lots of snaps out there that you may know about, like Firefox, Chromium, and then even some more proprietary stuff like Spotify, and we have Skype that I've used to get in contact with my mom. So they're pretty handy, and you can learn more about them at snapcraft.io. So, how does this work with gaming? Well, as you might have guessed, we have decided to snap Steam. And I say we, but really Ken Van Dyne is my manager, is very knowledgeable in snaps and very passionate about community, and we're seeing how we can move forward in this gaming space with snaps. So, we've snapped Steam. It contains a Steam launcher, plus everything you need to run your Steam games. So, we all remember installing 32-bit libraries going, do we need these anymore? I guess so. Well, this time, it's bundled for you, including the support for Vulkan, Mesa drivers, and the latest versions of Proton and Steam. Proton's updating all the time, so it's really nice to kind of get that from a trusted source. And so no more PPAs, no more messy, I'm going to install this and cross my fingers kind of thing. Okay, so if Proton is evolving all the time. Remember, Proton is that compatibility layer that's a forked version of Wine. So about a week ago, we got 7.0.2, and it seems like every Proton version kind of has the same things. Has a ton of bug fixes, which is always good. There's always like, here's a list of more games that were only playable on Windows that are now playable on Linux, and so that's always exciting to see. And then there's increased support for Vulkan, which is the replacement for OpenGL. So, I mean, we're really staying at the top there. So, every new release comes out with more and more things that make your gaming experience more enjoyable. And you don't have to do anything special to get these features. You just install the snap, and the games are sandboxed as well. So that's always good. So please go try out the Steam Snap. It is early access, so use it with caution. But let us know if something doesn't go wrong, because we want to improve it. And that's how open source works, right? You test and you provide feedback, and then rinse and repeat, and it's all great. So you can find a link to the Steam Snap right there in our GitHub page. And I believe that Ollie is posting a discourse announcing this as I am talking. So that's kind of neat. But we're not stopping there. There's so much more we can do. So kind of going back to the problem, looking, with the issues of gaming on Linux, what does this solve? I mean, it solves several of these things, right? The drivers and dependencies, we definitely got that covered. We provide the libraries for you. Anti-cheat is included. Compatibility layers, Proton, that's all solved for you. It doesn't fix everything, right? We don't support all of the peripherals, not yet. And we lack fully featured performance overlays, but we're getting there. I forgot to remove that frustration bit at the end. So how are we going to get there? Like, how are we going to get to our kind of end goal? We want to eventually be able to provide an easier environment for a user to select a specific kernel for like their optimized gaming experience, or to choose newer Mesa drivers, to really tweak those performance optimized pieces. We are also in partnership, like we're talking with Unity, Epic, NVIDIA for improved support. And we are looking to have more involvement with Proton and Wine. So, as we have mentioned several times, we're hiring. And I said earlier, we're trying to build a dedicated team for gaming, for improved gaming experience on Linux, targeting Ubuntu. So if you're interested, we're looking for a desktop gaming product manager as well as engineers. If you have any questions, you can just chat, just ping me or talk to me or anybody else that's here. We would love to have you. And that's really it. I mean, we're excited. We're excited to have gamers on our Steam Snap, and we want to improve it. We want to make it as efficient and as seamless and fun of a gaming experience as possible. When my daughter is old enough to play games, I want her to just like install Ubuntu and install the Snap and just like go. Or just, no debugging those middle layer problems ever again. So that's all I had. You can reach me. There's my email. I'm Ellsworth on IRC and Linux Flower on Twitter. Yeah, thanks.
Questions from the room? Sorry, questions. Do you have questions?
I don't have questions.
You're best suited to ask yourself questions. But it's going to be Britt.
I'll kick us off here. Love the work on Steam. Awesome. It's the biggest of the game launchers for sure. One of the things that was pointed out in that Line of Tech Tips series was that while Steam has the largest, it's the Netflix of games, it has the largest variety, a lot of the big publishers, Riot Games and EA, they're like moving to their own Origin, Riot Launcher. Are there ideas being planned in the works, aspirations maybe to try to bring other launchers to Linux in much of the same way that Steam is on Linux?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think we'll have to see kind of how much adoption and demand there is. But if there's a lot of demand for that, then absolutely we're going to try and snap that, work with them. But yeah, it's later. We'll see. Yeah.
Hi. Well, this is loud. Yeah, thanks for your talk. I was a little bit involved in sandboxing Steam and Flatpak as well as Firefox, and we had like serious issues to it's right now it's like really hard to call these apps sandbox because the holes in the sandbox are just so huge, especially because of certain input methods. And I wanted to ask if you are more successful in actually sandboxing Steam and the games. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, so actually it isolates the IPC bus. And so I know that it is sandboxed to some extent, but I can't speak to the super low level app armor profiles, how large the holes are. But the question was, how sandboxed is it? Is that right? Ah, okay. I think that's a matter of opinion that I can't say. I can say that the reason that we focused on Snap specifically, I know that there is a Flatpak of Steam, and I think that's amazing. I think that's great. On Ubuntu, our users care mostly about snaps, and so that's what we wanted to provide them as part of a consistent experience. But also, I think that the healthy competition there can only improve both. If that didn't answer your question, I'm happy to chat more to dive deeper into what the root question was.
How confident would you be in the sandboxing? Was there any testing so far, or is it still? Oh yeah, sorry. Was there like any testing so far of the sandboxing, or is it just so far just okay? We did something, but we don't know how confident we are about the sandboxing.
We've definitely tested it, but we also, this is brand new. So this is the announcement of it. So this is also a call for testing. Please come help us test it and help us identify any issues. But we are confident that it is sandboxed.
May I add something to that?
Of course.
So for users, the end user, the gamer, the most important thing is a seamless gaming experience. Sandboxing is important, but if they can't have their game running, they'll find a way around it. So the sandbox just needs to align into a perfect gaming experience. Otherwise, it's just something people will ignore. And they'll go somewhere else. Windows, Mac, whatever, right? Well.
Any other questions?
There's some comments online, and there is one online question.
Okay, great.
Which comes from Denitis. When you said that Proton is included, does it mean that it has been recompiled to work against that Snap environment? Or does it still use the Steam runtime plus pressure vessel container?
I believe, so Steam, it still uses the Steam, we're not compiling Proton separately. So what Steam comes with, the Proton, is what we are disseminating. We're not building it separately.
There's a question over there.
What's the relationship between the Proto and the wine? Is Proto just a special version of wine?
Yes, I believe Proton is a forked version of wine that has been optimized for Steam.
Will the Steam support running the Windows game on Linux and on Wayland? I mean, where it supports Wayland?
Yes, I was playing Wayland games. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah, I see.
Thanks. So I really hope that you can achieve your dreams of having your daughters install Steam on Snap and just play. But I'm wondering, like, if I'm here today, it's because as a kid I had to, type ld_library pass blah 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 and then bash. And I'm wondering, do we have a path for people forward to start learning how to tinker? Like, are we keeping a pathway for people to struggle a bit in order to learn? And I don't know, as a community, how many people are in the same case than me, but that will be interesting to know.
Yeah, I mean, so discourse is generally, discourse.ubuntu.com is where we do a lot of community engagement. So if people are testing, debugging, questions, reach out, whatever, it's a good co-located place. You can search, for if someone had the previous problem. So hopefully, in the modern times, we have those kind of, grouped discussions for easy discoverability. So ideally, people don't have to struggle nearly as much. And they can build off of, what other people about their same level are doing and kind of work together to ramp up you know, to get there faster, to be less frustrated, right? That's the goal.
Questions? There's Britt again.
Britt with another hard question.
Hardest. NVIDIA is the king of gaming graphics cards right now, and they're also notoriously hard, maybe not hard, but finicky to get running the drivers correctly. Other Linux-based distros have put in some work to make packaging of the NVIDIA drivers as easy as it can be. Is that one of the initiatives that you think this gaming focus team is going to want to do, is try to decrease the barrier to entry to make sure that like give the best NVIDIA experience possible on Waylands and getting it installed, all that kind of stuff?
Absolutely. We're talking to NVIDIA to do our best to like, I know it's going to be a slow process, but we have to make progress at some rate, right? So we want to kind of make it not so difficult. So we're definitely talking with NVIDIA to ease that experience.
Anyone? There are no more online questions. No.
So yeah, please take a look. Consider giving it a try if you want to do some benchmarking, performance tests, anything. Let us know how it went. If it was terrible, if it was great, we want to improve it. I think we're all here because we all love free software. And like I said, I think it's good and healthy to have competition between individual technologies because that keeps us honest and it keeps us, you know, innovating. So I hope people don't see this as any sort of negative thing. It should only be positive. So please come and help us test and improve the Linux gaming experience on Linux. Thank you.
Woo. Thank you, Heather. We have about 15 minutes before the next talk is going to kick off. So stretch your legs, buy some t-shirts, register for lunch, do all the things, test some games while you're out there. And we'll be back here at 17:05 to talk about progressive web apps in GNOME. That'll be an online presentation, so we'll have them up on the big screen. Thanks again, Heather. And All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had some good coffee and that you're wearing a LAS t-shirt. Our next speaker is going to be online. Phaedrus will be telling us about progressive web apps in GNOME. There you go. Give him a hand. We're ready for you. Well, that was almost successful. We'll be back with fewer audio problems shortly.
Maybe now you can hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear. Give me a thumbs up. Smile for the camera.
Switch to a different input device?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, someone said they can hear me, so I think it's working. Yeah, so my name is Phaedrus. I've been working on GNOME for a few years now. I was working at Endless, which is now the Endless OS Foundation, for the past few years until last year. And I worked at Red Hat as an intern before that on their desktop team. And then this project that I'm talking about today was done as a contractor for the GNOME Foundation. And then now I'm just looking for work, not employed at the moment. So I thought it would be fun to show a screenshot of a system that has web apps installed and other apps installed and see if you can tell which ones are the web apps. Maybe take a look there. It's maybe more obvious for some than others. As it turns out, those 4 of them are the web apps. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that when you're looking at your applications view, applications are applications, whether they're web apps or not. You know, a lot of them can do the same things, and that's to some extent kind of the whole point of progressive web apps, is that they can do a lot of things that native apps can do. And here's a screenshot of using a progressive web app using GNOME Web, our own favorite web browser. You know, you can see, if you're not familiar with how it works, it's basically just the web browser without the URL bar. And web apps can control whether they want like the back and forward navigation buttons and things like that. But it's basically just a web page that's full screen and makes use of web technologies to make an application work. So Google is like one of the main companies that's pushing progressive web apps these days. And according to them, these are the things that make a progressive web app good, or kind of the core requirements. They want it to be performant. They want it to work in any browser, which is a little bit funny coming from Google because they have a tendency to make things work only in Chrome. And they want it to be responsive to any screen size. That's pretty important because progressive web apps are used a lot on mobile screens. And then providing a custom offline page is a pretty big feature because progressive web apps are supposed to work to some extent offline. Depending on the app, they could have their full feature set offline if it's something simple that doesn't really require an internet connection, like compressing an image, or if it's something like Gmail that requires full internet to actually work, it can at least provide an offline page so that it's clear, because it's a bad experience to open an app and just have the browser's offline page rather than the application's offline page. And then lastly, their requirement is that it be installable. So that's just referring to what I was showing a few slides ago, where you can install web apps to the GNOME desktop or any desktop. And that part is not actually a new feature with this project. GNOME Web has been able to install web apps for quite a long time. And with one exception being not when it's a Flatpak. So the Flatpak of GNOME Web has not been able to install web apps, which is an unfortunate limitation of the feature. So we could talk about which platforms currently have support for progressive web apps. Of course, since Google is pushing them, Chrome and Chromium-based browsers generally support them across all platforms, so meaning both desktops and mobile platforms. I think the one exception to that would be iOS, because I don't know a lot about iOS, but I think they require you to use their own browser, not Chrome. So GNOME Web still doesn't exactly support all progressive web apps features, but it does have web app support, and it does support some features, like the offline features are possible because GNOME Web has service worker support. And I do want to add web app manifest support in this GNOME cycle, which would be kind of the main thing that's missing in order to be able to call GNOME Web web apps progressive web apps. Because the manifest is the piece of metadata that's included with the HTML page that has all of the things that are necessary to make it work a little bit more like a native app. So for example, it provides like icons and the correct URL for the app to start on, and various other things, like even actually age rating information is in there, because one of the things that Google and Microsoft are trying to use progressive web apps for is to put them in their app stores, which sometimes require things like that. So then what about Firefox? Firefox supports PWAs on mobile Firefox, but not desktop. There is an extension that you can add to Firefox to use them on the desktop, but I guess Mozilla doesn't have the resources for it, for fully supporting it across all platforms, unfortunately. And then iOS, Safari supports progressive web apps, and then Windows also has pretty deep support for progressive web apps, so you can find them. You can find PWAs in the Microsoft Store, and Edge, of course, being Chromium-based, I believe has just as good a support for web apps as any other Chromium-based browser. So just the fact that all these other platforms support PWAs isn't on its own a good reason for GNOME to want to support PWAs, but it is maybe indicative of where a lot of the industry is going. So it's worth paying attention to. There's a few screenshots just showing what it's like to install a progressive web app on different platforms. On Chrome, you just get a little button up in the address bar. I mean, technically, that's great, but it's basically Chrome. And on Firefox, that's what the dialog looks like when you want to install something. And then there's the dialog that we already had even before before this project in GNOME Web. And it's the same dialog now that it's been moved to a portal. But that's the GTK3 dialog for installing a web app in GNOME Web. So yeah, I guess getting back to the point of why we might want to have better PWA support on GNOME is one thing is to supplement the high quality native apps that are available. So we want to have, when developers make a native application for GNOME, we want to highlight that in our store like GNOME software. We want to feature it prominently and we want people to use it. But users also want to have access to more applications if possible, and so if we can supplement that with web apps, that should be a good thing for users and for adoption of the GNOME platform. And specifically, like independent software vendors that don't care about Linux support, them being able to get it for free with no extra work, because once they follow PWA standards, it should just work. That's a pretty big deal. I think everyone here is probably familiar with what it's like to try to get software vendors to care about the Linux desktop and how that can sometimes be an uphill battle. And then in cases where maybe they do care a little bit, maybe we can use this PWA support to get them to support GNOME Web a little better. Because currently that's the only backend that's supported by in this project in GNOME software. So in other words, you can use PWAs on Chrome on Linux, but in software in GNOME 43, you will only be able to use web apps backed by GNOME Web. So specifically when you're installing them from GNOME software. So because of that, maybe we can encourage these app vendors, the ones who are writing web apps, to support GNOME Web, because the selling point is if you support web, then we can get you a whole ton of more users. And the Linux desktop has millions of users, so maybe there's some a case to be made there, and maybe that's helpful for GNOME Web, which every platform should have a well-resourced web browser. So I think we all want GNOME Web to be successful. And then like another reason to consider web apps being a good thing is that like currently the situation is that people run a lot of Electron-based apps as an alternative that are often packaged as Flatpaks. And that's not really great because it means each one has to package a copy of Chrome essentially, and that's a lot of memory usage and a lot of resource usage, and it's just more support for the world's biggest web browser. That's not really a great situation. If we can have apps use GNOME Web instead, then that should be a good thing. And then also mobile phones, as probably everyone knows here, the Librem 5 and other phones are pretty popular these days, and hopefully they can make use of progressive web apps thanks to this work. So a little bit about the project scope. As I mentioned earlier, GNOME Web as a Flatpak didn't until recently support installing web apps at all. Like all the web app features are disabled. So now with GNOME Web 43, it will have support for that, thanks to a new portal that I worked on or created. And then also another part of this work was bringing back web app support to GNOME software, which was dropped a few years ago because partly because the implementation was just not very maintainable. It was essentially doing the same thing that GNOME Web was doing, like trying to make web apps that look exactly as if they had been made by GNOME Web. And that's not really a very robust way to implement it. So now in the new implementation that hasn't been merged yet, but will soon, hopefully, instead we just talk to GNOME Web over a dbus API. And that way, hopefully, things should be more robust. And I guess to be a little more specific, the support for web apps in GNOME software would be things like listing those that you have installed, uninstalling them, viewing the metadata, opening them. Those are basically the functions that we're talking about. And then there's also another component of this that is including web apps with software, if that option is enabled at build time. So that would just mean that not that they're installed, but that they're installable. So they show up in the list of software on the Discover page. And hopefully that serves the function of helping users discover web apps, because it's not really trivially easy, especially for maybe less power users, to just find progressive web apps to use, even though there are indexes online of them. Yeah. So we could talk a little bit about the status quo before the new portal is out. Specifically, the portal is for installing desktop files, which is to say installing launchers onto the desktop environment menu. So without the portal, applications have had to choose between disabling functionality or having a sandbox hole. And the sandbox hole is pretty big because it means that the application can just install any launchers onto the user's desktop environment menu without the user permission at all. So it's really not a great situation. And then there is a video here of Bottles, which is like a Linux app for installing Windows apps. There's a video of them explaining how to add desktop entries in the Bottles Flatpak, and I don't know if we really have time to watch it, but it's basically just add a sandbox hole and then do it. So hopefully soon they'll be able to migrate to the new portal. And then similarly, Chromium, when it's packaged as a Flatpak, also requires the user to poke a sandbox hole in order to get the web app support. And then, as I mentioned, GNOME Web doesn't have the feature at all when it says a Flatpak. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what went into creating the new portal, which ended up being called a dynamic launcher portal, because hopefully it has use cases beyond just installing web apps. Really, the portal is just for installing a desktop file and an associated icon. So hopefully that should be useful for any app that wants to install something to the desktop environment menu. So yeah, gathering requirements from different use cases, because we want the interface provided by XDG Desktop Portal to be general enough that it works for different use cases, not just for GNOME Web. Then I also had some discussions with the design team about what the user interface of it would look like. And then a lot of technical discussions about how to handle edge cases, how to handle untrusted input, supporting sandboxed and unsandboxed apps, just a general thing that all portals should do, support sandboxed or unsandboxed. And then also another slightly complicated aspect of it was that we wanted to, generally speaking, a portal needs to show a user interface to get user confirmation when a sandboxed app is trying to do something that's security sensitive. But we need an exception to that in this case, because in the case that the user is installing the web app through software rather than web, they're going to click install on software, and they don't want a separate dialog to show up in web. The install needs to just happen from software. So because of that, there's a couple of methods in the portal that we could talk about later that kind of make that possible. And then, of course, every portal needs at least one backend supporting it. Well, at least I don't think there are any that don't, that just implement everything in XDG Desktop Portal, but maybe there are. In this case, since it has a graphical component, it does need backend support. And as far as I know, the GTK and GNOME backends are the only ones that have it. At least those are the ones that I did, and I haven't done anything for KDE or any of the other backends. And libportal, which is the C library designed for applications that want to make use of XDG Desktop Portal without doing all the dbus calls manually. So libportal now supports this new dynamic launcher portal. And then there's also, AshPD is a Rust equivalent of libportal, I believe. And Bilal is working on adding support there as well. So this is a little bit on the technical side, but this is each method supported by the portal, and I guess it's just interesting because it shows everything that you can do with the portal. And all the first three methods are just about installing something, installing a launcher either with or without user interaction. And then you can uninstall, perhaps unsurprisingly. And then the next two methods, getting the desktop entry or getting the icon, that allows applications to get that information after something has been installed. So like web, for example, has a list of installed applications in its own user interface, and those methods make it possible to implement that. And then there's also a launch method, so that way applications can launch their installed launchers, which seems like useful functionality. Specifically in the case of web, the reason we needed that is that when you install a web app, you get a notification, and clicking on the notification is supposed to launch the app. So in order to keep that functionality, we needed a launch method. So as I said earlier, portals are not just for sandbox, Flatpak, or Snap apps. They're also for apps that are packaged as a deb or RPM or anything else. And until recently, those host applications couldn't, XDG Desktop Portal couldn't tell like what their app ID is, which is important because the app ID is used in various contexts, like specifically to store permissions in the permission database that the portal maintains. So not being able to get the app ID makes it a little difficult for host apps to use certain portals, certain portal interfaces. So now, as of like recent releases, we do have support for getting the app ID for unsandboxed applications by parsing the C group name. It doesn't exactly work in all cases. Like if your distribution doesn't have systemd, then it's not going to work. And also, if you launch an app like from the command line, it's not going to work. But those are, edge cases that we can certainly improve on later. And then the relevant thing to the portal that we're talking about today is that, having it work for, or being able to get the app ID of host applications is important because we need to check like we want to allow GNOME software to install web apps without user interaction, but we don't want to allow just any app to do that. Basically, because even when software is packaged as a Flatpak, which I realize it's not packaged as a Flatpak for users, but it is for development purposes. So even if it's sandboxed, we still want to allow it to do this this operation without user interaction that most sandboxed applications would not be able to do. So in order to make that possible, we need to be able to check what the app ID is. And now we can. It's great because it also helps other applications that are using portals for other purposes. Here's just a little bit about the current status. Basically, there's the portal side of things is released. I didn't mention the lib portal here, but that's also been released already. And then GNOME Web 43, when that is released, we'll use the new portal for installing web apps. So hopefully all distributions that update to 43 will have the new portal, because otherwise you lose the functionality of web apps, which would not be great, because we use the new portal always, even if it's a host app, not a Flatpak. And then on the software side of things, those merge requests have not made it in yet, but hopefully by the time 43 comes around, they will. And they're pretty close to making it in. So I think maybe we have time to watch this demo video that I shared. It says I have 5 minutes remaining. So this is showing installing a web app in web and then having it show up in software. Well, I guess also launching it. I think the screen share went away.
We're trying to get the screen share back on in the main room. Because I'm sure you've seen your video before, but we haven't. Don't spoiler it for us.
So one of the aspects of this project is maintaining a list of progressive web apps that could be included with software. And there's a link here to the GitLab repo with that list. And if anyone wants to help add things to it, that would be definitely appreciated. There's a set of requirements in the README that have to be met, like working well with GNOME Web. So yeah, please check that out. Right now it's pretty small. It's like 10 apps or something like that. Then here's a little bit about like future possibilities for progressive web apps in GNOME. Chromium could use the new portal if anyone has time to do that work. Chrome already has use of XTG Desktop Portal APIs in its code base, so it wouldn't be anything new. But I've heard that one of the aspects of adding code to Chromium is updating their CI infrastructure, so I guess it would be a lot of work, partly for that reason. And then another possible improvement for the future would be we can expose like more information to software from the web app manifest after getting that added to web. So that way we could have better metadata show up in software. And yeah, thanks to everyone who made this possible. GNOME Foundation, Endless, Philip Withnall, Michael Catanzaro, Georges Starakis, and all these people who helped participate in discussions. Yes, Britt said we have 2 more minutes, so maybe we have time to do one more demo video.
Demo videos don't work very well. Maybe you want questions? Other questions?
Don't work.
I don't know whether he can hear us. Dang. Were there questions here in the room? Aleix has a question, but if we're not sure that he can hear us. All right. There he is. Can you hear us? Nope. All right, so I'm going to hand the mic to Aleix. Aleix is going to dictate to Britt. It's going to be amazing.
So,
not sure if that actually worked. No, unfortunately, I can't hear you for some reason.
Should I? All right. Well, one thing.
I don't hear anything.
As Plasma, we've implemented this portal, so it's probably good to know for him. And second, he mentioned listing applications. What does it mean on the software center? Is it that there's somewhere a list of web apps, or it's just the ones that you have already installed?
But you can still hear me, right? Okay. So it looks like there's a question. Plasma wants to implement Portal. That's great. Yeah, I hope they do.
It's already done.
Sure. Really what else to say there? What does it mean to list your apps? I guess that could be referring to what's happening in web or what's happening in GNOME software, but in either case, we're just talking about the list of installed applications and having web apps show up in that list. So software, it has an installed tab and lists your apps there, and in GNOME Web, there's an application manager feature. Hopefully that answers that question. Wonder why I can't hear you.
I'm going to hand off the mic so we can, I don't know whether we're dictating or not.
Yeah, this isn't really a question, but just to add, I guess, a little bit to the answer. So GNOME software, there's a hard-coded, not hard-coded, it's like an app data file that has some picked web apps that show up in a section for here's some stuff from the web. We haven't quite decided what GNOME wants to put in as those web apps. But we're trying to come up with somehow objective criteria of what's a web app worth listing. And so if you would like to share a list of apps that are worth putting in your software center, that would be probably a good thing to collaborate on. So we could stick it on Free Desktop and have a list of these are web apps that humans want to use. If you support the portal and have something on the other side of it. So. Yeah, no, there isn't really a way to discover web apps. particularly. Some things like the Microsoft Store, they have a way for you to submit your PWA, so it gets basically kind of turned into an app in their store, but it involves you as the PWA kind of publisher doing a step. But it's a list with some metadata.
Thanks, Rob. Other questions? Other questions? You know what? I think we're going to say thank you. Now, we're going to see Phaedrus again shortly as one of the lightning talks, but which means we're moving on to the lightning talks. The lightning talks are the exciting part of the conference where we try to AV switch about 6 people through in half an hour, which I'm sure you all appreciate is the big challenge in using desktop Linux. Here is number 1 geeko. Yeah, because you've got a video.
I do have a video. I mean, it has no sound.
Yeah. First up is the amazing Geeko and Support Act.
Yes. Yes. So I actually have a video. During the video. Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does this work too? I'll just stick here. I'll just stay here. All right. Yeah, I want to thank everyone for. I want to thank Lass actually for allowing me to do this lightning talk. So basically, what you're seeing right here is it's a talk about a new offering from openSUSE, Leap, and it's going to kind of walk through various aspects of a use case for openSUSE Leap, and this use case is, openSUSE Leap Micro, and this use case is starting in Nginx with Raspberry Pi, using this, so to speak, distribution. If any of you are familiar with a talk Richard Brown had given about MicroOS, think of MicroOS, or even Silverblue, I guess, without the desktop version in this particular use case. As Ljubuncic, who's actually also online, so if you have any questions, just go ahead and ask him online. But he's just kind of running us through like a basic setup, describing the documentation and things like that. But what Leap Micro is really is it's sort of it's a host OS. It's we're looking at using containers. We're looking at using maybe Git updates, or testing some things out. And he's setting up a USB with a script where you're using, it's Trackhoot options, where you're basically describing the boot. And within this USB, you set this up, and once you download the image, in this case, as I just said, it's for Raspberry Pi, but we have various other images. We also have some virtual machine images and whatnot. But in this use case, that USB stick will allow you to, when you start it up, it should be in the Pi, but you get an operating system running, and then you just kind of use that USB stick as a supporting script to get the system running. But it actually is relatively easy, and you can do it pretty quickly. I think, Ljubuncic, you could probably correct me, but I think you said something like 10 seconds, roughly, is what you said on the boot time. A lot of the documentation, though, about these, about ignition and combustion, I think it's combustion, these boot systems, or Trackhoot commands for the boot system, there's a lot of documentation, and so what you end up, you'll have to kind of look into this to experience, like, you know, how you're touching these various things. But anyway, with this host OS, there's a difference between openSUSE MicroOS and Leap Micro. And the difference that is between these two is really you have a release coming out every 6 months. And where MicroOS is based on snapshots of Tumbleweed. So that is sort of the difference. But then as these come out every 6 months, you know, you're basically allowing you to just run your system and keep going. But the support cycle will really go up to, let's say, for example, as he mentions, if you hop on, it's called Micro 5.1, but that's the SUSE. That's the SUSE commercial version, I guess. But then you get the community version, which is going to be Leap Micro 5.2. You could go ahead and you can use that for like 4 years. So that's kind of nice. Yeah. One of the things that mentioned here is that he's using Cockpit as the sort of the front end to get this Nginx up and running. You'll see that he actually starts. So Ljubuncic did this video, but you'll see that he actually is using some containers, like openSUSE containers, specifically Nginx. There was no really reason for the one he picked, but toward the end you'll actually see him get this up and running. Let's see. One of the things that has to be set is the XT4 is also touched, and you kind of have these pre-configured images that you're going to need to select when you go to the openSUSE page, and then you, which is git.opensuse.org, and you'll see there a logo with a circle and a logo with like a diamond, and basically Leap Micro is the one with the diamond, but they relatively do a lot of the same things. So you can see the basic configurations that he has that he's setting up here, but you have to put in password and get that running, which is what we have here, and then you basically do the configuration. Let's see here. So the documentation that you will find is going to be SUSE documentation, but of course after, so this kind of goes along with the openSUSE Leap 15.4 release that we have coming out in June. So currently what you're seeing here is sort of like still a testing phase, but a lot of that will shift once we go have the official release, which is when you'll start seeing some of the openSUSE documentation. But right now, if you are interested in checking it out, you can go ahead and go to the SUSE documentation. There are x86. I'm not quite. Of course, there's a few ARM 64 images, and specifically, he kind of used this as a use case. And I mean, as we go forward, will we end up like with this being like using Flatpaks or snaps or things like that? We don't necessarily know. I mean, that's for the community to decide. And what we do have coming forward to sort of take a look at is we have some meetings that are coming up in the openSUSE project where we do some community meetings, and we have two that are going to take place, and we're kind of going to describe a little bit about the next version, or what may be coming after Leap 15.4. But we'd like sort of your feedback and see where we could go from there. I mean, there's a lot of use cases. I was talking with Ljubuncic the other day, and we're like, well, you know, how can we use some of the apps that we have? Like, what would be an interesting use case? And we thought, well, what happens if you're able to use this and, you know, create container and get some sort of like KDE Live, you know, or Kden Live, like, and you could have a team across the world actually just editing video using the same containers or whatnot. Your workflow actually ends up being optimized. So, but these are kind of interesting things, and this is relatively new. Where this goes, we don't necessarily know, but you know, it's there. It's for you to test out, and we hope you do. And we hope that you actually join us for our meetings that we're going to have, where we kind of discuss like where things like this will possibly head. So I appreciate you, and thank you. Anyone has any questions, ask Lubash in the channel because he's there.
Excellent. Way to hand off to the online questions. So now we get to switch. You're next. So we've got all these exciting hardware switches, and the great part is that we've got an actual device to do an actual talk about Steam Decks. And so we get the exciting hardware switcheroo. This is the adult version of Come to My Home, I Have a New Super Nintendo. Yes, this is come to LAS because we've got an actual Steam Deck.
All right, seems like it's working.
All right, Aleix.
All right. First, I'm a bit nervous because it's the first time I do anything like this. So I want 2 seconds of applause. Doesn't need to be a lot, but. All right. It's weirdly small, so I didn't expect that. But let's see. Oh. Yeah, that's not what I expected. So it's not working. I'm going to restart the thing. And what was on the slides, I'm going to say it while it's put. So a little bit, the very short story here is that Valve put together this device. You might have seen about it in the news. It's running Linux, so it's good news for all of us, I guess. And it's also running Plasma, which we're very happy about. The app story is that, well, they do have their own store, like for games, but it does have a desktop mode, which is running Plasma. And over there, you get to run different software, which I don't know, you can get through Flathub. So basically, the idea of or the app story would be if you want to get your application on the Steam Deck and use it there, you open Discover, which is our software center. You will get the listed Flathub, and then you press the install button. So when you get your device, this is the kind of view that you generally will see. This is their UI. It's just mostly games, but then I can show you here, which is a little bit what I wanted to talk to you about as well, is that you can get normal apps. So what we can do now is go into the desktop mode, which is here a little bit hidden, but still there in the power menu. Let's see if it doesn't do the weird thing it did before. All right, so this is a normal Plasma session, and the mouse is not working great. Okay, if somebody wants to see what it looks like, please come to me with clean hands and I will show you what it looks like. But the concept would be that it worked on the test before, it's so disappointing. You can right-click on any of your applications and say, add to Steam, and then it will be listed over there. You saw that it was showing in a very ugly gray rectangle. They are, I hear they're working on making it possible to add a little bit of artwork so it doesn't look like a weird thing. But basically, the idea would be that it would put the application with the rest of the games that you could be able to use. Over there, applications are mostly like just the one application that you're using. It's always full screen. It's using GameScope, if you've seen what it is, which is basically a Wayland compositor that shows X11 apps on full screen mode. So your application will be just resized or stretched on the full screen thing. Otherwise, you can also use the applications over here, except now that it's not working. You can, oh, there's a mouse here. I can use that, right? Is it moving? It is moving. All right. Let's see if it's not a complete failure, but just a little bit. There's a cursor, right? All right. Let's close this thing and then stay offline. Let's try to do an application so you can see a little bit how it works. It's starting here, so here. No? So maybe there's no internet connection now. Let's do it with, oh, there you go. Does someone want to try an application on the device that you had in mind? PLC. Let's try if we can do that. The C. Oh, only a C was written? That's brilliant. All right. Let's try to navigate without a keyboard. Yeah, right? So at the moment, this one is coming from Flathub. Right now, like, there's nothing very special or different that you would have on a normal desktop. So it will get added to the menus normally. You could also, of course, use it here. Maybe even like running it on the other view is a bit of a gimmick, but it's a good thing to do on LAS anyway, right? I lost the mouse as well. So it's probably in games. You can pre, and then here we can right click and say add to Steam. And then it bounces for a second. And then, well, yeah, we could launch it here, but I guess everyone trusts it works. Yeah, like you've been trusting for this lightning talk so far. Now we're moving back to the other view before. It's vibrating. Well, I guess it's restarting. But anyway, a little bit the idea is that if there's something that you really wanted to have in there and try, you can do so somewhat easily. And with any app, really, like what we have here, despite all the weirdness that we see here, is a fairly normal Linux desktop computer with a full screen thing that allows you to run Windows games, but otherwise it's not entirely different from what we would have on another desktop. How do I find the thing I added? Okay, I got lost. Here, maybe? Oh, yeah, Jacob free. Say play. Obviously, it doesn't have any of the metadata that Steam would be able to find. And there you go. So it works just fine. It is also something that you can like use a remote controller and use generally. So at least that's how I've used it before, and it works fine. There's a touchscreen. There's the controllers. They are forwarded as X11 events right now to your app. So this is something that you can use as well. There's some Steam APIs as well to be able to do input stuff if you want to do more fancy things. And I mean, obviously, you can use several APIs to create your apps here. Anyway, you could, I don't know, write it in a Windows API as well, and that should work theoretically. This is more or less what I wanted to show you. It's a little bit random thing that we can do with the Steamdeck. It's a very powerful device. So if you have any questions or you're curious, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, well, I don't know. Hope you find this interesting and useful. Thanks.
Thank you, Aleix. It was an education. Next up on the schedule, Phaedrus again. So we're going to switch to an online presentation. The current status is we're working on it, but it'll be here soon.
So can you hear me or no?
We can hear him. Woo!
Okay. All right, so it looks like I was able to get the presentation loaded. Hopefully that's showing up for you too. This talk is about funding Flatpak development on Open Collective. So for some background, I left Endless in April of 2021, but I wanted to keep working on Flatpak. And Flatpak, like as of last year, didn't really have anyone working on it full time. You know, it's a pretty big project. There's a lot to do, in my opinion. We have one person working on Flathub full time, I believe. But since Alex Larson has kind of moved on to other things, to some extent, at Red Hat, there for some time wasn't really anyone working on Flatpak full time. These days, it's Debarshi is the person at Red Hat. But anyway, it just seemed like there was a lot to do, and I wanted to keep working on it. So I started fundraising using the Open Collective platform, which is for open source fundraising, but it's also for lots of other organizations that want to be able to essentially have a bank account without having a bank account themselves. So yeah, maybe it's worth mentioning that I was able to get Flatpak under the Open Collective Foundation fiscal host, which is a 501c3 rather than a 501c4, which means that donations are tax deductible and eligible for employer matching, whereas most open source projects are under Open Source Collective, which is a 501c4. And then I guess just as a prior art for fundraising in GNOME, the GNOME Builder fundraiser in 2015 from Christian Hergert was pretty successful. That's I think it's worth taking a look at if you're interested in fundraising initiatives. As for Flatpak, we've had about 100 people donate. It's been about $6,000 raised so far, which is pretty good, but not really enough to sustain someone long term. And so far, I've been the only one to submit expenses to it, but that doesn't have to be the case. So as far as like how to get the word out about this, what I've done is just use the sponsor button that GitHub has. It shows up whenever you go to the Flatpak repo. There's a link on flatpak.org. I've used like Twitter and Mastodon. Georges has helped with advertising it, and I sent a message to the mailing list. So I guess one of the interesting questions was about how to decide how much to pay for work. I've been doing, when I did invoices, I did $500 for a week of work, which seemed like a conservative number since there's not a whole lot of money available there. I did talk to some other projects on Open Collective, and one of them said their standard rate is $40 an hour, but then implied that like well-known contributors can invoice for more. And I guess it just depends on like what's sustainable for the people doing the work and what's sustainable for the project and what seems fair. The OBS project was kind of an inspiration to some extent because they've been so successful on Open Collective. And they've had not just individuals donating, but a lot of organizations donating, Logitech and Red Hat and others. I would be interested to know why Logitech cares so much to donate tens of thousands of dollars, but yeah, if anyone knows why, let me know. They seem to be doing really well on the platform. One interesting thing they do is like let people donate to specific issues using bounties rather than just donating into a general fund. So that's something we could consider. Other things we could consider is like other people in the Flatpak community could use this funding to fund their own work on Flatpak and help make it sustainable. We could also fundraise for specific initiatives. So far we have one for portals. And then there's also a feature where you can create events, and the ticket money for the events goes into the collective. So that might be a good way for people to get something back when they donate. If anyone thinks that's a good idea, let me know. We could look into it. And then there's also conversations if we want to use that for anything. And there's a link to the Flatpak page on Open Collective. And Georgia said in the chat that Logitech has a feet in the streaming industry, so they support OBS Studio. And we can take questions. If anyone has any?
Yeah, we got a minute for questions. But if there's no, Heather has half a question. half a question is a whole question.
I was just pushing my glasses up, but Phaedrus, thank you so much for your talks. What's kind of a target goal, like realistically, to be able to fund Flatpak for like the foreseeable future? Like, is there a budget goal that we're trying to reach ideally?
Guess if it were for funding me, like it would probably have to be something in the range of like $5,000 a month or something like that. If we wanted to be able to fund more people, I guess it would need to be more than that. But yeah, we're not really anywhere close to that right now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Phaedrus, again. A little applause. So LAS so far has not been entirely without audio glitches. So the good news is that if we switch to the podium HDMI, then Sam Thursfield is going to tell us about, is going to solve all of our problems.
Am I ready to go? Okay, I've got 20 slides in 10 minutes, so I shall go a little bit fast. And the goal of this talk is to spread some good news, to spread understanding of what Pro Audio is and how people make music on Linux, maybe inspire you to make some music. And when you think Pro Audio, you think of this guy in a big recording studio with lots of equipment, but in fact, all kinds of people could be classed as Pro Audio. I think anyone who is making content and is not simply consuming content, then I would class them as a Pro Audio user. We know that most musicians don't make any money, so I wouldn't base it on who's earning money from their work. It's more about who's pushing things to the limit and creating content. So if you want to produce music, generally on a computer, you would use one piece of software called a digital audio workstation. That's like your IDE, to use a programming analogy. And then you would use some kind of instruments or audio effects, which are usually distributed separately as plugins and developed by different people. And then you need a way to get the sound out of the computer. So I'll talk about those three things. This is Ardour, which is probably a well-known open source digital audio workstation. I don't have time to explain what all these things do, but there's some audio I've recorded, and there's a mixer to mix the sound. Ardour is very, very good. And it's, like I say, under the GPL, but the maintainers encourage you to buy a pre-built version from their website. Obviously, you have the option to download it or get it from a distro package in which they don't get any money. Of course, you can also subscribe, and they have enough subscribers to pay at least one full-time developer, which is excellent. The other big door available on Linux is Bitwig. This is proprietary software. It's also very, very good. And again, I'm not going to explain how it works, but you record some audio. You can apply effects to it. You can do a million other things. And it is available on Flathub. So that's excellent. This is a proprietary independent company using Flathub. Like, they publish the Flatpak. The software is the demo version if you download it from Flathub, and then you pay them for a license, and it unlocks all of the more interesting features. And so it's not cheap. It's 400 euros, but I would say it's worth it. It's very good software. So a digital audio workstation is a big, complicated program which does everything you need. There's also some famous ones like Ableton Live and Cubase. Logic, we don't like those because they don't work on Linux, and they don't care about us. Reaper also works on Linux. It's not available in Flathub yet, hopefully soon. And there's also other, I don't have time to talk about all the cool software. Ossia, the Ossia developer is here. It's very good. Pure Data, VCV Rack, Bespoke Synth, all very interesting bits of software, all free software and available on Linux, which you can make beautiful music with. So you also want some instruments, right? This is, again, this is an example of some audio plugins. You can use these to generate sounds or process sounds. They look very complicated to use, and they are. You kind of have to learn, or at least mess around and get things that sound interesting. But from a software perspective, they're very simple. MIDI or audio goes in, audio goes out, and there's a UI. There's no there's no printing, there's no hardware access apart from audio, so they're quite simple to package. Here's Ardo running some effects plugins. Almost all digital audio workstations will host plugins, and I've gone on this in the wrong order. Here are the names of some plugins, and so they're usually distributed as a binary file that you download and you unpack into a folder, and then the software picks it up. And there are a few formats, but the most famous is called VST. It's not a completely open format, so it's not the ideal format, but it is widely used, and it provides a free C SDK, so almost everyone uses it. They provide their plugin as a SO file, basically, that you download. So there are tens of thousands of these. I looked at a popular website that has a database of all the audio plugins they know about. I found 10,000 are listed. Of those, 500 or so are marked as being available on Linux. This is an underestimate. I checked a few things I use, and they weren't marked as being available on Linux, so it's definitely slightly more. But it's not enough, right? It's not nearly enough. So what can we do? Distribution, like I said, you distribute them now by downloading the file as a VST. There is an effort to make them available on Flathub. A guy called Hubert Figuier has been doing all of that effectively. So he's defined a namespace org.freedesktop.linuxaudio.plugins, and he's packaged a few, 38 open source instruments and effects. There's a few limitations to this approach, such as the plugin has to use the same runtime as the host. Look, they all use Free Desktop SDK at present, but if that does mean a plugin host can't decide to use the KDE SDK, for example, because all the plugins would then not somehow probably not work. Also, Flathub doesn't yet have any way in the website to display them, so you can get them through the Flatpak CLI, but you can't search for them on the Flathub website. So I suspect most people aren't using this. I don't have any numbers, but I think most people who use VSTs on Linux are still going to the manufacturer website and downloading them. A quick, how much time do I have left? 5 minutes. Okay, so this won't be such a quick rundown. Some thoughts on bringing more audio plugin developers over to Linux. I think most plugin users who are making music, they care about how much does it cost, does it sound good, and is it going to wreck my CPU? The people making the plugins care about, am I going to get paid? Not all of them care about this, but there's a lot of small businesses who are making audio plugins. They care about, is it going to keep working? So do I have to recompile it every time there's a new Ubuntu release? If so, maybe I release 30 products and I have to recompile all of them every 6 months. That doesn't scale. So they want to release something that's going to work forever. And they generally don't want to make it open source because the code is the secret source in the case of audio plugins. There are some exceptions, but there's very little take-up, I'd say, of releasing the code of these in the open, because in general, that's the secret thing that they're selling. So that would, in general, hurt the business model of the people making them. This is my interpretation of the event, of the situation. But I think in general, musicians aren't bothered about modifying the code of what's going on in their plugins. They think, oh, or it sounds good, or I use it, or I find a different one. And as I mentioned before, they're not too hard to package, so you can cut them off from your home directory if you want or anything. If you don't trust them, you don't necessarily need to do a security audit. And that's my thoughts on this topic. Bringing more plugins to Linux, I think we need to focus on the distribution story and giving a sort of way to link that doesn't break every few months, which we're doing. So the last part of the picture is getting audio out to the computer. I assumed I'd be running out of time by this point, so I summed it up as Pipewire is amazing, which it is. And to go into a bit more detail, Jack has always been the way to do low latency audio in Linux, and it's great, but it doesn't coexist with Pulse Audio, so that kind of sucks that you have to turn off one to use the other. Pipewire somehow impressively manages to do both, and it doesn't break API in a way that's going to cause regressions when the base OS or the Flatpak version updates. Most Pro Audio apps can continue to use Jack via the libpipewire Jack shim. And it gives you all this flexibility. Now I can route my toaster to my audio output and add an audio effect into the pipeline and drag this to here. It's very, very flexible. So that's all I had to say. Firstly, things are great. When I first started using desktop Linux many years ago, you couldn't do Pro Audio at all. The software simply didn't exist. Windows and Macs were the only option. And in 2022, lots of great software exists. It's here. People are publishing professional quality software on Flatpak and running a business, making money off it, and Pro Audio users can use Linux. A couple of closing thoughts, idle thoughts really, on the Flathub UI. Firstly, maybe we can separate a little bit more audio-video into, I don't know exactly how to word it, but separate the music players out from the music creation software, because they kind of do unrelated things, and they're currently all mixed in together. And also think about whether audio plugins are interesting to include in the Flatpak web UI, and how we can do that. There might be an opportunity. That's all I have to say. Thanks for listening. I don't know if we have time for a question or not.
No time for questions.
Perfect.
We're
Let's
gonna
move on.
Move on. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next up is an online presentation. So in that sense, you've got 30 seconds to smile and wave while we switch over to that. Yeah, thank you. Stereo. Almost. I'll take 10 seconds to promote Zintheon.
Where is
Zinth-
Can we share my screen?
Yes, we can.
Sharing the screen would be better because I have a lot of slides and the timing will be off if I'm looking at a delayed version of my presentation. So.
We're hoping to share the screen. So everything runs
If you can't
smoothly?
share the screen, I can try switching back to the uploaded presentation. It was there. But do I go boom? Does that?
Looks like we're going to do the upload.
We're going to do the upload. Okay, this will be interesting. There we go. Okay. Oop, come on. Sorry, I've got multiple monitors and switching things around. Okay, are we ready?
We're ready. Okay, there we go. We've got something about making computing personal.
Yes. So the title of this talk is Make Computing Personal Again, LX Root, a safe and lightweight alternative to chroot, Docker, and floppy disks too. My name is Park Bostrom, and I am the author of LX Root. Here's an overview of what we're going to talk about. Motivation and about LX Root. Running Arch Linux, Chromium, Steam, and games inside LX Root. Limitations and ecosystem compatibility. Personal again and platform diversity. Overlaying directories, command line interface, and VLAN. And then a conclusion. So motivation. For years I wondered, why isn't there a version of chroot for non-root users? Then I learned about unprivileged Linux namespaces. It seemed it would be possible to use unprivileged Linux namespaces to write the non-root version of chroot that I had long wanted. So I did. LX Root is 1,300 lines of C++ code with almost no dependencies that compiles to 164 kilobyte statically linked executable that runs safely without root access and that requires kernel support for unprivileged namespaces. In addition to CH rooting, LXroot can make select subdirectories read-only, overlay, i.e. bind mount multiple directories to dynamically compose a chroot environment, and optionally block all network access. Also, LXroot environments are nestable. You can run LXroot inside LXroot. So let's look at running Arch Linux in the Chromium browser inside of LXroot. To do this, we're going to download, extract, configure, and run. We cd to our home directory, and we download the official Arch Linux Bootstrap tarball, which contains a chroot environment. We make a directory called Arch, and we extract the tarball into that Arch directory. Then we do some configuration. We copy in resolve.conf so that DNS will work. We make a home directory for our non-root user, and we copy the X-authority file in so that Chromium will be able to access the X11 display. Then we run LXroot, pointed at the Arch directory. We ask for network access. We are going to run a package manager, so I use this simulated root option. I don't have time to explain it in this talk, but it's useful with package managers. And we run pacman to install Chromium. This will install Chromium in the chroot environment that we just extracted. And then we run LXroot again, pointed at the Arch directory again. We want network access. We want to share the Xorg display and share Pulse Audio. And we run Chromium, and Chromium should run. Let's move on. Oh, but one more thing. I'm working on automating those configuration steps. So in the future, LXroot may help you do those. So you may not need to type the configuration steps in. We'll talk about running Steam and some games inside of LXroot. I started with an Ubuntu Linux host. I used LXroot with a separate Ubuntu userland. And then in that, I ran apt to install Steam. Steam ran, and I used Steam to install a Windows game. I installed Creeper World 2, and much to my surprise, it actually ran and was playable. However, it's a little bit difficult to use apt inside of LXroot, so I was curious to see if I could use a different userland. So I tried again with a void Linux userland. I ran xbps to install Steam. That worked, and I was able to install Creeper World 2. However, it failed to run. I was curious to know if that was because of LXroot or something else, so I set up a second system with void Linux and used xbps to install Steam, installed Creeper World 2, and it failed to run with exactly the same error message as inside of LXroot. So obviously the next step would be to use LXroot on the void Linux host, and with an Ubuntu userland, use apt to install Steam and install Creeper World 2 again. But I haven't done this because it's difficult to use apt inside of LXroot. Let's talk about why it's difficult to use apt inside of LXroot. Limitations and ecosystem compatibility. So LXroot is safe and lightweight due to its use of unprivileged Linux namespaces. In an unprivileged Linux namespace, the SUID bit is ignored. Changing the UID or GID of a process is impossible. Calls to chown will mostly fail. There's a workaround for these. I might be able to use seccomp filters. I haven't tried it yet, but it may help. So let's look at various ecosystems and their compatibility with LXroot. Alpine, Arch, Void, Flatpak, and Aptors all work well inside of LXroot. App image, you must convert it to an Aptor, but I might be able to improve this process. Ubuntu, Debian, and apt, they have poor compatibility due to friction with apt. However, those seccomp filters that I talked about, that might make apt start working inside of LXroot. And then in terms of Fedora, Snap, and others, I haven't really tried them yet. Let's see, so make computing personal again. In the 1980s, each app came on a floppy disk. The user controlled the floppy disk, and thereby the user controlled their computer. Today, apps come from an app store or a package manager. Today, the App Store controls the apps, and thereby, in my opinion, the App Store controls the computer. LXroot lets users control the environment in which an app store or package manager runs. LXroot thereby restores the user's control over their computer. LXroot makes computing personal again. So using LXroot to choose which software I run and how and when I run that software reminds me of booting up floppy disks back in the 1980s. So platform diversity. Let's see, as an end user, I use LXroot to run apps and development tools from multiple ecosystems on a single desktop computer or server, and to isolate and or integrate those apps and tools as I see fit. An app developer or publisher could use LXRoot to bundle an app or game with a custom runtime environment, test an app against a number of target environments, or build an app in a controlled and isolated environment. I mentioned that you could overlay multiple directories together to dynamically create a chroot environment, so let's look at that. The simplest way to use LXRoot is just with a single directory. That's what I've done so far in these examples. One directory holds all the files. LXRoot can make select subdirectories read-only. If you want to combine two directories together, I often use a read-only system directory and then a separate directory for mutable data. The mutable data would be the home and temp directories, and they get bind mounted into the system directory, and then you LXRoot into that. And the third option is to use a system directory plus an app directory and then also a mutable data directory. But these are just 3 ways you can do it. There are lots of other ways you could set up your bind mounts. And for additional flexibility, you can LXRoot into a read-only BTRFS snapshot. So you can take a time series snapshot of a system as you update it and then run things in past versions of that system. So LXRoot's command line interface, I don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to show it to you. This is basically it. The mode is one of read-only, read-write, or read-auto. I don't have time to explain read-auto, but it's not that complicated. And then these are all the other options. That's all you need to learn how to use LXRoot to create virtual environments. But if that's too complicated, I've also written a helper script, VLAN, a virtual user line manager. VLAN is a convenience wrapper around LXRoot. VLAN automates common LXRoot usage patterns. VLAN is written in -shell. And VLAN can create Alpine, Arch, and Void userlands, install and build packages inside those userlands, and run programs inside those userlands. And I'm going to stop now or skip the rest, just skip through it because I'm running out of time. So I was going to show you how to run Arch and Chromium inside of VLAN. I think I lost my time due to all the switching of the slides. So in conclusion, LXRoot is a safe and lightweight alternative to chroot and or Docker. LXRoot allows non-root user to safely install and run apps from multiple ecosystems. And I will leave it there. There's the GitHub page with more information there. And thank you very much.
That was a whirlwind. A whirlwind of containers and namespaces. And next up, we're going to be fixing all the problems again, because LAS has not been entirely without screen sharing problems. But now we're going to fix all those problems because, I mean, Wayland will fix it. We know that. And Jan Grulich is going to tell us how to do that.
So, hi. I'm here to talk about screen sharing in web browsers, basically in general. The title says like sharing in online meetings because I picked this title because we had pandemic and like online meetings. It's like most common. It's probably the most common use case these days. And I want to give like an overview about the work I did like over the past year, basically, and what are the plans for the future. So I would say it's all started with Fedora Workstation moving to Wayland by default. And because I originally did some screen sharing support in KDE, I was kindly asked to look into screen sharing support in web browsers because when Fedora switched to Wayland, screen sharing in browsers didn't work, obviously, because Wayland has all these limitations. So it started around year 2018 when I started looking into bringing screen sharing support on Wayland into WebRTC. If you don't know what is WebRTC, it's basically the main media library for all the browsers. So it's used by Chromium, Firefox. Bringing this support into WebRTC makes it enabled in Electron and basically everywhere. So I managed to land first initial support of screen sharing for Wayland in at the beginning of 2019. This used like the previous version of PyPar, PyPar 0.2. This was like the first version of PyPar like we used, and it was not production ready. the API was slightly different, but it worked. So we landed it. It was released in Chromium, probably in version 72. The versions might not be precise because I was like searching through good Git history and trying to guess what Chromium release was after that. And same goes for Firefox. Like this initial support was released in Firefox 67. Then over the past few years, we had like few major improvements. So first major improvements in 2020 was finally PyPy 0.3. PyPy 0.3 is the now like the PyPy you know and love. It's slowly replacing Pulse Audio and becoming like main thing. And we brought support for window sharing because originally you could with the initial code you could only share a screen. So with this we could share also like only application windows. Again, this was released probably in Chromium 89 and Firefox 85. Another major improvement was last year. That was DMA buffer support. Basically, DMA buffer allows you to make the screen sharing more performant because we don't need to do all the we don't need the compositor which gives us the screen content doesn't need to copy the screen content into PyFile buffer, and we don't need to again copy from there. We just get a file descriptor and using OpenGL, we just extract the content and we can show it. This has a significant impact on performance, and also around this time, finally I got in touch with people from Google, because up until then it was only me working on that, and it was hard to get some code reviews because nobody didn't understand PyPy and nobody from Google didn't care until then. From that point, I have contact with some Google engineers. They helped me to push my changes through reviews. We have regular meetings, and there is finally interest from Google to make this finally work properly. The last change, improvement, or milestone was published this year. It's improvement in mouse cursor support. Basically, up until that point, every mouse cursor changed. We had to, with every single change, we had to redraw the whole image. Now we only track mouse cursor changes. So this is again a significant improvement. With that, I had to do lots of code restructurization because before it was one big monolith. Now I split the code for PyPy portals, and also thanks to that, we can now, or there is a work in progress for remote desktop support in Chrome, because now they can reuse the PyPy code. They reuse the portal code as well in some level. So that's another big change. And this was released in Chrome 100. And before I didn't mention the DMA buffer support and this mouse cursor support is not officially released with Firefox yet. This is because Firefox, unlike Chromium, has some older version of WebRTC. So they don't do regular basis like Chromium. So those two changes are not officially released yet. But for example, in Fedora, I backported all these changes. So if you have Fedora, you have all the improvements which are now available in Chromium. As for the future, in Chromium, currently the valence screen sharing support is not enabled by default. It's hidden behind a flag because of three major pain points. One is all the code is not covered by test. I now have a review with unit tests pending in upstream, but this is blocked on CI because we need to get pipewire there, and so engineers from Google or WebRTC are looking into that. Another plan is stream restoration. If you used screen sharing and Chromium recently, you know that you get like the portal dialog twice because you need it once for the preview dialog, and then you need it again for the website itself. So recently, ExeGester portal got this option, stream restoration in the screencast portal, so we can use that and get rid of the second portal dialog. And with that goes the UX improvements, which will be improved when we get rid of the second portal dialog. And also, Google engineers don't like that currently when you start screen sharing, you immediately get two dialogues. One is from Chrome, second is from Flatpak. So they want some better UX improvements. And hopefully all these changes will finally lead to have this support enabled by default. In Firefox, this is already enabled by default because there are no such UX issues. And I think that's it. So I guess we have a minute for questions.
30 seconds for questions.
So if you have any question.
Applause.
Thank you.
So it's not just Wayland will fix it, but it's also Pipewire will fix it, because I've seen that a lot these days as well. Okay, moving on towards the last of the talks. I'm fairly sure that's going to be this one. If we can,
microphone.
You can use this one if.
Yes, this is perhaps you can. When I tell you that you should give it to someone, that you give it to that person.
Okay. Long, long ago.
Yes. At first, I have some questions to you. Of you, are there people who are more than 10 years into contributing to free software? Yes, there are some. So, of you, so there should be some who know about the UDS. UDS's Ubuntu Developer Summit. Ah, yes, yes. And have you attended Ubuntu Developer Summits? Yes. And did you like the Ubuntu Developer Summits? Yes. So you have won a polo? And who else? Yes. Unfortunately, it's only L. I hope it fits, otherwise give it to your wife or something like that. So then let us go to our talk. So long ago, we had the Ubuntu Developer Summits, huge events with many people, and there this was a meeting of the people of Canonical, the company who makes Ubuntu and is sponsoring this nice event, and the community, all the people who are as a hobby volunteering to contribute to free software. They could meet, and it was not a conference with pre-scheduled talks as this one. It was an unconference. There were spontaneous spontaneous meetings of free software developers from Canonical and not from Canonical together, and they worked on the components of the next Ubuntu version. And it started in 2004 so right in the beginning of Ubuntu that there was the first public Ubuntu Developer Summit. And it was already before my time at Canonical. At 2006, I was still at Mandrakesoft in Paris. Yes, I lived in Paris, but please, please, do not try to speak French to me. And I was, and it happened that I was running an open printing booth. Up to then, every year from 2001 to 2006, I was organizing a printing booth on the Linux Tag, the biggest Linux show in Europe, there in the early zeros. And it does not exist anymore nowadays. And there I bumped into Mark Shuttleworth. And I got invited to work at Canonical, and then for the onboarding I got invited to the UDS 2006 in Paris. I lived in Paris. I simply took the train to the airport and then the courtesy bus of the hotel from the airport, and then I was there. It was in an airport hotel. And so it was a huge event, lots of people, lots of fun. I met my mentor who later on taught me how to Debianize software, Debian packaging. Nowadays I'm snapping but Debianizing all, but more snapping now. So, and then it went on. I was at Canonical and I attended many more Ubuntu Developers Summits twice a year because we had releases twice a year. 2006, 2007, 8, 9, next. And next slide. And yes, yeah, I can advance my message. Yes, 2000, as an example, 2010, it was the UDS for Maverick in Brussels, here. And then 2010, it was the UDS for Netty in Orlando. We had to get into a big resort in a big hotel with a big pool because it was the Netty narwhal and it needed to fit into the pool. So next. And then in May 2011, it was the UDS for Oneric in Budapest. And, oh no, 2012. And this was the last UDS. Canonical stopped with the UDSs. So, last UDS 2012 in Copenhagen, preparing Ubuntu 13.0 for the wearing wingtail. And after that, they've switched to virtual UDSs. We didn't have a pandemic, but they tried virtual online UDSs to attempt to widen the engagement and attendance. But we really failed with that. Nearly no one attended. It was really bad. It was boring because there was, it looked for us more like a cost-saving measure and not really like trying to improve something. One problem was perhaps also that Jono Bacon, our community manager, was gone. Perhaps this had also influence on it. And I was not.
That was secret.
Yes. And this did not last long, and the virtual summit, no fun, no people, no beer, no board games. Rest in peace, virtual summits. Next. And some years later, 2022, a pandemic is over. We are returning to real conferences in person and not virtual anymore. And on this wave of real conferences, fast. After 2 horrible years of pandemic, with no in-person meetings, next. So we did a little change. Here you see a little script to apply the patch, to apply the change. We had Ubuntu Developer Summits, but now, this year, we will return to in-person summits, but Ubuntu Summit, not Ubuntu Developer Summit. We do not want to chase away the developers. The developers will come too, but also the documenters, the designers, everyone who somehow contributes to free software is welcome. Next. So we will have the first Ubuntu Summit on November 7 to 9, 2022, this year, so in autumn, Northern Hemisphere, in Prague. And we have already been in Prague, see the picture. And you even see me here. And so it's back and a lot of fun, and you will enjoy it. I hope many of you will come and meet with us from Canonical so that we make a great 23.04, which is the version which we will prepare at that time. So, has someone any questions?
We have 50 seconds for questions. Who is invited?
Everyone can come, as long as he finances it by itself, but there will be probably a way if you want to get sponsoring. What's that? What's that?
Someone is calling you to say...
Yes, how I block it.
Okay, thank you, Till. That was amazing. It's good to have more conferences to look forward to. Oh yeah, thank you. I truly am.
And
like,
I want to tell you one more thing. See you. We all will meet tomorrow here at this venue on the terrace for the Ubuntu 20.04 LTS Jammy Jellyfish release party.
There will be cake.
And it is tomorrow at 7 up to 9:30 with cake, with food, with drinks on Canonical, and right before the DJ party.
Eat all the cake.
I hope I will see a lot of you also there.
Cake.
Thank you. Obrigado. Vielen Dank.
That's a great way to wrap up the day, is knowledge of cake. Yeah, thank you for being here. This concludes the day. I'd like to remind people that have signed up for the walking tour on Sunday. There's a briefing tomorrow at lunch, 12:15, to inform you what kind of shoes and what kind, things to look out for. The wild animals of the hills of Roreto. How to recognize wild oaks is very important around here. This concludes the first day of LAS. I'd like to thank you all for being here. You've been a great audience. You've been great out there online. Thank you for posting questions, and also thank you for being understanding of technical hiccups. But Pipewire and Wayland are going to fix it.